Welcome to Just Sleep, where we explore the vast tapestry of human history, from ancient civilizations to modern times. Tonight, we embark on a journey through time, visiting remarkable figures and events that have shaped our world. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. We hope these stories will help you get the best sleep possible, especially for those struggling with insomnia. Now let's turn off all the lights, grab a comfy blanket, and begin our soothing historical adventure. In the fertile valley of the Nile River, around 3100 BCE, one of the world's most enduring civilizations emerged. Ancient Egypt, a land of mystery and wonder, began its long journey through history. The annual flooding of the Nile brought life-giving silt to the arid landscape, nourishing crops and sustaining a growing population. Picture, if you will, the golden sands stretching as far as the eye can see, interrupted only by the lush green strip of vegetation along the river's banks. The air is filled with the scent of papyrus and lotus flowers, while the gentle lapping of the Nile's waters provides a soothing backdrop to the bustling activity of early Egyptian settlements. It was during this time that the first pharaoh, Narmer, also known as Menes, united Upper and Lower Egypt, creating a unified kingdom. This marked the beginning of the early dynastic period, setting the stage for the grand civilization that would follow. Imagine the excitement and uncertainty as two distinct cultures merged, blending traditions and beliefs that would shape Egyptian society for millennia to come. As you relax and let your mind wander through the sands of time, envision the early Egyptians developing their unique writing system, hieroglyphics. Picture skilled scribes carefully etching intricate symbols into papyrus scrolls, recording the deeds of pharaohs, the movements of the stars, and the rhythms of daily life along the Nile. The air is filled with the soft scratching of reed pens on papyrus, the hushed whispers of priests discussing religious texts, and the distant sounds of workers quarrying limestone for the first pyramids. These early writing systems would preserve Egyptian history and culture for thousands of years, allowing us to peer into their world even today. As the Old Kingdom dawned around 2686 BCE, Egypt entered a period of great prosperity and achievement. It was during this time that the iconic pyramids of Giza were built, eternal monuments to the pharaoh's power and the Egyptian belief in the afterlife. Close your eyes and imagine the massive limestone blocks being slowly, painstakingly moved into place. The air is thick with dust, the sound of stone grinding against stone fills your ears, and thousands of workers toil under the blazing sun. Yet there's a sense of purpose, of creating something that will outlast lifetimes. The Great Pyramid of Giza, built for Pharaoh Khufu, would remain the tallest man-made structure in the world for over 3,800 years. Alongside the pyramids, the enigmatic Sphinx emerged from the bedrock of the Giza Plateau. With the body of a lion and the head of a human, believed to be Pharaoh Khafre, the Sphinx has guarded the pyramids for millennia. Imagine standing before this colossal statue, its weathered face gazing eternally eastward, as if waiting for the sun to rise on a new day. As you breathe deeply and relax further, let's explore the rich pantheon of Egyptian gods and goddesses. The Egyptians believed in a complex mythology that explained the world around them and guided their daily lives. Ra, the sun god, was often depicted with the head of a falcon, crowned with the solar disk. Each day, Ra would journey across the sky, bringing light and life to the world. Osiris, god of the afterlife, ruled over the realm of the dead. His wife Isis, goddess of motherhood and magic, was revered for her wisdom and protective nature. Their son Horus, with his falcon head, was associated with kingship in the sky. These deities and many others were central to Egyptian religious life, their stories and symbols adorning temple walls and tombs throughout the land. As the Old Kingdom gave way to the Middle Kingdom, and later the New Kingdom, Egyptian civilization continued to evolve and flourish. The development of new technologies and the expansion of trade brought Egypt into contact with distant lands. Imagine the bustling ports along the Nile, filled with ships laden with exotic goods, ebony and ivory from Nubia, cedar wood from Lebanon, and spices from far-off lands. The air is filled with a cacophony of languages as merchants haggle over prices, the creaking of ship timbers, and the cries of sailors unloading their precious cargo. This vibrant trade not only brought wealth to Egypt, but also new ideas and influences that would shape its culture over time. One of the most fascinating aspects of ancient Egyptian culture was their obsession with the afterlife and the elaborate preparations they made for it. The process of mummification, developed over centuries, was designed to preserve the body for eternity. As you relax deeper, picture the solemn procession of a pharaoh's funeral. The air is heavy with the scent of incense and fragrant oils. Priests chant prayers and perform sacred rituals as the mummified body is carefully placed in its ornate sarcophagus. The tomb walls are adorned with vivid paintings and hieroglyphs, detailing the pharaoh's life and providing guidance for the journey through the afterlife. Among the many remarkable pharaohs of ancient Egypt, few are as well known as Tutankhamun. Although he ruled for only a short time, the discovery of his nearly intact tomb in 1922 by Howard Carter provided an unprecedented glimpse into the opulence of Egyptian royal burials. Imagine the moment when Carter first peered into the tomb, his eyes adjusting to the dim light to reveal glinting gold and precious artifacts untouched for over 3,000 years. The air is thick with dust and anticipation. The beam of a flashlight reveals the glint of gold, the sparkle of precious gems, and the serene face of Tutankhamun's famous golden death mask. This discovery would captivate the world and reignite interest in ancient Egypt, inspiring generations of archaeologists and historians. As we near the end of our journey through ancient Egyptian history, let's reflect on the enduring legacy of this remarkable civilization. Their achievements in architecture, art, medicine, and astronomy continue to astound us today. The precision of the pyramids' construction, the beauty of their art, and the sophistication of their writing system all speak to the ingenuity and creativity of the ancient Egyptians. Their understanding of mathematics allowed them to create massive monuments and accurately predict the flooding of the Nile. Their medical knowledge, recorded on papyrus scrolls, included treatments and procedures that would influence healing practices for millennia. Their astronomical observations, meticulously recorded, tracked the movements of stars and planets with remarkable accuracy. As you drift deeper into relaxation, let the story of ancient Egypt settle gently in your mind. Like the eternal flow of the Nile, their civilization endured for thousands of years, leaving an indelible mark on human history. The rise and fall of pharaohs, the construction of monumental tombs, and the daily lives of ordinary Egyptians all form part of a rich tapestry that continues to fascinate us today. Allow the gentle rhythm of the Nile to carry your thoughts, like a papyrus boat drifting on its calm waters. Let the whispers of ancient wisdom and the echoes of long-forgotten prayers guide you towards peaceful sleep. As you breathe slowly and deeply, imagine the warm Egyptian sun setting over the pyramids, casting long shadows across the desert sands, inviting you to rest and dream of ages past. As the sands of time shifted from ancient Egypt, our journey through history takes us to a new realm. In the year 356 BC, in the kingdom of Macedon, a young prince was born who would one day connect the ancient worlds of East and West. His name was Alexander, and his story would become legendary. Let us now gently explore the life of Alexander the Great as we continue our peaceful journey through the annals of history. In the year 356 BCE, in the ancient kingdom of Macedon, a child was born who would change the course of history. Alexander, son of King Philip II and Queen Olympias, came into the world amidst whispers of greatness and divine favor. The air was thick with the scent of olive groves and the distant echoes of military drills, a fitting backdrop for the birth of a future conqueror. As a young prince, Alexander's world was shaped by the rugged landscape of Macedon, with its rolling hills and dense forests. The sound of hoofbeats and the clash of weapons in training grounds were constant companions to his childhood. His early years were marked by a thirst for knowledge and a burning ambition that set him apart from his peers. Under the tutelage of the great philosopher Aristotle, Alexander's mind blossomed. He devoured the tales of mythical heroes like Achilles and Hercules, dreaming of one day surpassing their legendary feats. The young prince would often be found in the royal library, poring over scrolls by candlelight, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the walls as he absorbed the wisdom of the ages. At the tender age of 16, Alexander got his first taste of leadership when his father left him as regent while away on campaign. The weight of responsibility settled on his young shoulders, but he bore it with a maturity beyond his years. The people of Macedon watched with growing admiration as the prince handled affairs of state with a steady hand and keen mind. Alexander's rise to prominence truly began in 336 BCE, when his father was assassinated and he ascended to the throne at the age of 20. The air in the royal palace was thick with tension and uncertainty, but Alexander moved swiftly to secure his position. His voice, strong and commanding, echoed through the halls as he addressed his father's loyal soldiers, winning their allegiance with promises of glory and conquest. With the Macedonian army at his back, Alexander set his sights on the vast Persian Empire. In 334 BCE, he crossed the Hellespont into Asia Minor, leading his forces into unknown territories. The sound of thousands of feet marching in unison, the glint of sunlight on bronze armor, and the fluttering of banners in the wind marked the beginning of one of history's greatest military campaigns. Alexander's first major victory came at the Battle of Granicus. The air was filled with the thunderous sound of cavalry charges and the clash of metal on metal. The young king led from the front, his golden armor shining like a beacon as he plunged into the fray. His tactical genius and personal bravery inspired his men to fight beyond their limits, securing a decisive victory against the Persian forces. As Alexander pushed deeper into Persian territory, his reputation grew. Tales of his victories spread like wildfire, carried by merchants and travelers across the known world. The once mighty Persian Empire began to tremble at the approach of the Macedonian army, led by their seemingly invincible young king. In 333 BCE, Alexander faced his greatest challenge yet at the Battle of Issus. The Persian king Darius III himself led a vast army to meet the Macedonian invader. The two forces clashed in a narrow coastal plain, the sound of battle drowning out the nearby crash of waves. Despite being outnumbered, Alexander's brilliant tactics and the discipline of his troops won the day. Darius fled the field, leaving his family and vast treasures to fall into Alexander's hands. With this victory, the path to the heart of the Persian Empire lay open. Alexander marched on, his army swelling with new recruits drawn by the promise of glory and riches. The once distant dream of conquering the known world now seemed within reach. In 332 BCE, Alexander turned his attention to Egypt. The land of the pharaohs, with its ancient mysteries and vast wealth, welcomed him as a liberator from Persian rule. As he walked among the towering monuments of a civilization far older than his own, Alexander was struck by a sense of destiny. Here, in this land of gods and kings, he founded the city of Alexandria, destined to become a center of learning and culture for centuries to come. The crowning achievement of Alexander's conquest came in 331 BCE at the Battle of Gaugamela. On a vast plain in Mesopotamia, he faced Darius for the final time. The Persian king had gathered an enormous army, hoping to overwhelm the Macedonians with sheer numbers. But Alexander's genius shone brightest in this moment of supreme challenge. As dawn broke on the day of battle, the air was thick with tension. The sound of war drums and the nervous shuffling of thousands of men and horses filled the air. Alexander, calm in the face of the overwhelming odds, rode along his battle lines, his presence alone bolstering the courage of his men. When the clash came, it was like a storm breaking. The thunder of charging cavalry, the screams of men and horses, and the clash of weapons created a deafening cacophony. Through the chaos, Alexander led a daring cavalry charge that broke through the Persian lines and sent Darius fleeing once again. With this victory, Alexander became the undisputed master of the Persian Empire. The great palaces of Persepolis, Susa, and Babylon opened their gates to him. As he walked through halls that had once echoed with the footsteps of Cyrus and Xerxes, Alexander must have felt the weight of history on his shoulders. But even as he reached the pinnacle of his conquests, Alexander's restless spirit drove him onward. He led his army across the Hindu Kush mountains and into India, facing new challenges and expanding the boundaries of the known world. The lush jungles and mighty rivers of India were unlike anything the Macedonians had ever seen, filled with strange creatures and ancient civilizations. It was here on the banks of the Hyphasis River that Alexander's great journey finally came to an end. His weary troops, longing for home after years of campaigning, refused to go further. For the first time in his life, Alexander faced a challenge he could not overcome. As you drift deeper into relaxation, imagine Alexander standing on the edge of the known world, gazing out at the lands beyond. His dream of a universal empire stretching to the ends of the earth remained unfulfilled, but his impact on history was undeniable. Alexander's return journey was marked by hardship and loss. The crossing of the Gedrosian Desert took a terrible toll on his army, with the scorching sun and lack of water claiming many lives. Yet even in these difficult times, Alexander's leadership never faltered. He shared in the sufferings of his men, often giving up his own water ration to those in greater need. In 323 BCE, Alexander returned to Babylon, the heart of his vast empire. As he walked through the hanging gardens and grand palaces, he began to make plans for future conquests and the consolidation of his rule. But fate had other plans. In June of that year, Alexander fell ill with a fever. Despite the best efforts of his physicians, his condition worsened rapidly. On June 10, 323 BCE, Alexander the Great breathed his last. He was just 32 years old. The news of his death sent shockwaves through the empire he had built. In the palace of Babylon, a profound silence fell, broken only by the sound of weeping as his companions and soldiers mourned the loss of their leader. As you continue to relax, let the story of Alexander the Great settle gently in your mind. His life, though brief, was filled with extraordinary achievements and left an indelible mark on the world. From the shores of Greece to the banks of the Indus River, he had created an empire unlike any seen before. Alexander's legacy lived on long after his death. The Hellenistic kingdoms that emerged from his conquests spread Greek culture and ideas across the ancient world, influencing art, architecture, and philosophy for centuries to come. The great city of Alexandria, with its legendary library, became a beacon of learning, drawing scholars from across the known world. As you drift closer to sleep, reflect on the enduring impact of Alexander's journey. His life reminds us of the power of vision and determination, of the ability of a single individual to shape the course of history. Yet it also serves as a reminder of the transient nature of earthly power and the importance of leaving a lasting legacy. Let the rise and fall of empires in your mind mirror the gentle rhythm of your breathing. Like the ebb and flow of great civilizations, allow your thoughts to gradually recede, making way for the peaceful calm of sleep. Alexander's story, filled with triumph and tragedy, ambition and human frailty, now fades into the background, leaving you in a tranquil state ready for rest. As your consciousness begins to drift, imagine the vast expanse of Alexander's empire slowly fading into the mists of time. The once mighty armies and grand palaces dissolve into the gentle darkness behind your closed eyelids. The weight of history lifts from your mind, replaced by the comforting embrace of approaching sleep. In these final moments before you surrender to slumber, let Alexander's relentless pursuit of his dreams inspire you to face your own challenges with courage and determination. But for now, release all thoughts of conquest and glory. Allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation, your body becoming as still as the ancient stones of long-lost cities. The echoes of battles fought in kingdoms will now fade to a whisper, replaced by the soft sound of your own steady breathing. As sleep gently claims you, know that like Alexander, you too have the power to shape your world, one peaceful night's rest at a time. Sweet dreams, and may your sleep be as profound and transformative as the legacy of Alexander the Great. As the echoes of Alexander's conquests faded into history, a new power was slowly rising in the west. On the banks of the Tiber River in the heart of the Italian peninsula, the foundations of an empire were being laid. The story of Rome, from humble beginnings to world-dominating force, was about to unfold. Let us now turn our attention to the early days of the Roman Republic, where the seeds of greatness were first sown. In the heart of ancient Italy, along the banks of the Tiber River, a civilization was born that would shape the course of Western history for millennia to come. The Roman Republic, established around 509 BCE, emerged from the ashes of the Roman kingdom, setting the stage for an era of unprecedented expansion, innovation, and cultural development. Picture, if you will, the rolling hills of Latium, bathed in the warm Mediterranean sun. The air is filled with the scent of olive groves and cypress trees, while the distant murmur of the Tiber provides a soothing backdrop to the bustling life of the early Roman settlements. The founding of the Republic marked a significant shift in governance. The last Etruscan king, Tarquinius Superbus, was overthrown, and in his place, a system of elected officials and checks and balances was established. 2 consuls, chosen annually, held the highest office, embodying the principle that power should be shared and limited. As you allow your mind to drift back through time, imagine the Forum Romanum, the beating heart of the young republic. The open-air plaza, surrounded by temples and government buildings, buzzes with activity. Senators in white togas debate matters of state, while merchants hawk their wares and citizens gather to hear the latest news and gossip. The early years of the Republic were marked by struggle, both internal and external. The plebeians, Rome's common citizens, fought for greater rights and representation against the patrician elite. This conflict, known as the struggle of the orders, would shape Roman society for centuries. Listen closely and you might hear the echoes of Lucius Sicinius Belludus, a plebeian leader, calling for justice and equality. His voice, carried on the warm breeze, speaks of the creation of the office of tribune of the plebs, a pivotal moment in the expansion of citizen rights. As you breathe deeply, letting the tension leave your body, consider the 12 Tables, the earliest known Roman legal code. Carved into bronze tablets and displayed in the Forum, these laws provided a foundation for Roman jurisprudence. The very concept of equality under the law began to take shape, a principle that would echo through the ages. The Roman Republic's influence gradually extended beyond the city's 7 hills. Through a combination of military might and shrewd diplomacy, Rome began to dominate the Italian peninsula. The sound of marching legions became a familiar one, their rhythmic steps a testament to the growing power of the young state. Imagine the Battle of Sentinum in 295 BCE, where Roman forces faced a coalition of Samnites, Etruscans, Umbrians, and Gauls. The clash of iron, the shouts of commanders, and the thunder of cavalry charges filled the air. This pivotal victory secured Roman dominance in central Italy, setting the stage for further expansion. As your body relaxes further into comfort, let's turn our attention to the Punic Wars, a series of conflicts that would test the Republic's resolve and ultimately lead to its emergence as a Mediterranean superpower. The rivalry between Rome and Carthage, a powerful city-state in North Africa, would shape the destiny of both civilizations. Picture the great Carthaginian general Hannibal leading his army, including war elephants, across the treacherous Alpine passes. The crunch of snow underfoot, the harsh wind whipping through the mountain passes, and the determined breath of soldiers and beasts alike create a symphony of human endurance. The Second Punic War, lasting from 218 to 201 BCE, saw some of Rome's darkest hours. The devastating defeat at Cannae in 216 BCE could have spelled the end for a lesser state, but the Republic's resilience shone through. The Roman Senate's decision to continue the fight, even in the face of such adversity, speaks to the indomitable spirit that would come to define Roman culture. As you sink deeper into relaxation, envision the Roman general Scipio Africanus standing on the North African coast, preparing for the final confrontation with Hannibal. The salt air fills his lungs as he surveys his troops, the fate of Rome resting on their shoulders. The subsequent victory at Zama in 202 BCE would cement Rome's place as the dominant power in the western Mediterranean. The century following the Punic Wars saw Rome's influence expand dramatically. The Republic's legions marched east, confronting and ultimately conquering the Hellenistic kingdoms that had emerged from Alexander the Great's empire. Greece, Macedonia, and parts of Asia Minor fell under Roman sway, bringing a flood of Greek culture, art, and philosophy to Rome. Imagine walking through the streets of Rome in the 2nd century BCE. The city is transforming before your eyes. Greek-style temples rise alongside traditional Roman structures. The air is filled with the sound of multiple languages, Latin, Greek, Oscan, and more, as Rome becomes a truly cosmopolitan center. Let the gentle weight of history settle over you as we consider the profound changes occurring within Roman society. The influx of wealth from conquered territories led to the rise of a new class of wealthy citizens, the equites. Traditional Roman values of austerity and civic duty began to clash with newfound luxuries and individual ambition. Picture the Roman countryside, once dominated by small farms worked by citizen soldiers. Now, large estates or latifundia spread across the landscape, worked by slaves captured in foreign wars. The warm Italian sun beats down on vast fields of grain, olive groves, and vineyards, a testament to Rome's growing wealth and changing social structure. As the Republic expanded, so too did the challenges it faced. The Roman constitution, designed for a city-state, struggled to govern a vast empire. Political violence began to mar the once orderly process of republican governance. The murders of the Gracchi brothers, reformers who sought to address growing inequality, marked a turning point in Roman political life. Allow your mind to drift to the Forum once again. The air is tense with political rivalry. Ambitious generals and politicians vie for power, exploiting the system's weaknesses. The voices of Gaius Marius and Lucius Cornelius Sulla echo through time, their struggle for supremacy a prelude to the Republic's final crisis. As you breathe deeply, feeling the calm wash over you, consider the last century of the Roman Republic. It was an era of tremendous change, marked by the careers of extraordinary individuals. Pompey the Great extended Roman power in the east, while Julius Caesar conquered Gaul and ventured into Britain. Imagine Caesar crossing the Rubicon River in 49 BCE, uttering the famous words, "The die is cast." The gentle splash of water as his horse steps into the stream belies the momentous nature of this act, setting in motion events that would ultimately transform the Republic into an empire. As our journey through the Roman Republic draws to a close, let the weight of history gently settle in your mind. From its humble beginnings on the banks of the Tiber to its domination of the Mediterranean world, the Republic left an indelible mark on Western civilization. Its legacy in law, governance, architecture, and culture continues to shape our world today. As you drift towards sleep, let the story of the Roman Republic remind you of the enduring human qualities of resilience, adaptability, and the pursuit of greatness. Like the ebb and flow of the Tiber, civilizations rise and fall, but the echoes of their achievements resonate through time, guiding and inspiring future generations. Allow the gentle currents of history to carry you towards peaceful slumber, your mind enriched by the tales of consuls and senators, legions and citizens, all playing their part in the grand narrative of the Roman Republic. May your dreams be filled with the wisdom of Cicero, the courage of Scipio, and the enduring spirit of Rome. Sleep well, and may the protection of the ancient gods watch over your rest. As the Roman Republic faded into history, a new era dawned with the rise of one of Rome's most iconic figures. The gentle breeze of change whispered through the seven hills, carrying with it the name of a man who would forever alter the course of Roman history. Let us now turn our attention to the life and legacy of Julius Caesar, whose ambition and brilliance would shape an empire. In the waning years of the Roman Republic, a man was born who would change the course of history. Gaius Julius Caesar entered the world in July of 100 BCE in the city of Rome. The air was thick with the scent of summer, the streets bustling with the daily rhythms of the eternal city. Born into a patrician family of ancient lineage, young Gaius grew up amid the grandeur of Rome's marble temples and bustling forums. As a child, Caesar would have wandered the streets of Rome, his eyes taking in the sights of towering columns, ornate statues, and the constant flow of people from all corners of the growing empire. The forum heart of Roman political life would have been a familiar sight, its cobblestones worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. Here, amid the shouts of merchants and the debates of senators, the seeds of Caesar's political ambitions were likely sown. Caesar's early education was typical for a Roman of his class. He studied rhetoric, philosophy, and Greek, skills that would serve him well in his later political career. Picture a young Caesar, his brow furrowed in concentration as he pored over scrolls of Homer and Plato, the soft scratch of stylus on wax tablet filling the air of his studies. As Caesar grew into manhood, Rome was entering a period of turmoil. The old republican system was straining under the weight of empire, and powerful men vied for control. In 82 BCE, when Caesar was just 18, the dictator Sulla came to power. Sulla, known for his ruthless purges of political opponents, ordered Caesar to divorce his wife Cornelia. Caesar, showing the stubborn determination that would characterize his later life, refused. Forced to flee Rome, Caesar joined the army, beginning a military career that would span decades. Imagine the young soldier, his armor gleaming in the sun, marching through the dusty roads of Asia Minor. The clash of swords, the thunder of hooves, the shouts of men in battle, these were the sounds that would become familiar to Caesar over the years. Returning to Rome after Sulla's death, Caesar began his rise through the cursus honorum, the sequence of public offices that ambitious Romans aspired to. He served as quaestor in Spain, aedile in Rome, and then Pontifex Maximus, high priest of the Roman state religion. In each role, Caesar's charisma and political acumen shone through. He was known for his generosity to the common people, hosting lavish games and banquets that endeared him to the masses. In 59 BCE, Caesar achieved his first consulship, the highest office in the Roman Republic. It was during this year that he formed the first triumvirate with Pompey and Crassus, a political alliance that would dominate Roman politics for the next decade. Picture the three men meeting in secret, their voices low as they divided power and influence between them. The following year, Caesar embarked on his famous conquest of Gaul. For 8 years, he led Roman legions across the forests and plains of what is now France, Germany, and Britain. The Gallic Wars were a testament to Caesar's military genius. Imagine the Roman camps spread across the Gallic countryside, the glow of campfires piercing the night, the air filled with the metallic scent of sharpened weapons, and the nervous energy of men preparing for battle. It was during this time that Caesar wrote his famous Commentarii de Bello Gallico, commentaries on the Gallic War. His clear, straightforward prose not only reported his military exploits, but also served as masterful propaganda, keeping his name and deeds before the Roman public. Picture Caesar in his tent, the soft light of oil lamps illuminating his face as he carefully chose the words that would shape his legacy. As Caesar's power and popularity grew, so did the fears of his opponents in Rome. In 50 BCE, the Senate, led by Caesar's former ally Pompey, ordered him to disband his army and return to Rome. Caesar, knowing that to do so would leave him vulnerable to his enemies, made the fateful decision to cross the Rubicon River with his army, an act tantamount to declaring civil war. The die is cast, Caesar is said to have declared as he crossed the shallow waters of the Rubicon. The sound of marching feet, the flutter of standards in the wind, the tension in the air as men contemplated the momentous step they were taking, all these would have filled that historic moment. The civil war that followed saw Caesar victorious over Pompey and his allies. He pursued Pompey to Egypt, where he became embroiled in the Alexandrian War and began his famous relationship with Cleopatra. Imagine the exotic sights and sounds of Alexandria, the bustling port, the gleaming lighthouse, the mysterious library, all forming the backdrop to this pivotal moment in Caesar's life. Returning to Rome in triumph, Caesar was now the most powerful man in the Roman world. He was named dictator, first for 10 years and then for life. He initiated a program of social and governmental reforms, including the creation of the Julian calendar that is the basis for the calendar we use today. Picture the Roman Forum during this time, buzzing with activity as new laws were enacted, buildings were commissioned, and the very fabric of Roman society was reshaped. Yet Caesar's supreme power alarmed many Romans, who feared he aimed to make himself king, a title hated in Rome since the overthrow of the monarchy centuries earlier. On the Ides of March, 44 BCE, a group of senators, led by Marcus Junius Brutus and Gaius Cassius Longinus, assassinated Caesar in the theater of Pompey. Imagine the scene, the marble columns of the theater, the tense atmosphere as the conspirators gathered, the sudden flurry of movement as they surrounded Caesar, the shock and betrayal in his eyes as he recognized his friends among his attackers. Et tu, Brute, you too, Brutus, Caesar is said to have uttered as he fell. Caesar's death marked the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of the Roman Empire. His adopted son and heir, Octavian, would become Rome's first emperor, taking the name Augustus. But Caesar's legacy extended far beyond the political realm. His name became synonymous with imperial power. The German Kaiser and Russian Tsar both derived from Caesar. As you reflect on Caesar's life, let the ebb and flow of history gently lull you. The rise and fall of empires, the clash of armies, the whispered conspiracies in marble halls, all these are but distant echoes now, soothing rather than startling. Allow the weight of centuries to settle over you, bringing a deep sense of peace and tranquility. Caesar's story reminds us of the transient nature of power and the enduring impact of a single life. As you drift towards sleep, let these thoughts settle gently in your mind. The ambitions that drove Caesar, the fears that plagued his enemies, the hopes and dreams of countless Romans, all have long since faded into the mists of time. Let this perspective bring you comfort and ease. Breathe deeply now, feeling the rhythm of your breath like the steady march of Roman legions across distant lands. Allow your body to relax, sinking into your bed as if settling into the soft earth of a sun-warmed Italian hillside. The story of Julius Caesar, with all its drama and significance, now serves only to guide you towards peaceful slumber. As the legacy of Julius Caesar fades into history, we turn our attention to another pivotal figure in Roman history. The nephew and adopted son of Caesar, Octavian, would rise to become the first emperor of Rome, known to us as Augustus. His reign would usher in a new era of peace and prosperity, transforming the Roman Republic into the mighty Roman Empire that would shape the course of Western civilization for centuries to come. In the year 63 BCE, in the city of Rome, a child was born who would one day become the first emperor of Rome and shape the course of Western civilization. This child was named Gaius Octavius, but history would come to know him as Augustus. As we explore his life, let the gentle rhythm of history lull you into a peaceful state of relaxation. Octavius was born into a wealthy equestrian family, his father a senator and his mother the niece of Julius Caesar. The streets of Rome in those days were a cacophony of sounds, the rumble of cart wheels on cobblestone streets, the shouts of merchants in the forum, and the distant cheers from the Circus Maximus. Young Octavius would have breathed in the scents of freshly baked bread from the bakeries and the pungent aroma of olive oil from the street-side lamps. As a boy, Octavius received a thorough education in rhetoric, philosophy, and Greek literature. Imagine him sitting in the cool shade of a marble colonnade, the soft scratch of stylus on wax tablet as he practiced his letters, the gentle rustling of scrolls as his tutor unrolled the works of Homer and Plato. These early years laid the foundation for the skilled orator and cunning politician he would become. In 44 BCE, when Octavius was just 18, his great uncle Julius Caesar was assassinated. This event would change the course of his life and of Roman history. Caesar had named Octavius as his heir in his will, catapulting the young man into the center of Roman politics. As you listen to this tale of power and ambition, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation, feeling the weight of your body against the bed. The years that followed were tumultuous. Octavius, now calling himself Gaius Julius Caesar in honor of his adopted father, formed an alliance with Mark Antony and Marcus Lepidus known as the Second Triumvirate. Together, they pursued and defeated Caesar's assassins. The sound of marching legions filled the air, their rhythmic steps a steady beat echoing across the Italian countryside. The clang of sword on shield and the battle cries of soldiers might have seemed distant to the young Octavius, who preferred strategy to direct combat. As you breathe deeply and allow your muscles to relax, picture the Roman Forum in those days. The air thick with the scent of incense from the temples, the chatter of politicians and citizens alike discussing the latest political intrigues. Octavius moved through this world with increasing confidence, his soft voice and measured words belying his growing power. The alliance of the triumvirate was not destined to last. Lepidus was sidelined first, and then Octavius turned his attention to Mark Antony. The final confrontation came in 31 BCE at the Battle of Actium. As you lie comfortably, imagine the calm before the storm, the gentle lapping of waves against the hulls of hundreds of ships, the soft whisper of sea breezes through the rigging. Then the chaos of battle, which ended in a decisive victory for Octavius. With this victory, Octavius became the sole ruler of the Roman world. In 27 BCE, the Senate bestowed upon him the honorific title of Augustus, meaning the revered one. As Augustus, he would rule Rome for over 4 decades, ushering in a period of peace and prosperity known as the Pax Romana. Let the tranquility of this golden age wash over you, soothing any lingering tension in your body. Augustus was a master of image and propaganda. He famously said, "I found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble." Under his rule, Rome was transformed. New temples, theaters, and public buildings rose from the ground. The sound of hammers and chisels filled the air as stonemasons worked tirelessly to realize Augustus's vision. The scent of fresh-cut stone and wet plaster permeated the city as it underwent its metamorphosis. As your breathing becomes slower and more regular, consider the reforms Augustus implemented. He reorganized the Roman military, created a police force and fire brigade for Rome, and established a postal system. He promoted traditional Roman values and religious practices, seeing them as the bedrock of a stable society. The Altar of Peace, or Ara Pacis, was a monument to this new era of Roman greatness, its marble reliefs depicting the imperial family and allegories of Roman virtue. Augustus was also a patron of the arts. Under his rule, poets like Virgil and Horace flourished. Their words, crafted with care and precision, echoed through the colonnades and forums of Rome. The soft rustling of papyrus scrolls and the quiet murmur of poetry recitations in gardens and salons became part of the fabric of Roman cultural life. As you drift closer to sleep, let these gentle sounds of creativity and culture surround you. In his personal life, Augustus faced challenges. His only biological child, Julia, was exiled for her scandalous behavior. His grandsons and intended heirs died young. As Augustus aged, the question of succession loomed large. Finally, he settled on his stepson Tiberius as his heir. As you relax further, consider how even the most powerful figures in history faced uncertainty and loss. In 14 CE, at the age of 75, Augustus fell ill while traveling. He called for a mirror and had his hair combed, asking those around him, "Have I played my part in the comedy of life well enough?" This moment of reflection, tinged with the wisdom of age and the knowledge of impending death, invites us to consider our own lives and legacies. As you lie here, allow any worries about your own place in the world to gently drift away. Augustus died on August 19, 14 CE, just a month shy of his 76th birthday. His last words to those gathered around his deathbed were, "Behold, I found Rome of clay, and leave her to you of marble." As the news of his passing spread through Rome, a hush fell over the city. The usual bustle of street life quieted as citizens contemplated life without the only ruler many of them had ever known. The legacy of Augustus was profound and long-lasting. The system of government he established, known as the Principate, would endure for centuries. The peace and prosperity of his reign became a golden standard against which future emperors were measured. His life and rule marked the transition of Rome from a republic to an empire, a change that would shape the course of Western civilization. As you drift closer to sleep, let the story of Augustus remind you of the ebb and flow of history. Empires rise and fall, great figures come and go, but the essence of human experience, our hopes, our struggles, our search for meaning remains constant. Allow the weight of history to gently press you deeper into relaxation, each breath carrying you further into a state of peaceful rest. In the quiet of your room, imagine the soft light of an oil lamp flickering in a Roman villa. The gentle rustle of a night breeze through cypress trees, the distant call of a night bird. These sounds, not so different from those Augustus might have heard as he drifted off to sleep, now lull you towards your own rest. Let the cares of your day fade away, just as the cares of empire eventually faded for Augustus. As we conclude our exploration of the life of Emperor Augustus, allow yourself to sink even deeper into relaxation. The rise and fall of his breath in his final moments now becomes the rhythm of your own breathing, slow, steady, peaceful. The marble city he left behind dissolves into the soft, welcoming embrace of your bed. The echoes of ancient Roman life fade into the quiet of your room, leaving only the gentle rhythm of your heartbeat and the soft sound of your breath. May the peace of the Pax Romana that Augustus brought to the ancient world now bring peace to your mind and body as you drift gently into sleep. Good night and sweet dreams. As the legacy of Emperor Augustus fades into the mists of time, our journey takes us along ancient trade routes that connected distant lands and cultures. Picture caravans of camels, their bells tinkling softly in the desert air, as we embark on a new adventure exploring the fascinating history of the Silk Road. In the heart of ancient China, a network of trade routes began to form, stretching across vast deserts, rugged mountains, and sprawling steppes. This intricate web of pathways would come to be known as the Silk Road, a name that conjures images of exotic treasures, cultural exchange, and daring adventures. Let us embark on a journey through time, tracing the origins and impact of this remarkable trade network that connected East and West for over a millennium. The story of the Silk Road begins in the 2nd century BCE, during the Han Dynasty of China. Emperor Wu, seeking to expand his empire's influence and secure valuable resources, sent his emissary Zhang Qian on a diplomatic mission to the west. As Zhang Qian traveled through Central Asia, he encountered new cultures, unfamiliar landscapes, and enticing goods that would spark China's interest in long-distance trade. Imagine, if you will, the bustling markets of Chang'an, the capital of the Han Dynasty. The air is thick with the scent of spices and incense, carried on warm breezes from distant lands. Merchants from all corners of the known world gather here, their voices a cacophony of different languages and dialects. Silk, the prized fabric that would give the road its name, shimmers in the sunlight, its delicate threads catching the eye of foreign traders. As you relax and let your mind wander along these ancient routes, picture the caravans slowly making their way across the Taklamakan Desert. The rhythmic sway of the camels, their soft footfalls on the shifting sands, creates a soothing lullaby. The desert stretches endlessly in all directions, a sea of golden dunes under an azure sky. Oasis towns, like jewels scattered across the barren landscape, offer respite to weary travelers. The Silk Road was not a single path, but rather a complex network of routes that evolved over time. From the oasis of Dunhuang, caravans could choose to travel north of the Taklamakan Desert through Turpan and Kucha, or south through Khatan and Yarkand. These routes eventually converged at Kashgar, a vital hub that connected China to Central Asia and beyond. As you drift deeper into relaxation, envision the towering peaks of the Pamir Mountains, their snow-capped summits piercing the clouds. Brave merchants and their pack animals navigate treacherous mountain passes, the crisp mountain air filling their lungs as they ascend to dizzying heights. The sound of rushing mountain streams and the distant call of eagles create a peaceful backdrop to their arduous journey. Beyond the mountains lay the verdant valleys of Fergana and Sogdiana, where prized horses were bred and traded. The soft neighing of these magnificent steeds and the rustling of grass in the gentle breeze paint a tranquil picture of these lush landscapes. Cities like Samarkand and Bukhara grew wealthy from the trade, their domed mosques and intricate tilework a testament to the cultural fusion that the Silk Road facilitated. As the trade routes expanded, they reached further west, connecting China to Persia, the Middle East, and eventually the Mediterranean world. Goods, ideas, and technologies flowed along these pathways, enriching civilizations and fostering cultural exchange. Breathe deeply and imagine the scent of myrrh and frankincense wafting from Arab traders' caravans, mingling with the earthy aroma of tea leaves from China. The Silk Road wasn't just a conduit for material goods, it was also a highway for the exchange of knowledge and beliefs. Buddhism spread from India to China along these routes, its teachings carried by monks and merchants alike. The gentle chanting of sutras and the soft tinkling of temple bells seemed to echo across the centuries, a soothing reminder of the spiritual journeys that paralleled the physical ones. As you continue to relax, let your thoughts drift to the cosmopolitan cities that flourished along the Silk Road. In Chang'an, Damascus, and Constantinople, people from different cultures lived side by side, sharing their customs, cuisines, and stories. The soft murmur of conversations in dozens of languages fills the air, a gentle reminder of the diversity and interconnectedness that the Silk Road fostered. The impact of the Silk Road extended far beyond trade and cultural exchange. It played a crucial role in the development of civilizations along its path. New technologies and innovations spread rapidly, from the Chinese invention of papermaking to the development of new textiles and metalworking techniques. The steady hum of looms and the rhythmic tapping of hammers on anvils form a soothing backdrop to the constant flow of ideas and inventions. As the centuries passed, the Silk Road faced numerous challenges. Political instability, shifting power dynamics, and the rise of sea trade routes all contributed to its gradual decline. Yet the legacy of this ancient network lives on, its influence still felt in the cultures and traditions of the lands it once connected. Allow your mind to wander through time, imagining the countless travelers who journeyed along these routes. Merchants seeking fortune, pilgrims in search of enlightenment, and adventurers driven by curiosity, all played a part in the grand tapestry of the Silk Road's history. Their stories, though largely lost to time, continue to inspire and captivate us. As you sink deeper into relaxation, picture the night sky above the Silk Road. The vast expanse of stars, unobscured by modern light pollution, would have guided travelers for centuries. The gentle twinkling of these celestial beacons and the soft glow of the moon create a peaceful, timeless scene, one that countless generations have gazed upon in wonder. The Silk Road's influence extended beyond trade and culture, shaping the very geography of the lands it traversed. Deserts were crossed, mountains were conquered, and rivers were bridged. The patient work of countless hands over centuries transformed inhospitable terrain into vital arteries of commerce and communication. Let the steady rhythm of this gradual change lull you further into tranquility. As our journey along the Silk Road comes to a close, reflect on the enduring impact of this remarkable network. Its legacy lives on in the diverse cultures of Central Asia, in the fusion cuisines that blend East and West, and in the shared stories and myths that have been passed down through generations. The Silk Road reminds us of our common humanity and the power of connection across vast distances. As you drift towards sleep, let the gentle ebb and flow of trade along the Silk Road mirror the rhythm of your own breath. Imagine the slow, steady pace of caravans crossing deserts and mountains, their journey a metaphor for life's own long and winding path. Allow the timeless nature of this ancient route to carry you towards peaceful slumber, where dreams of distant lands and age-old adventures await. As the echoes of the Silk Road's bustling trade routes fade into the mists of time, we turn our gaze eastward to the glittering jewel of the Mediterranean. In the year 330 CE, a new empire was born, one that would bridge the ancient world and the medieval era. Let us now explore the fascinating story of the Byzantine Empire, where classical learning and Christian faith intertwined to create a unique civilization that would endure for over 1,000 years. As the sun set on the Western Roman Empire, a new power was rising in the east. The Byzantine Empire, also known as the Eastern Roman Empire, would endure for over 1,000 years, preserving the legacy of Rome while forging its own unique identity. Let us journey back to the year 330 CE, when Emperor Constantine the Great dedicated a new capital on the site of the ancient Greek city of Byzantium. Imagine standing on the shores of the Bosphorus Strait, where Europe and Asia meet. The air is filled with the scent of the sea, carried by the breeze from the nearby Mediterranean coast. Before you rises the city of Constantinople, its walls gleaming white in the sunlight, a testament to Roman engineering and Greek aesthetics. As we walk through the streets of this new Rome, we hear the murmur of voices speaking Greek, Latin, and countless other languages from across the known world. The city is a melting pot of cultures, religions, and traditions, all coming together under the banner of the Roman Empire. In the heart of the city stands the magnificent Hagia Sophia, its massive dome seeming to float above the ground. Inside, the air is heavy with incense, and the walls shimmer with golden mosaics depicting scenes from Christian scripture. This architectural marvel would remain the world's largest cathedral for nearly 1,000 years, a symbol of Byzantine power and faith. As you breathe deeply, let the weight of history settle gently upon you. Feel the cool marble beneath your feet, hear the distant chanting of monks, and allow your mind to drift through the centuries of Byzantine rule. The early years of the Byzantine Empire were marked by both triumph and struggle. Under the reign of Justinian I, who came to power in 527 CE, the empire reached its greatest territorial extent since the fall of the Western Roman Empire. Justinian's legal reforms, culminating in the Corpus Juris Civilis, would form the basis of civil law in many modern countries. Close your eyes and picture the grand mosaics in the Basilica of San Vito in Ravenna, Italy. These intricate works of art depict Justinian and his wife Theodora, their faces serene and regal, surrounded by courtiers and clergy. The rich colors and fine details speak to the wealth and sophistication of Byzantine culture at its height. As you relax deeper, let your thoughts flow like the silk and spices that traveled along the trade routes connecting the empire to distant lands. The Byzantine Empire stood at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies between East and West. In the streets of Constantinople, one might hear the clinking of gold coins, the solidus, a currency so stable and valued that it was used in international trade for over 700 years. The Byzantine economy was one of the most advanced in the medieval world, with a complex system of guilds and regulations ensuring the quality of goods and the fairness of trade. As the centuries passed, the empire faced numerous challenges. Imagine the tension in the air as news spreads of the Arab conquests in the 7th century. The loss of Egypt and Syria dealt a severe blow to Byzantine power, yet the empire endured, adapting and evolving in the face of new threats. Picture the flickering light of oil lamps illuminating the faces of scholars in the imperial library, preserving and studying the works of ancient Greek and Roman authors. It was through the efforts of Byzantine scribes and intellectuals that much of classical learning was preserved and later transmitted to Western Europe during the Renaissance. The sound of church bells echoes through the city, a reminder of the central role of Orthodox Christianity in Byzantine life. The empire saw itself as the defender of the true faith, and religious controversies often had political implications. The relationship between church and state was complex and ever-changing, shaping the course of Byzantine history. As you drift deeper into relaxation, envision the glittering mosaics of the Chora Church, their gold tesserae catching the light. These masterpieces of Byzantine art tell stories from the life of Christ and the Virgin Mary, their beauty a testament to the enduring power of faith and artistic expression. In the year 1054, a significant event occurred that would have long-lasting consequences for the Christian world. The Great Schism between the Eastern Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches formalized the growing differences between the Byzantine East and the Latin West. As you ponder this moment, feel the weight of history and the complexity of human beliefs settling gently around you. The 11th century also saw the rise of a new threat to the empire, the Seljuk Turks. At the Battle of Manzikert in 1071, the Byzantine army suffered a devastating defeat, losing much of Anatolia, the heartland of the empire. This loss would set the stage for the Crusades, as the Byzantine Emperor Alexios I Komnenos appealed to the West for aid. Imagine the streets of Constantinople filled with crusaders from Western Europe, their armor clanking as they marched through the city. The cultural clash between the sophisticated Byzantines and the often rough crusaders was profound, leading to misunderstandings and tensions that would have far-reaching consequences. As the empire entered its final centuries, it faced increasing pressure from all sides. The Fourth Crusade in 1204 dealt a severe blow, with Western knights sacking Constantinople and establishing a short-lived Latin empire. Although the Byzantines would eventually reclaim their capital, the empire never fully recovered its former glory. Picture the last Byzantine emperor, Constantine Palaeologus, standing on the walls of Constantinople in May 1453. The city is under siege by the Ottoman Turks, their cannons pounding the ancient defenses. Despite the overwhelming odds, Constantine and his defenders fought bravely to the end, their resistance a final testament to the enduring spirit of Byzantium. As the last embers of the Byzantine Empire faded, its legacy lived on. The fall of Constantinople sent scholars fleeing to the west, bringing with them precious manuscripts and knowledge that would help fuel the Renaissance. The Orthodox Church continued to preserve Byzantine traditions, while the idea of imperial Rome found new expression in the Russian concept of the Third Rome. As you breathe deeply, let the story of the Byzantine Empire settle into your mind. Its thousand-year history is a reminder of the ebb and flow of civilizations, the enduring power of culture and faith, and the complex tapestry of human experience. Allow these thoughts to gently guide you towards peaceful sleep, where the echoes of Byzantine glory may mingle with your dreams. In the quiet of the night, imagine standing once more on the shores of the Bosphorus. The great dome of the Hagia Sophia rises before you, a silent sentinel to the passage of time. As your eyes grow heavy, let the whispers of history lull you into a deep and restful sleep, where the grandeur of Byzantium may live on in your imagination. As the echoes of the Byzantine Empire fade into the mists of time, we turn our gaze westward to a figure who would shape the future of Europe. In the year 742 CE, in a small village nestled in the Frankish heartlands, a child was born who would one day be known as Charlemagne, the father of Europe. In the year 742 CE, as the last echoes of the Roman Empire faded into memory, a child was born who would reshape the face of Europe. Charlemagne, also known as Charles the Great, entered the world in a time of great change and uncertainty. The exact location of his birth remains a subject of debate among historians, but it's believed to have been in the region of Aachen, in modern-day Germany. Charlemagne was born into a family of power and influence. His father, Pepin the Short, was the mayor of the palace and would later become king of the Franks. His mother, Bertrada of Leon, was known for her beauty and intelligence. The young Charles grew up in a world of politics and warfare, surrounded by the sights and sounds of a medieval court. Imagine the bustling halls of the Frankish palace, filled with the rustle of rich fabrics, the clinking of armor, and the low murmur of courtiers discussing matters of state. The air would have been heavy with the scent of burning torches, mingled with the aroma of roasting meats and freshly baked bread. It was in this environment that Charlemagne began to form his understanding of power and leadership. As a child, Charlemagne would have received an education befitting a future ruler. He learned to read and write in Latin, studied the classics, and was trained in the art of warfare. The young prince would have spent hours practicing swordsmanship in the palace courtyard, the sound of clashing blades echoing off the stone walls. In 768, at the age of 26, Charlemagne's life took a significant turn. His father, Pepin the Short, passed away, leaving the kingdom to be divided between Charlemagne and his younger brother Carloman. The two brothers were to rule jointly, but their relationship was strained from the start. The air was thick with tension as the young rulers attempted to navigate their shared power. Despite the challenges, Charlemagne began to show his prowess as a leader. He embarked on military campaigns to expand and secure his borders, demonstrating a keen strategic mind and a talent for inspiring loyalty in his troops. The sound of marching feet and the flutter of banners in the wind became familiar to the young king as he led his armies across Europe. In 771, fate intervened once again. Carloman died unexpectedly, leaving Charlemagne as the sole ruler of the Frankish kingdom. With this newfound power, Charlemagne's ambitions grew. He envisioned a united Europe, a revival of the glory of the Roman Empire under his rule. Over the next several decades, Charlemagne embarked on a series of military campaigns that would dramatically expand his territory. He conquered the Lombards in Italy, subdued the Saxons to the east, and pushed back the Muslim forces in Spain. With each victory, the Frankish kingdom grew, eventually encompassing much of Western and Central Europe. But Charlemagne was more than just a conqueror. He was a patron of learning and culture, earning him the nickname Father of Europe. In the quiet moments between battles, Charlemagne would retreat to his palace at Aachen, where he gathered scholars from across the known world. The soft scratching of quills on parchment and the rustle of ancient scrolls filled the palace as these learned men worked to preserve and advance knowledge. Charlemagne himself, despite his busy schedule, was known to be an eager student. He would often stay up late into the night, the flickering candlelight illuminating his face as he pored over texts on grammar, rhetoric, and theology. His thirst for knowledge was insatiable, and he sought to spread learning throughout his vast empire. One of Charlemagne's most significant contributions was the establishment of a standardized system of writing known as Carolingian minuscule. This clear, legible script made it easier to produce and read books, facilitating the spread of knowledge across Europe. The soft scratching of pen on parchment, creating these uniform letters, would become a common sound in monasteries and schools throughout the empire. Charlemagne also instituted a series of reforms that would have far-reaching effects. He standardized weights and measures, reformed the monetary system, and established a network of schools. The sound of children reciting their lessons in Latin began to be heard across the empire, a testament to Charlemagne's commitment to education. In matters of religion, Charlemagne was a staunch defender of Christianity. He saw himself as the protector of the church and worked closely with the Pope. The sonorous tones of Gregorian chants filled the air as Charlemagne promoted the standardization of religious practices across his empire. As Charlemagne's power and influence grew, so did his reputation. On Christmas Day in the year 800, a momentous event took place in Rome. As Charlemagne knelt in prayer at St. Peter's Basilica, Pope Leo III placed a crown upon his head, proclaiming him Emperor of the Romans. The cheers of the crowd and the ringing of church bells must have filled Charlemagne with a sense of destiny fulfilled. This coronation marked the birth of the Holy Roman Empire, a political entity that would shape European history for centuries to come. Charlemagne now saw himself as the successor to the Roman emperors of old, with a divine mandate to rule and protect Christendom. In his later years, Charlemagne focused on consolidating his vast empire and ensuring its survival after his death. He divided his territories among his sons, hoping to maintain the unity he had worked so hard to achieve. The scratching of quills on parchment as scribes recorded these decisions would have a profound impact on the future of Europe. Charlemagne's personal life was as complex as his political one. He had multiple wives and concubines and fathered numerous children. The laughter of children and the soft footsteps of courtiers would have echoed through the halls of his palace at Aachen, a reminder of the personal side of this larger-than-life figure. As you lie here feeling the weight of sleep gently pressing upon you, imagine the world of Charlemagne. Picture the vast expanse of his empire, stretching from the North Sea to the Mediterranean, from the Atlantic to the edges of Eastern Europe. Think of the diverse peoples and cultures brought together under his rule, the languages and customs mingling like streams flowing into a mighty river. Charlemagne's legacy lived on long after his death in 814. His empire may have fractured, but the ideas he championed of a united Europe, of the importance of learning and culture, of the relationship between secular and religious power, continued to shape European history for centuries to come. As you drift deeper into relaxation, let the story of Charlemagne remind you of the power of vision and determination. Like the slow, steady flow of a river carving its path through the landscape, Charlemagne's actions shape the course of history. His life teaches us that even in times of great change and uncertainty, it is possible to create something lasting and meaningful. Allow your thoughts to settle gently, like leaves falling on still water. Breathe deeply, feeling the rise and fall of your chest, just as the tides of history rise and fall. Let the echoes of Charlemagne's world, the clash of swords, the scratch of quills, the chanting of monks, fade into a soothing white noise, carrying you towards peaceful sleep. As your mind begins to quiet, consider the enduring nature of human ambition and creativity. Charlemagne's story, spanning decades and reshaping an entire continent, reminds us of the vast scope of human potential. Yet, like all things, even the mightiest empires eventually give way to the gentle, inexorable flow of time. In these quiet moments, as you hover on the edge of sleep, let Charlemagne's legacy be a comforting reminder of the continuity of human experience. Through the centuries, across the rise and fall of empires, the fundamental aspects of human nature remain constant, our desire to learn, to create, to connect, and to leave our mark on the world. As your breathing slows and your body relaxes, picture the soft glow of candlelight in Charlemagne's study, the hushed whispers of scholars sharing knowledge, the gentle rustle of pages turning. Let these peaceful images guide you towards restful sleep, carrying you on a journey through time, just as Charlemagne's actions carried Europe into a new era. As the echoes of Charlemagne's legacy fade into the mists of time, we turn our gaze northward, where the icy winds of Scandinavia carry whispers of a new era. The Viking Age dawns, bringing with it tales of exploration, conquest, and discovery that would reshape the map of Europe and beyond. In the cold, misty fjords of Scandinavia, a remarkable chapter of human history was about to unfold. The Viking Age, spanning from the late 8th to the late 11th centuries, would see the Norse people of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden embark on a series of daring voyages that would reshape the map of Europe and beyond. As we journey back in time, picture the rugged coastlines of Norway, where longships with dragon-headed prows rocked gently in the harbors. The air was filled with the scent of salt and pine, and the sound of hammers striking anvils echoed through the valleys as skilled craftsmen forged the tools and weapons that would carry their people across vast oceans. The Vikings were more than just warriors, they were farmers, traders, and explorers. Their society was complex, with a rich mythology and a system of laws and governance that would influence many of the lands they touched, but it was their shipbuilding prowess that truly set them apart. Imagine standing on the shore, watching as a longship is launched for the first time. The sleek vessel, crafted from oak planks and measuring up to 30 meters in length, slides into the water with grace. Its shallow draft allows it to navigate both the open seas and inland waterways, a versatility that would prove crucial in the Vikings' expansive explorations. As you drift deeper into relaxation, let's follow the path of these intrepid Norse explorers. Their first significant expansion began in the late 8th century, with raids on the British Isles. The monastery of Lindisfarne off the coast of Northumbria was one of the earliest targets. In 793 CE, Viking longships appeared on the horizon, their arrival marking the beginning of an era that would see Norse influence spread across England, Scotland, and Ireland. Envision the green hills of Ireland, where monasteries dotted the landscape. The arrival of the Vikings brought both conflict and, eventually, settlement. Dublin, originally a Norse settlement, grew into a thriving center of trade. The Vikings' impact on Irish culture can still be seen today in place names and in the genetic makeup of the population. As you breathe deeply, feeling the weight of sleep gently pressing upon you, let's sail further with these Norse adventurers. Their explorations took them not just west, but also east. Following the great rivers of Eastern Europe, Vikings known as the Rus traveled deep into the heart of what would become Russia. The very name Russia is thought to derive from these Norse explorers. Picture the vast steppes and dense forests of Eastern Europe, where Viking longships glided along the Dnieper and Volga rivers. These waterways became highways for trade, connecting the Baltic to the Black Sea and even to the distant markets of Constantinople and the Islamic world. In Constantinople, now modern-day Istanbul, Vikings served as the elite Varangian guard for the Byzantine emperors. Imagine the sight of these tall, fair-haired Norsemen standing guard in the glittering halls of the most sophisticated city in Christendom, a testament to how far their influence had spread. As your mind drifts on this historical journey, let's turn our attention to the North Atlantic. Here, Viking exploration reached its zenith. In the late 9th century, Norse settlers colonized Iceland, establishing a unique society that would preserve much of their culture and literature. Envision the rugged, volcanic landscape of Iceland, where hot springs steam in the cold air and the northern lights dance across the night sky. It was from this remote outpost that one of the most daring Viking voyages would begin. In 985 CE, Eric the Red, exiled from Iceland, led an expedition to a land he would name Greenland. Despite its icy coastline, parts of Greenland were indeed green during this period, and Norse settlements flourished there for several centuries. As you sink deeper into comfort, imagine standing on the deck of a Viking longship as it approaches the coast of Greenland. The air is crisp and cold, and icebergs float majestically in the distance. The settlers who followed Eric the Red were embarking on a journey into the unknown, facing harsh conditions with determination and resilience. But the story of Viking exploration doesn't end in Greenland. Around the year 1000 CE, Leif Erikson, son of Eric the Red, would sail even further west. Landing on the shores of what is now Newfoundland in Canada, Leif and his crew became the first Europeans to set foot in North America, nearly 500 years before Christopher Columbus. Picture the dense forests and rocky coastlines of Newfoundland, where Leif and his companions established a temporary settlement they called Vinland. The exact location of Vinland remained a mystery for centuries, until the discovery of a Norse settlement at Elance Ox Meadows in 1960 provided archaeological evidence of this remarkable voyage. As your thoughts become more tranquil, consider the legacy of these Viking explorations. Their voyages expanded the known world, established new trade routes, and left an indelible mark on the cultures they encountered. From the Irish Sea to the Russian steppes, from Iceland to North America, the Vikings demonstrated the human capacity for adventure and adaptation. The Viking Age began to wane in the 11th century, as Norse settlers increasingly integrated into the societies they had once raided. The adoption of Christianity throughout Scandinavia marked a significant shift in Viking culture, yet their spirit of exploration and their nautical innovations had forever changed the course of history. As you drift closer to sleep, let the echoes of Viking sagas and the gentle lapping of waves against a longship's hull fill your mind. The story of Viking exploration reminds us of the enduring human desire to push beyond known boundaries, to seek new horizons, and to adapt to new challenges. In the quiet of your room, as you prepare for rest, imagine once more those Norse voyagers setting sail into uncharted waters. Their courage in the face of the unknown, their skill in navigation, and their resilience in harsh conditions speak to the remarkable capabilities of the human spirit. Let the gentle rocking of an imaginary longship lull you towards sleep. As your breathing slows and deepens, picture the vast expanse of the North Atlantic, where Viking ships once sailed under starlit skies. The legacy of their journeys continues to inspire us, reminding us of the connections that bind us across oceans and centuries. As you sink deeper into relaxation, remember that like those ancient explorers, you too are on a journey. Your path may not lead across stormy seas or to distant lands, but it is no less significant. Each day brings new discoveries, new challenges to overcome, and new opportunities for growth. Allow the spirit of Viking exploration to inspire your dreams tonight. May your sleep be as deep as the oceans they crossed, and may you awaken refreshed, ready to face your own adventures with the courage and curiosity of those Norse voyagers of old. As we conclude this chapter of Viking explorations, let the rhythmic sound of oars dipping into water guide you towards peaceful slumber. The sagas of these Norse adventurers will continue to echo through time, a testament to human ingenuity and the unquenchable thirst for discovery that resides within us all. As the echoes of Viking exploration faded into the mists of time, a new era of religious fervor and military ambition was dawning in Europe. The call to arms would soon ring out across the continent, drawing knights and peasants alike to a holy cause that would shape the course of history for centuries to come. In the late 11th century, a series of religious wars known as the Crusades began, shaping the course of European and Middle Eastern history for centuries to come. The year was 1095, and Pope Urban II stood before a crowd in Clermont, France, his voice carrying across the assembled masses. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of autumn leaves and the murmur of anticipation. Pope Urban's words echoed through the square, calling for Christian warriors to embark on a holy mission to reclaim Jerusalem from Muslim rule. His impassioned speech ignited a fervor that would spread across Europe like wildfire. As you listen to this tale of faith, conflict, and cultural collision, allow the gentle rhythm of history to lull you into a state of calm. Imagine the rustling of banners in the wind, the distant clang of armor being forged, and the soft whispers of prayers carried on the breeze. The First Crusade began in 1096 with thousands of Europeans, from knights to peasants, answering the call. They set out on a perilous journey across unfamiliar lands, their path marked by the changing landscapes of Europe and the Middle East. Picture the long columns of travelers, their footsteps creating a steady, soothing rhythm as they marched towards the unknown. The journey was arduous, filled with challenges that tested the resolve of even the most dedicated crusaders. They faced scorching deserts, treacherous mountain passes, and the constant threat of ambush. Yet, driven by their faith and the promise of salvation, they pressed on. In 1099, after years of hardship and battle, the Crusaders finally reached Jerusalem. The holy city stood before them, its ancient walls glowing golden in the setting sun. The siege that followed was fierce and bloody, ending with the capture of Jerusalem and the establishment of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. As you drift deeper into relaxation, envision the complexity of this new Crusader state. Christian nobles from Europe now ruled over a predominantly Muslim and Jewish population. The air in Jerusalem was thick with the mingling scents of incense from churches, mosques, and synagogues, a testament to the diverse tapestry of cultures coexisting in this holy land. Over the next 2 centuries, several more crusades would be launched, each with its own unique character and challenges. The Second Crusade, called in 1145, was a response to the fall of the County of Edessa to Muslim forces. Despite the involvement of prominent European monarchs like Louis VII of France and Conrad III of Germany, this crusade ended in failure, unable to recapture Edessa or make significant gains in the Holy Land. Allow your thoughts to gently flow with the ebb and tide of these historical events. Like waves lapping at a distant shore, let the rhythms of the past wash over you, bringing a sense of peace and tranquility. The Third Crusade, perhaps the most famous, began in 1189. It was sparked by the capture of Jerusalem by Saladin, the Sultan of Egypt and Syria. This crusade saw the participation of some of the most renowned figures of medieval Europe: Richard the Lionheart of England, Philip II of France, and Frederick Barbarossa of the Holy Roman Empire. Imagine the glinting armor of these legendary kings as they led their armies across vast distances. The clash of cultures during this crusade produced not only conflict, but also moments of mutual respect and even admiration between the opposing forces. Richard and Saladin, though enemies, developed a grudging respect for each other's military prowess and chivalry. As your body relaxes further, picture the complex tapestry of alliances, betrayals, and negotiations that characterized the Crusades. Like intricate patterns in a medieval manuscript, these events weave together, creating a rich historical narrative that continues to fascinate us today. The Fourth Crusade, launched in 1202, took an unexpected turn. Originally intended to recapture Jerusalem by way of Egypt, it instead resulted in the sack of Constantinople, the capital of the Christian Byzantine Empire. This shocking turn of events highlighted the complex political motivations that often lay behind the religious veneer of the Crusades. Let the gentle flow of history carry you further into a state of peaceful contemplation. As we explore these events, remember that like the rise and fall of empires, our own thoughts and concerns can fade away, leaving us in a tranquil state of rest. The later Crusades, including the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, continued sporadically through the 13th century. Each had its own unique character and outcome, but none achieved the dramatic successes of the First Crusade. The Crusader states gradually lost territory, culminating in the fall of Acre, the last Crusader stronghold in the Holy Land in 1291. As you lie here feeling the weight of sleep gently pressing upon you, consider the lasting impact of the Crusades. They led to increased trade and cultural exchange between Europe and the Middle East, influencing art, architecture, science, and philosophy. The Crusades also played a role in the development of European feudal states and the growth of papal power. The legacy of the Crusades is complex and multifaceted. While they were marked by violence and religious conflict, they also led to cultural interactions that enriched both European and Middle Eastern societies. Arabic numerals, Greek and Roman texts preserved by Muslim scholars, and advancements in medicine all found their way to Europe partly as a result of these encounters. As your mind drifts with these historical currents, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Like a leaf carried gently downstream, let go of any remaining tension and float peacefully in the river of time. The Crusades also had profound effects on the Jewish communities of Europe and the Middle East. Tragically, the fervor of the Crusades sometimes turned against Jewish populations, leading to persecution and violence. Yet, Jewish scholars and traders also played important roles in the cultural and economic exchanges of this period. As we near the end of our exploration of the Crusades, let the complexities of history fade into the background. Allow your thoughts to become like distant echoes, growing fainter and less distinct as you approach the shores of sleep. The era of the Crusades, spanning roughly 2 centuries, left an indelible mark on the relations between Europe and the Middle East. Its effects rippled through time, influencing everything from the Renaissance to the Age of Exploration, and even shaping some aspects of our modern world. As you breathe deeply now, let the story of the Crusades settle gently into your mind. This complex tapestry of faith, ambition, conflict, and cultural exchange reminds us of the intricate nature of human history. Like the ebb and flow of tides, civilizations rise and fall, ideas spread and recede, leaving behind a rich legacy for future generations to ponder. Allow the weight of history to press softly upon you like a warm, comforting blanket. As you drift further into relaxation, know that the struggles and triumphs of the past have led us to where we are today. In this moment, you can let go of all concerns, floating peacefully in the vast ocean of time. May the gentle whispers of history guide you towards peaceful dreams, where the echoes of ancient battles fade into the soothing rhythms of your own breath. Rest now, secure in the knowledge that like the most turbulent periods of history, all things pass, leaving behind a calm and tranquil peace. As the echoes of the Crusades fade into history, we turn our gaze eastward, where a young Mongol prince is about to reshape the world. In the vast steppes of Central Asia, where the wind whispers tales of conquest, Genghis Khan's story begins to unfold. His journey, like the endless horizon, stretches before us, ready to captivate our minds and gently guide us towards peaceful slumber. In the vast steppes of Central Asia, where the wind whispers through endless grasslands and the sky stretches infinitely above, a child was born who would grow to become one of history's most formidable conquerors. Temujin, later known as Genghis Khan, entered the world around 1162 in the harsh, unforgiving landscape of Mongolia. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of wild herbs and the distant calls of horses. Temujin's early life was marked by hardship and struggle. His father, Yesuje, was a minor tribal chief who was poisoned by rival Tatars when Temujin was just 9 years old. In the aftermath, Temujin's family was abandoned by their clan, left to fend for themselves in the unforgiving Mongolian wilderness. Picture a young boy, his eyes sharp and determined, learning to survive in a world where every day was a battle against nature and rival clans. The sound of hoofbeats and the creaking of leather saddles would have been constant companions in Temujin's youth. He learned to ride almost before he could walk, becoming one with his horse as they galloped across the endless steppes. The taste of fermented mare's milk, arag, would have been familiar on his tongue, a staple of the nomadic diet that sustained him through long days of hunting and herding. As Temujin grew into a young man, his natural charisma and leadership abilities began to shine. He formed alliances with other clans, slowly building a coalition of followers drawn to his vision of a unified Mongolia. The air would have been filled with the sounds of clan meetings, the low murmur of voices discussing strategy, punctuated by the occasional neighing of horses and the distant howl of wolves. By 1206, Temujin had achieved what many thought impossible. He united the warring Mongol tribes under his leadership and was proclaimed Genghis Khan, meaning universal ruler. Imagine the scene as thousands of Mongol warriors gathered on the windswept plains, their colorful deal robes fluttering in the breeze as they raised their voices in a thunderous cheer for their new leader. With his unified Mongol nation behind him, Genghis Khan embarked on a series of military campaigns that would reshape the known world. His army swept across Asia like a relentless tide, conquering vast territories with a combination of brilliant strategy, adaptable tactics, and sheer force of will. The sound of galloping hooves and the whistle of arrows would have heralded the approach of the Mongol hordes, striking fear into the hearts of their enemies. Under Genghis Khan's leadership, the Mongol Empire expanded at an unprecedented rate. They conquered the Western Xia dynasty, the Jin dynasty in northern China, and pushed westward into Central Asia. The Silk Road, once a network of trade routes connecting east and west, fell under Mongol control. Imagine caravans of merchants, their camels laden with silks, spices, and precious goods, now traveling under the watchful eyes of Mongol guards. As you relax deeper, picture the vast expanse of the Mongol Empire at its height. From Korea in the east to Persia in the west, from Siberia in the north to Tibet in the south, Genghis Khan's influence stretched across an area larger than any empire before it. The diversity of landscapes under Mongol rule was staggering, from the frozen tundra to scorching deserts, from lush forests to towering mountains. Despite his reputation as a brutal conqueror, Genghis Khan was also a visionary ruler who brought significant changes to the lands he conquered. He established a sophisticated postal system, the yam, which allowed for rapid communication across the vast empire. The sound of galloping horses day and night, carrying messages and news across thousands of miles, became a symbol of the empire's efficiency and reach. Genghis Khan also promoted religious tolerance throughout his empire, allowing people of different faiths to practice freely. The air in the great cities of the empire would have been filled with the sounds of many languages, the calls to prayer from various religions, and the bustling activity of diverse cultures living side by side. The Mongol Empire under Genghis Khan saw advancements in trade, technology, and cultural exchange. The mixing of ideas and innovations from different parts of the world led to a period of great intellectual and artistic growth. Imagine scholars from China, Persia, and Europe gathering in the great libraries of Samarkand or Karakorum, sharing knowledge and pushing the boundaries of science and philosophy. As you drift deeper into relaxation, consider the lasting impact of Genghis Khan's conquests. His empire connected east and west in ways never before seen, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultures across vast distances. The Silk Road, now under Mongol protection, became a superhighway of medieval globalization, allowing for unprecedented levels of trade and cultural exchange. Genghis Khan's legacy extended far beyond his lifetime. His descendants continued to rule over various parts of the empire for generations. The Mongol invasion and rule had profound effects on the demographics and cultures of many regions, reshaping the ethnic and linguistic landscape of much of Eurasia. As your mind gently explores these historical landscapes, let the vastness of the Mongol Empire remind you of the boundless potential within yourself. Just as Genghis Khan united disparate tribes into a powerful force, you too have the ability to bring together the various aspects of your life into a harmonious whole. The life of Genghis Khan teaches us about the power of vision and determination. From humble beginnings on the Mongolian steppes, he rose to become the ruler of the largest contiguous land empire in history. As you relax further, let this story inspire you to dream big and persevere through challenges. Imagine now the peace that settled over the empire in times of stability. The vast grasslands stretching to the horizon, the gentle rustle of wind through the grass, the soft nickering of horses. Let this sense of expansiveness and calm wash over you, allowing your mind to gradually quiet and your body to sink deeper into restfulness. As we conclude our exploration of Genghis Khan's life and legacy, let the rhythmic sound of hoofbeats on the steppes lull you towards sleep. Picture the endless sky above the Mongolian plains, scattered with stars like diamonds on velvet. Allow your thoughts to drift like clouds across this vast expanse, becoming lighter and more diffuse with each passing moment. Remember that like the diverse peoples united under the Mongol Empire, all the different parts of your day, your thoughts, experiences, and emotions can now come together in peaceful coexistence as you prepare for sleep. Let go of any tension or worries, allowing them to dissolve like morning mist under the warm sun of the steppes. As you breathe deeply and slowly, imagine the clean, crisp air of the Mongolian highlands filling your lungs. With each exhale, feel yourself sinking deeper into relaxation, your body becoming as still and peaceful as a tranquil desert oasis. The legacy of Genghis Khan, a testament to human ambition and the transformative power of unity, now gently fades into the background of your mind, leaving behind a sense of calm and infinite possibility. Allow the vast sweep of history to remind you of the transient nature of all things, including any concerns or anxieties you may have. Like empires rising and falling, your thoughts and worries are temporary, flowing through you without defining you. As you drift closer to sleep, embrace the peace that comes with this understanding. As the echoes of Genghis Khan's empire faded into history, our journey through time takes us to a different kind of explorer. Far to the west, in the bustling city of Venice, a young man was about to embark on an adventure that would captivate the world for centuries to come. Let us now turn our attention to the remarkable travels of Marco Polo, whose journey along the Silk Road would open European eyes to the wonders of the East. In the year 1254, in the bustling city of Venice, a child was born who would grow up to become one of history's most famous explorers. Marco Polo entered a world of merchants, seafarers, and adventurers. The salty air of the Adriatic Sea and the exotic scents of spices from distant lands filled the streets of his hometown. Marco's father, Niccolo, and uncle, Maffei, were successful jewel merchants who traveled extensively throughout Asia. As a young boy, Marco would listen intently to their tales of far-off lands, his imagination sparked by stories of vast deserts, towering mountains, and strange customs. The gentle lapping of water against the gondolas in Venice's canals provided a soothing backdrop to these exciting narratives. In 1271, at the age of 17, Marco embarked on an epic journey with his father and uncle. Their destination was the court of Kublai Khan, the powerful Mongol ruler of China. As they set out from Venice, the sound of seagulls and the creaking of ship timbers filled the air. The Mediterranean Sea stretched before them, a vast expanse of blue that would be just the beginning of their long voyage. Their journey took them across treacherous deserts, through lush valleys, and over snow-capped mountain ranges. They traversed the legendary Silk Road, a network of trade routes connecting east and west. Imagine the soft crunch of sand beneath their feet as they crossed the Gobi Desert, the whisper of wind through the grass of the Mongolian steppes, and the echoing calls of unfamiliar birds in dense forests. After 3.5 years of arduous travel, the Polo party finally reached the summer palace of Kublai Khan in Shangdu, also known as Xanadu. The opulence of the Khan's court must have been overwhelming to the young Marco. Picture the gleaming marble floors, the intricate tapestries adorning the walls, and the air heavy with the scent of incense and exotic perfumes. Kublai Khan was impressed by Marco's intelligence and curiosity. He took the young Venetian into his service, sending him on diplomatic missions throughout his vast empire. For the next 17 years, Marco Polo would explore the far reaches of China and beyond, witnessing sights that few Europeans had ever seen. As you breathe deeply and relax, imagine yourself accompanying Marco on his travels. Feel the gentle sway of a horse beneath you as you ride across vast grasslands. Listen to the soft tinkling of camel bells as a caravan makes its way through a narrow mountain pass. Smell the fragrant aroma of green tea being poured in a remote village. Marco's journeys took him to the lush, humid lands of Southeast Asia, where he marveled at the dense jungles and exotic wildlife. He ventured to the sun-baked deserts of Persia, where ancient cities rose from the sands like mirages. In the high mountains of Tibet, he encountered Buddhist monks whose chants echoed off snow-covered peaks. Throughout his travels, Marco carefully observed and recorded the customs, technologies, and natural wonders he encountered. He noted the use of paper money in China, a concept unknown in Europe at the time. He described the burning of black stones for heat, an early reference to coal. The spices, silks, and porcelains he saw would later fuel European desires for trade with the East. In 1295, after 24 years away from home, Marco Polo finally returned to Venice. The city had changed little, but Marco was a different man. His tales of his adventures seemed so fantastic that many of his fellow Venetians refused to believe them, nicknaming him Marco Maliani for the millions of stories he told. As you continue to relax, let your mind drift with the gentle flow of Marco's stories. Imagine the warm glow of candlelight as he recounts his tales to skeptical listeners in a Venetian tavern. The aroma of spiced wine fills the air, and the soft murmur of conversation provides a soothing backdrop. It wasn't until Marco was imprisoned during a war between Venice and Genoa that his stories were recorded for posterity. His cellmate was a writer named Rustichello de Pisa, who listened to Marco's tales and wrote them down in a book that would become known as The Travels of Marco Polo. This book would go on to inspire generations of explorers and adventurers. It provided Europeans with some of their first detailed descriptions of the Far East, sparking a curiosity about distant lands that would eventually lead to the Age of Exploration. Christopher Columbus himself owned a copy of Marco's book and was inspired by its descriptions of the wealth of Asia. As you sink deeper into relaxation, consider the lasting impact of Marco Polo's journey. His stories opened up a world of possibility, encouraging people to look beyond their own borders and imagine the wonders that might lie over the horizon. The soft whisper of turning pages becomes the rustle of ships' sails in your mind, carrying you to distant shores. Marco Polo's legacy is not just one of exploration, but of cultural exchange and understanding. He approached the unfamiliar with curiosity rather than fear, seeking to learn from those he encountered rather than to conquer or convert. In doing so, he became a bridge between East and West, helping to broaden the worldview of his fellow Europeans. As the years passed, Marco settled into a quieter life in Venice. He married and had 3 daughters, becoming a wealthy merchant in his own right, yet the memories of his travels never left him. Imagine him in his later years, sitting by a window overlooking a Venetian canal, his mind drifting back to the vast expanses of the Mongolian steppes or the bustling markets of Hangzhou. Marco Polo passed away in 1324 at the age of 69. On his deathbed, he is said to have declared, "I have not told half of what I saw." These words invite us to ponder the untold wonders he might have witnessed, the secrets of distant lands that remained locked in his memory. As you breathe deeply and allow yourself to drift towards sleep, let Marco Polo's spirit of adventure and curiosity gently fill your thoughts. His journey reminds us that the world is vast and full of wonders, waiting to be discovered. It teaches us that even the most incredible dreams can become reality with courage, perseverance, and an open mind. Let the rhythm of Marco's travels, the steady pace of a camel's footsteps, the gentle rocking of a ship at sea, the soft flutter of prayer flags in a Tibetan breeze, lull you into a peaceful state. As your body relaxes and your mind quiets, imagine yourself as a fellow traveler on this grand adventure, seeing the world through Marco's eyes. In the quiet of the night, as you prepare for sleep, remember that every journey, whether across continents or simply through the landscape of our own minds, has the potential to change us. Marco Polo's travels transformed not only his own life, but the way an entire continent viewed the world. As you drift off, let his story inspire you to approach your own life with the same sense of wonder and openness to new experiences. And so, as we conclude our exploration of Marco Polo's extraordinary life, allow the gentle waves of sleep to wash over you. May your dreams be filled with the exotic sights, sounds, and sense of far-off lands, and may you awaken refreshed, carrying with you a spark of the curiosity and courage that drove Marco Polo to explore the unknown. Sleep well, and may your own journeys, both waking and dreaming, be filled with discovery and wonder. As the echoes of Marco Polo's adventures fade into history, we turn our attention to a darker chapter that would reshape medieval Europe. In the mid-14th century, a silent and deadly force began to creep across the continent, forever changing the course of human history. In the mid-14th century, Europe was about to face one of the deadliest pandemics in human history. The Black Death, also known as the bubonic plague, would sweep across the continent, leaving devastation in its wake. Our story begins in 1347, as ships from the Black Sea docked at the Sicilian port of Messina. The air was thick with the scent of sea salt and spices from distant lands. Sailors, weary from their long journey, disembarked onto the bustling docks. Little did they know, they carried with them an invisible passenger that would change the course of history. As the ships were unloaded, people noticed something unusual. Many of the sailors were gravely ill, their bodies covered in mysterious black boils that oozed blood and pus. The Sicilian authorities quickly ordered the ships to leave the port, but it was already too late. The disease had found its way onto European soil. Within days, the plague began to spread through the city of Messina. The streets, once filled with the sounds of merchants and children playing, grew quiet. The air became heavy with the acrid smell of burning herbs as people desperately tried to ward off the illness. As you lie there, letting the weight of sleep gently press upon you, imagine the fear and confusion that must have gripped those medieval towns. The plague moved swiftly, carried by fleas that lived on rats. These rats, stowaways on merchant ships and constant companions in medieval cities, unknowingly spread death from house to house, village to village. By 1348, the Black Death had reached the shores of Italy and began its relentless march across Europe. In Florence, the Italian writer Giovanni Boccaccio witnessed the early stages of the plague. He later wrote, in men and women alike, at the beginning of the malady, certain swellings, either on the groin or under the armpits, waxed to the bigness of a common apple, others to the size of an egg, some more and some less, and these the vulgar named plague boils. The symptoms were as terrifying as they were swift. Within days of infection, victims would develop fever, chills, and muscle aches. Then came the characteristic swellings or buboes, which gave the disease its name. These painful blackened lumps appeared most commonly in the neck, armpit, or groin, the lymph nodes closest to where the flea had bitten. Many victims also experienced pneumonia, causing them to cough up blood. As you breathe deeply now, let the story of the Black Death remind you of the resilience of humanity in the face of overwhelming adversity. Even in our darkest hours, just sleep. The plague spread rapidly through Europe's densely populated cities. In Paris, with a population of around 200,000, it's estimated that 800 people died each day at the height of the outbreak. The city's graveyards were soon overwhelmed, forcing authorities to open mass graves outside the city walls. As the death toll mounted, the very fabric of medieval society began to unravel. In many places, civil authorities fled, leaving their citizens to fend for themselves. Churches, often the center of community life, were abandoned as priests succumbed to the disease or fled in fear. The air was filled with the tolling of church bells, ringing out almost constantly to mark the passing of yet another soul. As the plague raged on, people sought explanations for this seemingly unstoppable calamity. Some turned to religion, believing the plague to be divine punishment for their sins. Others looked for scapegoats, leading to persecution of minority groups, particularly Jewish communities. In many towns, Jews were accused of poisoning wells and spreading the disease, resulting in violent pogroms. Yet even in these dark times, there were moments of profound humanity. In many places, neighbors came together to care for the sick, risking their own lives in the process. Doctors and healers, though limited in their understanding of the disease, worked tirelessly to comfort the afflicted. Their efforts, while often futile against the plague itself, provided solace to those in their final hours. As you drift deeper into relaxation, consider how the Black Death reshaped medieval society. The massive loss of life led to significant social and economic changes. With so many laborers dead, the surviving workers found themselves in a position to demand better wages and conditions. The rigid feudal system that had dominated Europe for centuries began to crumble. The plague also had a profound impact on the arts and culture of the time. The constant presence of death led to a fascination with mortality in literature and art. The concept of the dance of death, depicting death as the great equalizer that comes for all regardless of social status, became a common motif in European art. By 1350, the worst of the Black Death had passed through much of Europe, though outbreaks would continue to occur sporadically for centuries. The final death toll was staggering. It's estimated that 30–50% of Europe's population perished, with some areas losing up to 80% of their inhabitants. In total, the plague may have killed 75 to 100 million people across Eurasia and North Africa. As the plague receded, those who survived were left to rebuild their shattered world. Fields lay fallow, entire villages stood empty, and the social order that had defined medieval life for generations was forever altered. Yet from this devastation, new opportunities arose. The scarcity of labor led to technological innovations in agriculture and industry. The weakening of the feudal system opened paths for social mobility that had previously been unthinkable. In the realm of medicine, the Black Death spurred advancements as well. While the true cause of the plague wouldn't be discovered until centuries later, the pandemic led to improved sanitation practices and the establishment of quarantine procedures that would save countless lives in future outbreaks. As you feel the gentle weight of sleep upon you, reflect on how the story of the Black Death echoes through time. It reminds us of the fragility of human life, but also of our remarkable resilience. In the face of unimaginable loss and suffering, people found the strength to persevere, to rebuild, and to create a new world from the ashes of the old. The Black Death marked the end of one era and the beginning of another. It was a catalyst for change, accelerating social, economic, and cultural shifts that would ultimately pave the way for the Renaissance and the early modern period. From the depths of this tragedy emerged new ways of thinking about the world, about society, and about our place in the universe. As you drift closer to sleep, let the story of the Black Death serve not as a source of fear, but as a reminder of the enduring strength of the human spirit. Throughout history, we have faced seemingly insurmountable challenges, yet we have always found a way to survive, to adapt, and to thrive. Allow your thoughts to become as calm and still as a medieval monastery garden, where herbs once grown to combat the plague now sway gently in a peaceful breeze. Let the weight of history settle around you like a warm, comforting blanket, guiding you towards restful sleep and dreams of resilience and renewal. As the echoes of the Black Death faded into history, a new chapter was about to unfold. Across the Channel in France, a young girl was born whose unwavering faith and courage would change the course of the Hundred Years' War. In the quiet village of Domremy, nestled among the rolling hills of northeastern France, Joan of Arc's story began. In the early 15th century, as the Hundred Years' War between England and France raged on, a young peasant girl named Joan of Arc emerged from the small village of Domremy in northeastern France. Born around 1412, Joan grew up in a time of great turmoil and uncertainty. The gentle countryside of her childhood was a stark contrast to the violence that plagued much of France. Picture the rolling hills of Lorraine, where Joan spent her early years. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and freshly cut hay. The sound of church bells echoed across the valleys, calling the faithful to prayer. It was in this peaceful setting that Joan's extraordinary journey began. As a child, Joan was known for her piety and devotion. She would often spend hours in quiet contemplation, tending to her father's sheep in the meadows near her home. The rustling of leaves in the breeze and the soft bleating of the flock were the soundtrack to her young life. Little did anyone know that this simple farm girl would soon become a central figure in French history. At the age of 13, Joan began to hear voices and see visions. She believed these were divine messages from God, instructing her to support Charles VII and liberate France from English domination. Imagine the confusion and wonder she must have felt as these celestial voices spoke to her, their words clear and compelling amidst the ordinary sounds of village life. In 1428, at the age of 16, Joan made the bold decision to act on these visions. She traveled to Vaucouleurs, seeking an audience with the local garrison commander, Robert de Baudricourt. The journey was perilous, with roads often patrolled by enemy soldiers. The clip-clop of horse hooves on dirt paths and the whispered conversations of her small group of companions were constant reminders of the danger they faced. Initially dismissed and ridiculed, Joan's unwavering conviction eventually won over de Baudricourt. He provided her with an escort to the French court at Chinon. Picture the young Joan, dressed in male attire for protection, riding across the French countryside. The weight of her mission and the scrutiny of her companions must have been palpable as they made their way through forests and fields. Upon reaching Chinon, Joan faced her greatest test yet. She had to convince the uncrowned King Charles VII of her divine mission. The court was a world away from her humble origins. The opulent halls echoed with whispers and skepticism as the young peasant girl claimed to be sent by God. Yet against all odds, Joan's sincerity and conviction won over the Dauphin. Charles, impressed by Joan's ability to recognize him despite his attempts to hide among his courtiers, agreed to allow her to lead an army to the besieged city of Orleans. This moment marked the beginning of Joan's military career, a remarkable turn of events for a teenage girl with no formal education or combat training. In April 1429, Joan set out for Orleans with a force of 4,000 men. The sound of armor clanking and the rhythmic march of soldiers' feet filled the air as they approached the city. Joan's presence boosted the morale of the French troops, who had been demoralized by years of defeats. Over the next 9 days, Joan led a series of bold assaults against the English. Her courage under fire and her strategic insight defied her young age and lack of experience. The air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke and the deafening clash of steel on steel. Yet amidst the chaos of battle, Joan's voice could be heard, rallying her troops and inspiring them to push forward. On May 8, 1429, the siege of Orleans was lifted. This victory was a turning point in the war, revitalizing French hopes and marking the beginning of a series of successes that would eventually lead to Charles VII's coronation. Joan's reputation as the Maid of Orleans spread rapidly, her name whispered with awe and reverence in taverns and noble houses alike. Following the triumph at Orleans, Joan continued to lead French forces to victory. She was present at Charles VII's coronation in Reims on July 17, 1429, fulfilling a key part of her divine mission. The cathedral was filled with the solemn chants of priests and the rustling of fine garments as the crown was placed upon Charles's head. Joan stood nearby, her simple white banner a stark contrast to the ornate surroundings. However, Joan's meteoric rise was matched by an equally swift fall. In May 1430, during a skirmish outside Compiègne, she was captured by Burgundian troops. The sound of her armor hitting the ground as she was pulled from her horse must have echoed the shock felt by her supporters. Joan was then handed over to the English, who were eager to put her on trial. The trial of Joan of Arc began on January 9, 1431, in Rouen. The cold stone walls of the castle where she was held seemed to amplify the gravity of her situation. For months, Joan faced relentless questioning from hostile clergy members. Her responses, recorded by court scribes, revealed a quick wit and unwavering faith that often frustrated her interrogators. Despite her youth and lack of formal education, Joan held her ground against the learned theologians. She refused to deny her visions or her divine mission, even when threatened with torture and execution. The scratching of quills on parchment as scribes recorded her words was a constant reminder of the weight each answer carried. On May 30, 1431, Joan of Arc was found guilty of heresy. The sentence was death by burning at the stake. As she was led to the marketplace in Rouen where the execution would take place, the murmurs of the gathered crowd grew to a dull roar. Some wept, others jeered, but all eyes were fixed on the young woman who had so briefly changed the course of the war. As the flames began to rise around her, Joan asked for a cross to be held before her. Her final word, according to witnesses, was Jesus. The crackling of the fire and the somber tolling of church bells marked the end of her extraordinary life. Joan of Arc was just 19 years old. In the years that followed, Joan's reputation only grew. Charles VII, the king she had helped to crown, ordered an investigation that culminated in a posthumous retrial. In 1456, Joan was declared innocent of all charges and recognized as a martyr. The rhythmic chanting of Te Deum in cathedrals across France celebrated her vindication. As you lie here, allowing sleep to gently embrace you, consider the legacy of Joan of Arc. Her unwavering faith, her courage in the face of overwhelming odds, and her impact on history continue to inspire people centuries after her death. She has been canonized as a saint, immortalized in countless works of art and literature, and remains a symbol of French unity and resolve. Let the story of this remarkable young woman remind you of the power of conviction and the ability of a single individual to change the course of history. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the rolling hills of Domremy where Joan's journey began, the gentle breeze carrying the scent of wildflowers, the soft bleating of sheep in the distance. Allow the peace of that scene to wash over you, carrying you into restful slumber. Joan of Arc's life, though brief, left an indelible mark on the world. As you close your eyes, let her courage and determination inspire your dreams. May your sleep be as tranquil as the fields of Lorraine, and may you wake refreshed, ready to face your own challenges with the same spirit that drove the Maid of Orleans. Good night and sweet dreams. As the echoes of Joan of Arc's remarkable journey fade into history, we turn our gaze to another figure who illuminated the world with his brilliance. In the rolling hills of Tuscany, as the 15th century drew to a close, a child was born who would come to embody the Renaissance spirit of curiosity and innovation. In the rolling hills of Tuscany on April 15, 1452, a child was born who would come to embody the spirit of the Renaissance. Leonardo da Vinci entered the world in the small town of Vinci, nestled among olive groves and vineyards. The air was filled with the scent of cypress trees and wild herbs, a fitting backdrop for the birth of a man whose curiosity would know no bounds. Leonardo was born out of wedlock to Sir Piero da Vinci, a notary, and a peasant woman named Caterina. His early years were spent in the rustic beauty of the Tuscan countryside, where the play of light and shadow across the landscape would later influence his artistic vision. The young Leonardo spent countless hours exploring the woods and streams near his home, his keen eyes observing the intricate patterns of leaves, the flow of water, and the flight of birds. As a child, Leonardo's insatiable curiosity was evident. He would ask endless questions about the world around him, from the mechanics of a water mill to the anatomy of a grasshopper. His grandfather Antonio encouraged this inquisitiveness, allowing the boy to roam freely and explore to his heart's content. The sound of Leonardo's footsteps on the worn cobblestone streets of Vinci, his excited voice echoing with yet another question, became a familiar sound to the townspeople. At the age of 14, Leonardo began his apprenticeship in the workshop of Andrea del Verrocchio in Florence. The bustling city was a far cry from the quiet countryside of his youth. The air was filled with the sounds of craftsmen at work, the calls of merchants, and the distant tolling of church bells. In Verrocchio's workshop, the young Leonardo was surrounded by the tools of various trades, paintbrushes, chisels, and the first glimpses of the scientific instruments that would later captivate his imagination. Under Verrocchio's tutelage, Leonardo learned not only painting and sculpture, but also the technical skills of metalworking, leather arts, carpentry, drawing, and modeling. The workshop was a cacophony of activity, the air thick with the scent of paint and varnish, the sound of hammers on metal, and the scratch of charcoal on paper. It was here that Leonardo's diverse talents began to flourish, his mind absorbing every detail, every technique with remarkable speed. As Leonardo's skills grew, so did his reputation. By his early 20s, he had already surpassed his master in painting. There's a famous story that when Verrocchio saw Leonardo's contribution to the painting, the baptism of Christ, an angel of such beauty and skill, he vowed never to paint again. Whether true or not, this tale speaks to the extraordinary talent that was already evident in the young artist. Leonardo's early works, such as the Annunciation and the unfinished Adoration of the Magi, showcased not only his technical skill, but also his innovative approach to composition and light. His paintings seemed to breathe with life, the figures imbued with a sense of movement and emotion that was revolutionary for the time. The soft sfumato technique he developed gave his paintings an almost ethereal quality, as if the subjects might step out of the canvas at any moment. But Leonardo was far more than just a painter. His notebooks, filled with sketches and ideas, reveal the true breadth of his genius. Page after page is covered with designs for flying machines, hydraulic pumps, and military weapons. His anatomical studies were centuries ahead of their time, combining scientific accuracy with artistic beauty. The sound of Leonardo's quill scratching across paper late into the night became a familiar one, as he worked tirelessly to capture the ideas that flowed from his ever-active mind. In 1482, Leonardo moved to Milan, entering the service of Duke Ludovico Sforza. Here his talents found even greater expression. He designed elaborate court festivals, proposed grandiose architectural projects, and continued his scientific studies. It was during this time that he painted The Last Supper, a masterpiece that would secure his place in the pantheon of great artists. Imagine the refectory of Santa Maria del Grazie, the smell of fresh plaster in the air as Leonardo worked on the wall. His brush moved with precision, bringing to life a scene of profound human drama. The play of light across the faces of Jesus and his disciples, the subtle gestures and expressions, all combined to create a work of art that still captivates viewers to this day. Leonardo's time in Milan was also marked by his technological innovations. He designed war machines, proposed a system to divert the Arno River, and even created a mechanical lion for the French king. His workshop buzzed with activity, filled with assistants and apprentices all working to bring Leonardo's visions to life. The air was filled with the sound of gears turning, the hiss of molten metal being poured, and the constant exchange of ideas. Yet for all his productivity, Leonardo was also known for leaving projects unfinished. His restless mind would often move on to new ideas before completing the old. This tendency frustrated his patrons but speaks to the ceaseless activity of his intellect. Leonardo was always seeking, always questioning, always pushing the boundaries of what was possible. After the fall of his patron Ludovico Sforza, Leonardo spent years wandering between Florence, Milan, and Rome, always seeking new challenges and opportunities. His reputation as a universal genius grew, and he was sought after by powerful patrons across Italy. Yet he remained, in many ways, a solitary figure, his mind often occupied with ideas and concepts far beyond the understanding of his contemporaries. In his later years, Leonardo accepted an invitation from the French king, Francis I, to serve as premier painter and engineer and architect to the king. He spent his final years in France at the manor house of Clou near Ambient. Here, surrounded by the gentle beauty of the Loire Valley, Leonardo continued his studies and experiments. The sound of the river flowing past, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, provided a peaceful backdrop to the final chapter of his extraordinary life. Leonardo da Vinci passed away on May 2, 1519, leaving behind a legacy that would inspire generations to come. His life was a testament to the power of curiosity, to the beauty that can be found in both art and science. His works continue to captivate us, his ideas continue to inspire us, and his spirit of inquiry continues to drive human progress. As you reflect on the life of Leonardo da Vinci, let your mind wander through the workshops of Florence, the courts of Milan, the quiet countryside of France. Imagine the play of light and shadow that so fascinated him, the gentle sfumato of his paintings, the intricate details of his mechanical designs. Let the ceaseless curiosity that drove him lull you into a state of peaceful contemplation. Allow your breathing to slow, matching the steady rhythm of Leonardo's brush as he worked on his masterpieces. Feel the weight of history, the passage of time, as you consider the enduring impact of this Renaissance man. Let the mysteries he pondered, the flight of birds, the flow of water, the workings of the human body guide your thoughts into ever more peaceful realms. As you drift closer to sleep, picture Leonardo in his final days, seated by a window in the manor of Clou. The warm light of a setting sun illuminates his weathered face, his eyes still bright with the spark of curiosity that defined his life. In his hands he holds his notebooks, filled with a lifetime of observations and ideas. The pages rustle softly as he turns them, each sketch and notation a testament to a life lived in pursuit of knowledge and beauty. Let this image of Leonardo, surrounded by the fruits of his lifelong quest for understanding, be the last thing in your mind as you slip into peaceful slumber. May your dreams be filled with the same sense of wonder and possibility that drove this extraordinary man throughout his life. And as you rest, know that the spirit of curiosity and creativity that Leonardo embodied lives on, inspiring us to look at the world with fresh eyes and open minds. As the Renaissance faded into history, a new era of exploration and discovery dawned. Brave souls ventured forth into uncharted waters, seeking new lands and expanding the known world. Their journeys would reshape our understanding of geography, culture, and commerce, forever altering the course of human history. Let us now set sail on the winds of change. As we sail into the age of exploration, let us embark on a journey through time, across vast oceans and uncharted lands. This era, spanning roughly from the early 15th to the late 17th century, was a period of European global exploration that shaped the modern world as we know it. Our story begins in Portugal, where Prince Henry the Navigator established a school for navigation in the early 1400s. Picture the salty sea air, the creaking of wooden ships, and the rustling of maps as eager explorers poured over them. Henry's vision would set the stage for Portugal's maritime dominance and the dawn of a new age. In 1488, Bartolomeu Dias rounded the southern tip of Africa, becoming the first European to sail into the Indian Ocean. Imagine the mix of fear and excitement as his crew ventured into unknown waters, the waves lapping against their ship, the unfamiliar stars guiding their way. But it was Christopher Columbus who would change the course of history in 1492. As you drift deeper into relaxation, envision his small fleet, the Niña, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria setting sail from Spain, their sails billowing in the Atlantic wind. Columbus, seeking a western route to Asia, instead stumbled upon the Americas, opening up a new world to European exploration. The impact of Columbus's voyages was profound. In 1494, the Treaty of Tordesillas was signed, dividing the non-European world between Spain and Portugal. This agreement would shape colonial empires for centuries to come. As you breathe deeply, let your mind wander to the shores of the newly discovered lands. Picture the dense, lush forests of the Caribbean islands, the sound of exotic birds calling in the distance, and the gentle lapping of waves on unfamiliar beaches. In 1497, Vasco da Gama set sail from Portugal, following Dias's route around Africa. He reached India in 1498, establishing the first European sea route to Asia. Imagine the scent of spices wafting through the air as da Gama's ships docked in Calicut, marking the beginning of a new era of trade and cultural exchange. The early 16th century saw the first circumnavigation of the globe. Ferdinand Magellan set out in 1519 with a fleet of 5 ships. Though Magellan himself would not survive the journey, one of his ships, the Victoria, completed the circumnavigation in 1522 under the command of Juan Sebastián Elcano. As you sink deeper into comfort, envision the Victoria's triumphant return to Spain. The weary crew, their faces weathered by years at sea, bringing tales of distant lands, strange creatures, and vast oceans that challenged everything Europeans thought they knew about the world. The age of exploration wasn't just about discovery, it was also a time of conquest. In the early 16th century, Hernán Cortés led the Spanish conquest of the Aztec Empire in Mexico, while Francisco Pizarro conquered the Inca Empire in Peru. These conquests brought immense wealth to Spain, but also led to the devastating collapse of indigenous American civilizations. Let your thoughts drift to the ancient cities of Tenochtitlan and Cusco, their grand temples and bustling markets soon to be forever changed by the arrival of European conquistadors. The clash of cultures, the mingling of languages, the exchange of goods and ideas, all set in motion by the age of exploration. As the 16th century progressed, other European nations joined the race for exploration and colonization. England, France, and the Netherlands began to challenge Spanish and Portuguese dominance. In 1577, Francis Drake set out on a voyage that would circumnavigate the globe, returning to England in 1580 laden with Spanish treasure. Picture Drake's ship, the Golden Hind, its hold filled with gold and spices, its crew weary but triumphant as they sailed into Plymouth Harbor. The success of Drake's voyage would inspire a generation of English explorers and privateers. The search for new trade routes led to significant discoveries. In 1606, Willem Janszoon became the first known European to reach Australia, marking the beginning of Dutch exploration in the Pacific. Imagine the wonder of Jansoon's crew as they gazed upon the unfamiliar coastline of this vast southern land. As you relax further, let your mind wander to the northern reaches of North America. In 1610, Henry Hudson, searching for the fabled Northwest Passage, sailed into the vast bay that now bears his name. Picture the icy waters, the stark beauty of the Arctic landscape, and the determination of Hudson and his crew as they pushed further into uncharted territory. The age of exploration also saw advancements in navigation and shipbuilding. The development of the caravel, a small, agile ship with triangular sails, allowed explorers to sail more efficiently against the wind. Improvements in cartography and the use of instruments like the astrolabe and compass made long ocean voyages safer and more predictable. As your body settles into deep relaxation, imagine the workshops of cartographers and instrument makers. The scratch of quills on parchment as new lands were added to maps, the delicate adjustments made to brass astrolabes, the careful calculations that would guide ships across vast oceans. The exchange of crops, animals, and diseases between the Old and New Worlds, known as the Columbian Exchange, had far-reaching consequences. Potatoes, tomatoes, and corn from the Americas transformed European diets, while horses, cattle, and wheat reshaped the landscapes and societies of the New World. Picture the fields of Europe slowly changing as new crops took root, the plains of North America transforming as herds of cattle and horses multiplied. The world was becoming more interconnected with each passing year, each voyage, each exchange. As the 17th century progressed, the focus of exploration shifted. The search for new lands gave way to scientific expeditions and the mapping of coastlines. In 1642, Abel Tasman discovered New Zealand and Tasmania, further expanding the known world. Let your mind drift to the shores of New Zealand as Tasman's ships approached. Imagine the mist rolling off the forested hills, the call of unfamiliar birds, the sense of anticipation as the crew prepared to make landfall in this unknown land. The age of exploration had profound and lasting effects on the world. It led to the first global trade networks, the beginning of colonialism, and the exchange of cultures on an unprecedented scale. It expanded European knowledge of the world's geography and paved the way for the scientific revolution. As you breathe deeply, reflect on how this era of discovery and exchange shaped the modern world. The languages we speak, the foods we eat, the diversity of our cities, all bear the imprint of this transformative period in human history. But the age of exploration also had its dark side. It led to the exploitation of indigenous peoples, the Atlantic slave trade, and the spread of diseases that devastated native populations. As you drift towards sleep, consider the complex legacy of this era, the wonder of discovery balanced against the human cost of conquest and colonization. As our journey through the age of exploration comes to a close, let the gentle rocking of an old sailing ship lull you towards sleep. Imagine the creaking of timbers, the soft splash of waves against the hull, the whisper of wind in the sails. Let these soothing sounds carry you off to dreams of distant shores and uncharted seas. Remember, the spirit of exploration that drove these early voyagers lives on in our continued quest for knowledge and understanding. As you drift off to sleep, may you carry with you the curiosity and wonder that inspired the great explorers of the past. Good night and sweet dreams of adventure and discovery. As the age of exploration fades into history, we turn our gaze to a different kind of explorer, one who navigated the vast seas of human emotion and language. In the quiet streets of Stratford-upon-Avon, a young boy named William Shakespeare was about to embark on a journey that would forever change the landscape of literature and theater. William Shakespeare was born in the spring of 1564 in the small town of Stratford-upon-Avon, England. Though the exact date of his birth is not known, tradition holds it to be April 23rd. The streets of Stratford were quiet, lined with timber-framed houses, their white plaster walls crisscrossed by dark wooden beams. The gentle flow of the river Avon meandered through the town, reflecting the sky in its soft, rippling waters. William was the third child of John Shakespeare, a glove maker and local merchant, and Mary Arden, who came from a respected farming family. Their home on Henley Street was modest but comfortable, filled with the scent of leather and parchment from his father's work. In those early days, William's world was shaped by the sounds of bustling markets, church bells, and the hum of conversation among townsfolk. The air in Stratford was filled with the rhythms of everyday life, the changing seasons, and the echoes of a world on the brink of cultural awakening. As a boy, William likely spent time exploring the fields and woods beyond the town, where wildflowers bloomed and the calls of birds filled the air. He may have wandered along the banks of the Avon, his curious eyes taking in the flowing water, the shifting light, and the small wonders of nature. William attended the King's New School, where he received a solid education in reading, writing, and classical literature. He studied the works of Roman poets like Ovid and playwrights like Plautus and Seneca. These ancient stories of gods, heroes, and tragic fates ignited his imagination, giving him a foundation that would later blossom into his own masterpieces. At the age of 18, Shakespeare married Anne Hathaway, a woman 8 years his senior. Their first child, Susanna, was born 6 months after their wedding, followed by twins Hamnet and Judith 2 years later. The responsibilities of fatherhood and the need to provide for his growing family may have been the catalyst that drove Shakespeare to seek his fortune in London. The journey from Stratford to London was one of both physical and metaphorical significance. As Shakespeare traveled the winding roads, he left behind the familiar comforts of his hometown and ventured into a world of boundless opportunity. London in the late 16th century was a city teeming with life, its narrow streets echoing with the cries of street vendors, the clatter of horse hooves, and the lively chatter of its diverse inhabitants. Upon arriving in London, Shakespeare found himself in a world vastly different from the quiet streets of Stratford. The city was a melting pot of ideas, a place where the old world met the new, and where the Renaissance was in full bloom. The air was thick with the smell of the Thames, the smoke from countless chimneys, and the excitement of a nation on the brink of global exploration and artistic revolution. Shakespeare's early years in London remain somewhat shrouded in mystery, often referred to as the lost years by historians. However, it is believed that he began his theatrical career as an actor, learning the craft from the inside out. The stages of London became his classroom, each performance a lesson in human nature, emotion, and the power of words to move an audience. As Shakespeare honed his craft, he began to write his own plays. His early works, such as The Two Gentlemen of Verona and The Comedy of Errors, showed promise but were still developing. It was through these initial forays into playwriting that Shakespeare began to find his unique voice, blending wit, wordplay, and profound insights into the human condition. By the late 1590s, Shakespeare had become a respected figure in the theater world. He purchased shares in the newly built Globe Theater, a wooden structure that would become the heart of his creative endeavors. The Globe stood on the southern bank of the River Thames, its thatched roof and open-air stage welcoming thousands of eager spectators. It was here that some of his greatest plays came to life. Imagine the atmosphere of the Globe Theater on a summer afternoon. The air filled with the scent of herbs strewn on the ground to mask less pleasant odors, the buzz of excitement from the gathered crowd, ranging from groundlings standing in the pit to nobles seated in the galleries. As the trumpet sounded to signal the start of the play, a hush would fall over the audience, all eyes turning to the stage where Shakespeare's words would soon transport them to distant lands and times. Romeo and Juliet, A Midsummer Night's Dream, and The Merchant of Venice were among the plays that captivated audiences during this period. These stories of young love, magical realms, and complex human relationships resonated with audiences who laughed, wept, and marveled at the tales unfolding before them. Shakespeare's ability to weave together comedy and tragedy, the ordinary and the extraordinary, set him apart from his contemporaries. As his reputation grew, so did the depth of his work. In the early 1600s, Shakespeare wrote some of his most profound and powerful tragedies: Hamlet, Othello, King Lear, and Macbeth. These plays explored the darker corners of the human soul, delving into themes of ambition, jealousy, madness, and fate. Imagine the dimly lit stage, the flicker of candlelight, the hushed anticipation of the crowd as the curtain rose. The words of Shakespeare filled the air, weaving a tapestry of emotion, drama, and insight that would echo through the centuries. Hamlet, with its exploration of mortality, revenge, and the complexities of the human mind, became one of Shakespeare's most renowned works. The famous soliloquy, "To be or not to be," encapsulated the existential questions that have plagued humanity for millennia. As audiences watched the Danish prince grapple with his inner demons, they saw reflections of their own struggles and doubts. Othello, a tale of jealousy and manipulation, showcased Shakespeare's keen understanding of human nature. The character of Ago, with his malevolent machinations, became one of literature's most infamous villains. Through Othello's tragic fall, Shakespeare explored themes of race, love, and the destructive power of unfounded suspicion. King Lear, perhaps Shakespeare's most devastating tragedy, delved into the themes of aging, family loyalty, and the nature of madness. The image of the aged king, wandering the stormy heath, stripped of power and sanity, became an enduring symbol of human vulnerability in the face of cosmic indifference. Macbeth, with its tale of ambition and guilt, showcased Shakespeare's mastery of psychological drama. The play's exploration of the corrupting influence of power and the consequences of unchecked ambition resonated with audiences then as it continues to do so today. The famous "out damn spot" scene with Lady Macbeth's descent into madness remains one of the most chilling portrayals of guilt in all of literature. Even as he found success in London, Shakespeare never lost his connection to Stratford-upon-Avon. He returned frequently to his hometown where he purchased New Place, one of the largest houses in the town. It was a place of peace and reflection, a retreat from the bustling world of the theater. Perhaps it was here in the quiet of his garden that Shakespeare found inspiration for some of his most lyrical passages, the gentle rustling of leaves and the song of birds echoing in his verses. As he entered the later years of his life, Shakespeare's writing took on a gentler tone. Plays like The Tempest and The Winter's Tale spoke of forgiveness, redemption, and the passage of time. These final works reflected a man who had seen much of life's beauty and sorrow and who sought peace and understanding. The character of Prospero in The Tempest, often seen as Shakespeare's farewell to the stage, embodies this sense of a master craftsman preparing to lay down his tools. In The Tempest, Shakespeare created a world of magic and wonder, where the lines between reality and illusion blur. The island setting, with its strange sounds and ethereal atmosphere, allowed Shakespeare to explore themes of power, forgiveness, and the nature of humanity. Prospero's famous speech, "We are such stuff as dreams are made on," encapsulates the ephemeral nature of life and art, a fitting reflection for a playwright nearing the end of his career. The Winter's Tale, with its blend of tragedy and comedy, showcased Shakespeare's ability to find hope and renewal even in the darkest of circumstances. The play's famous stage direction, "Exit pursued by a bear," remains one of the most curious and debated lines in theatrical history, a reminder of Shakespeare's ability to surprise and delight his audience even in his later works. William Shakespeare's life was one of continuous growth, creativity, and exploration. Even though he left the world far too early at the age of 52, his legacy continued to flourish long after his death. His works were not confined to his own time. They transcended generations, cultures, and continents, shaping the world of literature, theater, and language in ways no one could have predicted. In the years following his passing, Shakespeare's fellow actors and friends, John Heminges and Henry Kendall, took on the task of preserving his work. They compiled and published the first folio in 1623, a collection that ensured his plays would be remembered and performed for centuries to come. This remarkable volume contained 36 of his plays, including comedies, histories, and tragedies, preserving works that may otherwise have been lost to time. The impact of Shakespeare's work on the English language cannot be overstated. He coined countless words and phrases that we still use today, enriching our vocabulary and means of expression. Phrases like "break the ice," "heart of gold," "wild goose chase," and "love is blind" all originate from his plays, testament to his enduring influence on how we communicate. Shakespeare's plays continue to be performed, adapted, and reimagined across the globe. From traditional productions in replica globe theaters to modern interpretations set in contemporary times, his stories remain as relevant and powerful as ever. His characters, the ambitious Macbeth, the star-crossed Romeo and Juliet, the quick-witted Beatrice and Benedict, have become archetypes, their struggles and triumphs resonating with audiences across cultures and centuries. The universality of Shakespeare's themes, love, jealousy, ambition, betrayal, forgiveness, ensures that his work remains eternally relevant. His plays serve as a mirror to the human condition, reflecting our hopes, fears, and complexities back to us. Whether it's Hamlet's existential crisis, Othello's jealousy, or Lear's realization of his own mortality, Shakespeare's characters continue to speak to the core of human experience. In academia, Shakespeare's works have become a cornerstone of literary studies, inspiring countless scholarly works, debates, and interpretations. His plays are dissected, analyzed, and explored, revealing new layers of meaning with each generation. The complexity of his characters, the richness of his language, and the depth of his themes provide an inexhaustible source of study and reflection. Beyond the stage and classroom, Shakespeare's influence permeates popular culture. His stories have been adapted into films, television shows, and even graphic novels. His words have been set to music, inspired visual artists, and been quoted in political speeches. From West Side Story, a modern retelling of Romeo and Juliet, to the countless film adaptations of his plays, Shakespeare's narratives continue to captivate audiences in new and innovative ways. As you breathe deeply now, let the story of William Shakespeare settle gently into your mind. His life was a testament to resilience, to the belief that even in the darkest times, hope, compassion, and perseverance can light the way forward. As you drift further into relaxation, let the echoes of Shakespeare's journey gently guide your thoughts. His story, one of struggle, vision, and unrelenting determination, is a reminder of the strength that lies within every challenge we face and the boundless potential we possess to shape our own destinies. Allow these thoughts to soothe you like the gentle turning of pages in an old book, each word a stepping stone towards peaceful slumber. Imagine the quiet streets of Stratford-upon-Avon, the soft flow of the river Avon, the rustle of leaves in the garden of New Place. Let these peaceful images wash over you, carrying away the cares of the day. As your breathing becomes slower and deeper, picture the Globe Theatre under a starry London sky, the last echoes of applause fading into the night. Shakespeare's words, which have comforted and inspired for centuries, now serve as a lullaby, gently ushering you towards rest. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. Let these words envelop you, a soft blanket of language and imagery, as you drift closer to the realm of dreams. As your mind grows quieter, consider the enduring power of creativity and the human spirit. Like Shakespeare's timeless works, your own potential for growth, understanding, and creation is limitless. Rest now, knowing that each day brings new opportunities for discovery and expression. In the gentle darkness behind your closed eyes, envision a world where stories unfold, where imagination knows no bounds, and where the beauty of language paints vivid pictures in the mind. This is the gift Shakespeare left to the world, and it is a gift you carry with you into your dreams. As the final act of Shakespeare's life drew to a close, the world of knowledge was about to expand in ways even the bard could scarcely have imagined. Across Europe, a new era of discovery was dawning, one that would challenge long-held beliefs and revolutionize our understanding of the universe. Let us now turn our attention to the scientific revolution, a period of intellectual awakening that would reshape the course of human history. In the late 16th and 17th centuries, a profound transformation began to sweep across Europe, forever changing the way humans understood the world around them. This period, known as the Scientific Revolution, marked a radical shift from traditional ways of thinking to a more empirical and rational approach to understanding nature. The air was thick with the scent of change, as scholars and thinkers across the continent began to question long-held beliefs and seek new methods of inquiry. In universities and private studies, the scratching of quills on parchment and the hushed whispers of debate signaled the birth of a new era in human knowledge. At the heart of this revolution was the Polish astronomer Nicolaus Copernicus. In 1543, as the autumn leaves fell gently across the cobblestone streets of Frombork, Copernicus published his groundbreaking work on the revolutions of the celestial spheres. In this tome, he proposed a heliocentric model of the universe, placing the sun, rather than the earth, at the center of our cosmic dance. Imagine the quiet rustle of pages turning as scholars pored over Copernicus's work, their candles flickering late into the night. The implications of his ideas were enormous, challenging not only the accepted view of the cosmos, but also humanity's place within it. As the years passed and the seasons changed, other great minds built upon Copernicus's foundation. In the rolling hills of Denmark, Tycho Brahe established his observatory Uraniborg, where the gentle sea breeze carried the sound of his precise astronomical measurements. Brahe's meticulous observations would later prove crucial in advancing our understanding of the heavens. In the quiet lanes of Padua, Italy, a young Galileo Galilei was developing his own revolutionary ideas. The soft Italian sunlight filtered through his workshop windows as he crafted his improved telescope. With this instrument, Galileo would make observations that further supported the Copernican model, including the phases of Venus and the moons of Jupiter. Picture Galileo on a cool, clear night, his breath visible in the crisp air as he gazed through his telescope. The moons of Jupiter danced before his eyes, tiny pinpricks of light that would change the course of scientific history. His discoveries, published in Sidereus Nuncius in 1610, sent ripples of excitement and controversy throughout the intellectual world. Meanwhile, in the misty fields of England, Sir Isaac Newton was laying the groundwork for his laws of motion and universal gravitation. The gentle rustling of apple trees in the breeze at his family estate in Woolsthorpe by Colsterworth might have inspired his famous musings on gravity. Newton's work, published in his monumental Principia Mathematica in 1687, provided a mathematical framework that explained both celestial and terrestrial motion. The soft scratch of his quill on parchment belied the profound impact his equations would have on our understanding of the physical world. As you relax and let these stories of scientific discovery wash over you, imagine the quiet determination of these pioneers. Their pursuit of knowledge often came at great personal cost, challenging established beliefs and risking persecution for their ideas. The scientific revolution wasn't confined to astronomy and physics. In the realm of biology, the gentle lapping of canal waters in Amsterdam provided the backdrop for Anton van Leeuwenhoek's groundbreaking work with microscopes. His observations of tiny animalcules opened up a whole new world of microbiology, revealing the intricate complexity of life at scales previously unimagined. In the field of chemistry, Robert Boyle's experiments in his laboratory at Oxford University laid the foundations for modern chemistry. The soft bubbling of liquids and the gentle clink of glassware accompanied his investigations into the nature of matter and the behavior of gases. As the scientific revolution progressed, it wasn't just individual discoveries that were important, but the development of the scientific method itself. This systematic approach to inquiry, involving observation, hypothesis, experimentation, and analysis, became the cornerstone of scientific progress. Francis Bacon, in the quiet of his study in London, penned works that emphasized the importance of empirical observation and inductive reasoning. The rustling of manuscript pages in the still air of his room carried the weight of ideas that would shape scientific inquiry for centuries to come. René Descartes, in his cozy study in the Netherlands, developed his method of systematic doubt, famously declaring, "I think, therefore I am." The soft scratching of his pen on paper belied the profound impact his philosophy would have on scientific and philosophical thought. As you drift deeper into relaxation, consider how these thinkers' dedication to understanding the natural world has shaped our modern existence. Their tireless pursuit of knowledge, often in the face of significant opposition, has given us the tools to explore the universe in ways they could scarcely have imagined. The scientific revolution also had profound impacts beyond the realm of science itself. It influenced philosophy, religion, and society at large. The idea that the universe operated according to natural laws that could be discovered through reason and observation challenged traditional authorities and ways of thinking. In the hushed halls of universities across Europe, debates raged about the implications of these new scientific discoveries. The soft murmur of scholarly discourse echoed through cloisters and courtyards as thinkers grappled with how to reconcile new knowledge with established beliefs. As the candles burned low in studies and laboratories across the continent, a new worldview was slowly taking shape. The universe was no longer seen as a mysterious realm governed by inscrutable forces, but as a vast mechanism operating according to discoverable principles. This mechanistic worldview, with its emphasis on reason and empirical observation, would go on to influence the Enlightenment in the 18th century. The gentle rustle of ideas spreading across Europe would eventually lead to revolutions in politics, economics, and social thought. As you continue to relax, let your mind drift to the legacy of the scientific revolution. Its echoes can be heard in the hum of modern laboratories, in the beeping of space probes exploring distant planets, and in the quiet whir of computers processing vast amounts of data. The scientific revolution teaches us that our understanding of the world is not fixed, but constantly evolving. It reminds us of the power of human curiosity and the importance of questioning established beliefs. As you sink deeper into comfort, reflect on how this spirit of inquiry continues to shape our world today. In the soft glow of your restful space, imagine the flickering candlelight that illuminated the studies of Copernicus, Galileo, and Newton. Their tireless work, often conducted in solitude and silence, laid the foundations for our modern scientific understanding. As your breathing slows and your body relaxes, picture the quiet determination of Van Leeuwenhoek peering through his microscope, or Boyle carefully measuring the properties of gases. Their patience and precision continue to inspire scientists today. The gentle rhythm of scientific progress, like the steady ticking of a clock or the soft patter of rain, continues to move us forward. Each discovery, each new understanding, builds upon the work of those who came before. As you drift towards sleep, let the story of the scientific revolution remind you of the endless possibilities that lie in human curiosity and perseverance. Like the scientists of the past, we too can approach the unknown with wonder and a desire to understand. May the quiet dedication of these pioneering thinkers inspire your own dreams and aspirations. As you rest, know that the spirit of discovery that animated the scientific revolution continues to drive human progress, leading us ever onward in our quest to understand the mysteries of the universe. Let the calm certainty of scientific inquiry soothe your mind as you prepare for sleep. Just as the great thinkers of the past found peace in their pursuit of knowledge, may you find tranquility in the gentle embrace of rest. As the scientific revolution reshaped our understanding of the world across the English Channel, a young prince was born who would come to embody the very essence of absolute monarchy. In the opulent halls of Saint-Germain-en-Laye, the air filled with the scent of lavender and beeswax candles, Louis XIV entered the world, destined to become the Sun King of France. In the year 1638, on September 5th, a child was born who would come to be known as Louis XIV, the Sun King of France. The royal birth took place at the Château de Saint-Germain-en-Laye, a magnificent palace nestled in the lush countryside just outside of Paris. The air was filled with the scent of late summer blooms and the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Louis was born to King Louis XIII and Anne of Austria after 23 years of marriage and many failed attempts to produce an heir. The long-awaited birth was seen as miraculous, and the young prince was dubbed Louis Dieudonné, meaning Louis the God-given. The palace halls echoed with celebrations, the clinking of glasses, and the jubilant laughter of courtiers. As a young child, Louis was raised in an atmosphere of luxury and intrigue. The opulent rooms of the palace were adorned with rich tapestries and gleaming mirrors, reflecting the candlelight and creating an almost magical ambience. The young prince's days were filled with the soft whispers of attendants, the rustle of silk garments, and the distant strains of court musicians practicing their latest compositions. Louis's early education was overseen by his godfather, Cardinal Mazarin, who would later serve as the chief minister of France. The cardinal, an Italian by birth, instilled in the young prince a love for the arts, particularly music and theater. Imagine the young Louis, his curious eyes wide with wonder, as he watched his first ballet performance in the grand hall of the palace, the dancers' feet barely making a sound as they glided across the polished floor. In 1643, when Louis was just 4 years old, his father passed away and he became King Louis XIV. However, due to his young age, his mother served as regent, with Cardinal Mazarin as her chief minister. The following years were tumultuous, marked by a series of rebellions known as the Fronde. These uprisings, led by nobles who sought to limit royal authority, would have a profound impact on the young king's future policies. Picture the young Louis, barely into his teens, huddled in a dimly lit room of the Palais Royal, listening to the distant sounds of angry mobs in the streets of Paris. The flickering candlelight cast long shadows on the walls, and the air was thick with tension. These experiences instilled in Louis a deep distrust of the nobility and a determination to assert absolute royal power. As Louis grew older, he began to take a more active role in governing. In 1661, following the death of Cardinal Mazarin, Louis shocked the court by declaring that he would rule without a chief minister. He famously stated, "L'État, c'est moi, I am the state." This marked the beginning of Louis's personal rule and the era of absolute monarchy in France. Louis's reign was characterized by a centralization of power and a focus on the glorification of the monarchy. He embarked on ambitious building projects, the most famous of which was the Palace of Versailles. What began as a humble hunting lodge was transformed into a breathtaking symbol of royal power and French artistic achievement. Imagine the palace as it neared completion, its golden gates gleaming in the sunlight, the meticulously manicured gardens stretching as far as the eye could see. The air was filled with the gentle splash of fountains and the sweet fragrance of thousands of flowers. Inside, the Hall of Mirrors dazzled visitors with its 357 mirrors, crystal chandeliers, and intricate gold leaf decorations, all designed to reflect the glory of the Sun King. Louis's court at Versailles became the center of political and cultural life in France. The king instituted elaborate court etiquette, turning everyday activities into grand ceremonies. Even the act of the king waking up and going to bed became ritualized events known as the lever and coucher. Courtiers vied for the honor of assisting the king with these daily routines, their whispered conversations, and the rustle of their expensive garments creating a constant backdrop of soft sounds in the palace corridors. Under Louis's patronage, the arts flourished in France. He established royal academies for painting and sculpture, dance and science. The king himself was an accomplished dancer, often taking leading roles in court ballets. The gentle strains of Jean-Baptiste Lully's compositions would float through the palace, accompanying the elaborate performances that entertained the court. Louis's reign also saw significant military campaigns aimed at expanding France's borders. The War of Devolution, the Franco-Dutch War, and the War of the Spanish Succession were just a few of the conflicts that marked his time on the throne. While these wars brought glory to France, they also drained the royal coffers and caused hardship for the common people. As you drift deeper into relaxation, picture the aging Louis in his later years, walking slowly through the gardens of Versailles. The once vibrant king now moves with measured steps, leaning on a cane. The setting sun casts a golden glow over the landscape, a fitting tribute to the Sun King. The air is filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant calls of birds settling in for the night. Louis's personal life was as complex as his reign. He married Maria Theresa of Spain in 1660, but also had several mistresses, most famously Madame de Montespan and later Madame de Maintenon, whom he secretly married after Maria Theresa's death. The king's romantic entanglements were the subject of much court gossip, whispered behind ornate fans and in shadowy alcoves. Despite the outward splendor of his reign, Louis faced numerous challenges. The revocation of the Edict of Nantes in 1685, which had previously granted rights to French Protestants, led to the exodus of many skilled artisans and merchants. This decision, along with the costly wars and the extravagance of the court, began to strain the French economy. As Louis's long reign drew to a close, the once invincible Sun King faced personal tragedies. Many of his children and grandchildren predeceased him, leaving his 5-year-old great-grandson as his heir. On September 1, 1715, Louis XIV passed away at Versailles, just days before his 77th birthday. As you continue to relax, imagine the solemn atmosphere in the palace, the hushed voices, the muffled footsteps on thick carpets, as courtiers and servants prepared for the elaborate funeral ceremony. Louis XIV's legacy is complex and far-reaching. His reign of 72 years and 110 days remains the longest of any monarch of a sovereign country in European history. He left France as a dominant European power, with a rich cultural heritage that continues to influence the world today. The splendor of Versailles, the works of Molière and Racine, the paintings of Poussin and Lebrun, all these stand as testaments to the era of the Sun King. As you sink deeper into comfort, let the story of Louis XIV remind you of the passage of time, the ebb and flow of power, and the enduring nature of human ambition and creativity. Like the sun that rises and sets each day, illuminating the world in its journey across the sky, so too did Louis XIV's reign cast its light across France and Europe, leaving an indelible mark on history. Allow your thoughts to drift gently, like leaves floating on the tranquil waters of the fountains at Versailles. Let the weight of history settle softly around you, a comforting presence rather than a burden. As your breathing becomes slower and more regular, imagine the gradual dimming of the chandeliers in the Hall of Mirrors, the quiet descent of night over the palace gardens. In these peaceful moments, as sleep begins to embrace you, reflect on the enduring nature of human achievement. Just as the art and architecture of Louis's reign have survived for centuries, so too do our own daily efforts, no matter how small, contribute to the vast tapestry of human experience. Let this thought bring you comfort as you drift towards a deep and restful sleep. As the echoes of Louis XIV's reign fade into the mists of time, we turn our attention to a period of intellectual awakening that would shape the course of human thought. In the early 18th century, across the diverse landscapes of Europe, a new movement was stirring, one that would challenge long-held beliefs and ignite the fires of reason and inquiry. As we drift through the annals of history, we come upon a period of intellectual awakening known as the Enlightenment. This era, spanning roughly from the late 17th to the late 18th century, was characterized by a surge of new ideas that would reshape the Western world. Picture yourself in a dimly lit salon in Paris, the air thick with the scent of coffee and tobacco. Candles flicker, casting dancing shadows on the walls as brilliant minds gather to discuss philosophy, science, and politics. The soft murmur of intense conversation fills the room, punctuated by occasional bursts of laughter or heated debate. The Enlightenment began to take shape in the aftermath of the scientific revolution. Thinkers like Isaac Newton had demonstrated that the universe operated according to natural laws that could be discovered through reason and observation. This revelation sparked a new way of thinking about the world and humanity's place in it. One of the key figures of the early Enlightenment was John Locke, an English philosopher born in 1632. Locke proposed that the human mind at birth was a blank slate, or tabula rasa, shaped entirely by experience. This idea challenged the long-held belief in innate ideas and divine right, suggesting instead that knowledge and, by extension, political power should be based on reason and experience rather than tradition or superstition. Imagine the rustling of pages as Locke's essay concerning human understanding, is passed from hand to hand in coffee houses and salons across Europe. The words on those pages would inspire a generation of thinkers to question the very foundations of their society. As you breathe deeply and settle more comfortably, let's journey to France, where the Enlightenment would reach its zenith. Here we encounter Voltaire, born François-Marie Arouet in 1694. With his razor-sharp wit and elegant prose, Voltaire became a fierce advocate for freedom of speech, religious tolerance, and separation of church and state. Picture Voltaire with his thin frame and piercing eyes, hunched over a desk in the soft glow of candlelight. His quill scratches across the paper as he pens his famous Candide, a satirical novella that would challenge the optimistic philosophy of his time and encourage critical thinking. The gentle breeze of new ideas continues to blow across Europe, carrying us to Scotland, where we find David Hume. Born in 1711, Hume would become one of the most influential philosophers of the Enlightenment. His skepticism about human knowledge and his emphasis on empiricism would lay the groundwork for modern scientific thinking. Envision Hume walking along the cobblestone streets of Edinburgh, the misty air clinging to his coat as he ponders the nature of causality and the limits of human reason. His footsteps echo softly, a rhythmic backdrop to the profound thoughts swirling in his mind. As the Enlightenment progressed, its ideas began to seep into the realm of politics and governance. In France, Montesquieu proposed the concept of separation of powers in government, an idea that would profoundly influence the framers of the United States Constitution. Picture Montesquieu in his study, surrounded by maps and books, as he carefully outlines his theory of checks and balances. The scratch of his pen on parchment is barely audible, yet the words he writes will echo through centuries of political thought. Meanwhile, in Geneva, Jean-Jacques Rousseau was developing his own revolutionary ideas about the nature of society and government. His concept of the social contract suggested that legitimate political authority came from the consent of the governed, not from divine right or tradition. Imagine Rousseau walking along the shores of Lake Geneva, the gentle lapping of waves providing a soothing counterpoint to the radical ideas forming in his mind. The rustling of leaves in the breeze seems to whisper of a new social order, one based on the general will of the people. As you sink deeper into relaxation, let's consider how these Enlightenment ideas spread and took root. Salons, coffee houses, and scientific academies became hubs of intellectual discourse. Books and pamphlets circulated widely, thanks to improvements in printing technology. The Republic of Letters, an international community of scholars and intellectuals, facilitated the exchange of ideas across borders. Envision a bustling coffee house in London, the air thick with the aroma of freshly brewed coffee and heated debate. Patrons lean in close to hear the latest philosophical arguments, their voices a low murmur punctuated by the clink of cups and the rustle of newspapers. The Enlightenment wasn't just about abstract philosophy, it also had profound effects on the sciences. The spirit of inquiry and empiricism led to significant advances in fields like physics, chemistry, and biology. The classification system for plants and animals developed by Carl Linnaeus, for instance, brought order to the study of the natural world. Picture Linnaeus in a lush botanical garden, carefully examining a newly discovered plant specimen. The soft rustle of leaves and the distant chirping of birds create a peaceful backdrop as he meticulously records his observations, laying the groundwork for modern taxonomy. As the 18th century progressed, Enlightenment ideas began to influence rulers as well. Some monarchs, like Frederick the Great of Prussia and Catherine the Great of Russia, embraced the concept of enlightened absolutism, attempting to rule according to Enlightenment principles while maintaining their absolute power. Imagine the opulent halls of a royal palace, where chandeliers cast a soft glow on gilt-edged mirrors and fine tapestries. In this setting of luxury, a monarch pores over the latest philosophical treatises, seeking ways to modernize their realm without relinquishing their authority. The Enlightenment's emphasis on reason and individual rights would eventually contribute to major political upheavals, including the American and French revolutions. These events would mark the beginning of a new era in Western history, one shaped by the ideals of liberty, equality, and democracy. As your thoughts drift gently with the flow of history, consider how the Enlightenment's legacy continues to shape our world today. The concepts of human rights, religious tolerance, and representative government that we often take for granted have their roots in this period of intellectual ferment. The soft glow of reason that illuminated the 18th century continues to light our path, reminding us of the power of ideas to change the world. As you relax more deeply, let the echoes of Enlightenment thought soothe your mind, carrying you towards peaceful slumber. In the quiet of the night, as sleep begins to envelop you, reflect on how the quest for knowledge and understanding is a timeless human endeavor. Like the great thinkers of the Enlightenment, we too seek to make sense of our world and our place in it. As your breathing becomes slow and regular, imagine the gentle flow of ideas like a river, carrying you towards dreams. The Enlightenment's spirit of inquiry and reason merges with the mystery of sleep, creating a peaceful blend of thought and rest. Let the legacy of the Enlightenment, its emphasis on reason, liberty, and progress, be a comforting presence as you drift off. These enduring ideas, like a soft blanket of understanding, can wrap around you, providing a sense of continuity and hope as you journey into sleep. As we conclude our exploration of the Enlightenment, allow your mind to gradually let go of conscious thought. Like the fading light of day, let the details of history gently recede, leaving only a calm sense of the vast tapestry of human experience. In this moment of transition between wakefulness and sleep, know that the pursuit of knowledge and understanding continues, even as you rest. The quiet hours of the night, like the salons of the Enlightenment, can be a space for reflection and renewal. As sleep beckons, remember that each era of history, like the Enlightenment, is but a chapter in the ongoing story of humanity. Your own rest is part of this grand narrative, a necessary pause in the rhythm of existence. Allow yourself to surrender to sleep, knowing that the light of reason and understanding will be there to greet you when you wake. As the echoes of the Enlightenment fade into the mists of time, we turn our attention to a new chapter in history. Across the Atlantic, in the British colonies of North America, a spirit of independence was stirring. The year was 1775, and the air was thick with tension as colonists began to question their relationship with the British Crown. In the mid-18th century, tensions were brewing between Great Britain and its American colonies. The vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean separated two worlds, each with its own aspirations and understanding of governance. As we delve into the story of the American Revolution, let the gentle ebb and flow of history lull you into a state of peaceful contemplation. The seeds of revolution were planted in the aftermath of the French and Indian War, which ended in 1763. Though victorious, Britain found itself burdened with significant war debt. The British Parliament, seeking to replenish its coffers, turned its gaze to the prosperous American colonies. The air was thick with anticipation, like the moments before a summer storm, as new taxes and regulations were imposed upon the colonists. Picture the bustling streets of Boston in 1765, where the scent of salt air mingled with the aroma of freshly baked bread. The Stamp Act had just been passed, requiring colonists to pay a tax on printed materials. The discontent was palpable, like a low rumble of thunder in the distance. Imagine the rustling of pamphlets and the murmur of voices as colonists gathered to discuss this perceived injustice. As you relax deeper into your comfortable position, envision the famous Boston Tea Party of 1773. The cold December air carried the scent of tea leaves as they drifted across the dark waters of Boston Harbor. The gentle splash of crates being tossed overboard created a soothing rhythm, a stark contrast to the tension that permeated the air. This act of defiance, like a pebble dropped in a still pond, sent ripples of consequence across the colonies. The following year, 1774, saw the gathering of the First Continental Congress in Philadelphia. Imagine the soft creak of wooden chairs and the scratch of quills on parchment as delegates from 12 colonies met to address their grievances. The air in the room was heavy with the weight of history, each word spoken a potential turning point in the relationship between Britain and its colonies. As your breathing becomes slower and more regular, let your mind drift to the events of April 19, 1775. The sun rose over the peaceful village of Lexington, Massachusetts, its gentle rays barely piercing the early morning mist. The tranquility was soon shattered by the sound of marching feet and the clatter of muskets. The first shots of the American Revolution rang out, echoing across the countryside like ripples in a pond. In the months that followed, tensions escalated into full-scale conflict. Imagine the rustling of leaves in the warm summer breeze as delegates gathered once again in Philadelphia in 1776. The air was thick with humidity and the weight of impending decision. It was here, in this crucible of debate and deliberation, that the Declaration of Independence was crafted. Allow your thoughts to settle on the image of Thomas Jefferson, quill in hand, carefully choosing each word of the document that would shape a nation. The scratch of his pen on parchment created a gentle, rhythmic sound, like raindrops on a window pane. Each phrase was a step towards a new conception of governance and human rights. As you sink deeper into relaxation, picture the sweltering summer day of July 4, 1776. The Declaration of Independence was officially adopted, its words ringing out like a bell tolling for freedom. The air was filled with a mixture of excitement and apprehension, the future uncertain but full of possibility. The war that followed was long and arduous, stretching from 1775 to 1783. Imagine the gentle rustle of canvas tents in the wind at Valley Forge, where General George Washington and his troops endured a harsh winter. The crackling of campfires and the soft murmur of soldiers' voices created a somber lullaby, a testament to perseverance in the face of adversity. As your body becomes heavier and more relaxed, let your mind drift to the battlefields of Saratoga, Trenton, and Yorktown. The boom of cannons and the rattle of musket fire have long since faded, leaving only the gentle whisper of wind through grass and trees. These once turbulent fields now lie peaceful, a reminder of the transient nature of conflict. In 1781, the tide of war turned decisively in favor of the American forces. Picture the British troops under General Cornwallis, surrounded at Yorktown, Virginia. The autumn air was crisp, carrying the scent of gunpowder and the sea. As the British forces laid down their arms, the long struggle for independence drew to a close. 2 years later, in 1783, the Treaty of Paris officially ended the American Revolutionary War. Imagine the scratch of quills on parchment as diplomats from both sides signed the document. The air was filled with a sense of finality and new beginnings, like the fresh scent after a cleansing rain. As you drift closer to sleep, reflect on the birth of a new nation. The United States of America emerged from the crucible of revolution, its future uncertain but full of promise. The gentle breeze of change swept across the land, carrying with it the hopes and dreams of a people determined to forge their own destiny. The American Revolution was more than just a war for independence. It was a revolution of ideas, challenging long-held notions of governance and individual rights. As you relax further, consider how these ideas, like seeds carried on the wind, would take root and grow, influencing movements for freedom and democracy around the world. In the years that followed, the new nation faced numerous challenges. Picture the delegates gathering once again in Philadelphia in 1787 to draft the Constitution. The air was thick with debate and compromise, each word carefully chosen to create a framework for governance that would endure through the ages. As your thoughts become more diffuse and dreamlike, imagine the first president, George Washington, taking the oath of office in 1789. The cheers of the crowd were like a gentle wave, washing over the newborn nation. The air was filled with hope and possibility, tempered by the weight of responsibility. The legacy of the American Revolution continues to resonate through history, like the lingering notes of a distant song. As you drift off to sleep, let the story of this pivotal moment in human history remind you of the power of ideas and the enduring human spirit. May your dreams be filled with the gentle whispers of liberty and the soothing rhythm of progress. And as you sink deeper into restful slumber, remember that like the colonists who faced an uncertain future, you too have the strength to face whatever challenges tomorrow may bring. Let the courage of those revolutionary times inspire you, even as you rest and rejuvenate for the day ahead. Sleep well, and may your dreams be as boundless as the hopes of a newborn nation. As the echoes of the American Revolution fade into the mists of time, we turn our gaze across the Atlantic, where another revolution was brewing. In the late 18th century, France stood on the precipice of monumental change, a transformation that would reshape not only a nation, but the very fabric of European society. In the late 18th century, France was a nation on the brink of profound change. The year was 1789, and the streets of Paris were alive with whispers of discontent and dreams of a new order. The air was thick with tension, like the calm before a storm. King Louis XVI sat upon the throne, a man of good intentions but ill-equipped to handle the mounting crises that plagued his nation. The royal coffers were nearly empty, drained by years of costly wars and lavish spending. The common people groaned under the weight of heavy taxes, while the nobility and clergy enjoyed lives of privilege and exemption. Picture the narrow, winding streets of Paris, cobblestones worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. The scent of freshly baked bread mingled with less pleasant odors, a stark reminder of the vast divide between the haves and the have-nots. In the cafes and salons, intellectuals debated the radical ideas of the Enlightenment, their words igniting sparks of revolution in the minds of those who listened. As spring turned to summer, the rumblings of discontent grew louder. On a warm June day, representatives of the Third Estate, the common people, took a bold stand. Locked out of their meeting hall, they gathered on a nearby tennis court and took an oath not to disperse until a new constitution was established. This moment, known as the Tennis Court Oath, marked the birth of the National Assembly and the first tremors of the revolution to come. Imagine the determination on their faces, the nervous energy crackling through the air as they raised their hands and swore their allegiance to a new vision of France. The echoes of their voices seemed to reverberate through the streets, carried on the summer breeze to every corner of the city. As July arrived, bringing with it sweltering heat, tensions in Paris reached a boiling point. The dismissal of the popular finance minister, Jacques Necker, was the spark that ignited the powder keg. On July 14th, a crowd of Parisians stormed the Bastille, a fortress prison that had long stood as a symbol of royal authority. Close your eyes and picture the scene. The imposing stone walls of the Bastille, the angry roar of the crowd, the clash of metal as makeshift weapons met the guards' muskets. The fall of the Bastille sent shockwaves through France and beyond, announcing to the world that the old order was crumbling. In the countryside, news of the events in Paris spread like wildfire. Peasants, long oppressed by feudal obligations, rose up against their lords. Chateaux burned and aristocrats fled, many seeking refuge beyond France's borders. This period, known as the Great Fear, saw the collapse of the ancient regime and the birth of a new social order. As you relax deeper, envision the flickering light of bonfires dotting the French countryside, the crackle of flames mixing with the distant sounds of celebration and fear. The night air was filled with the scent of smoke and the promise of change. Back in Paris, the National Assembly worked tirelessly to reshape the foundations of French society. On August 4th, in a night of fervor and idealism, the Assembly abolished feudalism, sweeping away centuries of privilege and inequality. The Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, adopted later that month, proclaimed the fundamental principles of the new France: liberty, equality, and fraternity. These lofty ideals, however, would soon be tested by the harsh realities of governing a nation in turmoil. The king, initially accepting of the changes, began to waver. In October, spurred by rumors of royal plots and the scarcity of bread in Paris, a crowd of women marched to Versailles. They returned to the capital with the royal family in tow, effectively making Louis XVI a prisoner of the revolution. As you drift deeper into relaxation, imagine the long procession winding its way from Versailles to Paris. The clatter of carriage wheels on the road, the murmur of the crowd, and the uncertain future that lay ahead for both the monarchy and the nation. The following years saw France transformed. The National Assembly, later known as the National Constituent Assembly, embarked on an ambitious program of reform. They redrew the map of France, replacing the old provinces with more uniform departments. The Church, long a pillar of the old regime, saw its lands nationalized and its clergy required to swear an oath to the new constitution. These changes, while celebrated by many, also created new tensions. Many priests refused to take the oath, creating a rift between the revolutionary government and devout Catholics. The king, too, found himself increasingly at odds with the new order. In June 1791, the royal family attempted to flee Paris, only to be recognized and brought back in humiliation. Picture the tense atmosphere in the capital as news of the king's flight spread. The streets buzzed with anger and betrayal, the fragile trust between monarch and people irrevocably shattered. As the revolution progressed, it faced challenges both internal and external. European monarchs, alarmed by events in France and fearing the spread of revolutionary ideas, began to consider intervention. Within France, the revolution was taking a more radical turn. The Legislative Assembly, which replaced the Constituent Assembly in October 1791, found itself grappling with economic troubles, counter-revolutionary activity, and the threat of war. In April 1792, France declared war on Austria, marking the beginning of a series of conflicts that would engulf Europe for years to come. As you breathe deeply, imagine the sound of drums echoing through the streets of Paris, calling young men to arms in defense of the revolution. The war initially went poorly for France, fueling paranoia about foreign conspiracies and domestic traitors. In August 1792, radicals in Paris, backed by the common people, stormed the Tuileries Palace. The king and his family were arrested, and the monarchy was effectively abolished. Power now lay in the hands of a new national convention, which formally declared France a republic in September. As you sink deeper into relaxation, envision the grand halls of the Tuileries, once a symbol of royal power, now echoing with the footsteps of revolutionaries. The gilded furnishings and priceless artwork stood in stark contrast to the determined faces of those who now claimed this space in the name of the people. The trial and execution of Louis XVI in January 1793 marked a point of no return for the revolution. France had not only overthrown its monarch, but had put him to death, a shocking act that horrified the other royal houses of Europe. As winter gave way to spring, France found itself at war with a coalition of European powers, fighting for its survival as a republic. Internally, the revolution entered its most radical phase. The Committee of Public Safety, led by Maximilien Robespierre, took control, instituting a period known as the Reign of Terror. Suspected enemies of the revolution were arrested, tried by revolutionary tribunals, and often sent to the guillotine. As you continue to relax, let your mind drift to the Place de la Révolution, now known as the Place de la Concorde. The ominous silhouette of the guillotine stood against the sky, a constant reminder of the revolution's uncompromising nature. The air was heavy with fear and uncertainty, as no one knew who might be next to face accusation and judgment. The Reign of Terror, while successful in defending the revolution against its enemies, ultimately consumed its own children. Robespierre himself would eventually face the guillotine, bringing an end to this bloody chapter of the revolution. In the years that followed, France would see the rise of the Directory, a period of relative stability but also corruption. This set the stage for the ascent of a young general named Napoleon Bonaparte, whose military victories had made him a national hero. As our journey through the French Revolution comes to a close, let the echoes of this tumultuous period gently fade. The cries of liberté, égalité, fraternité that once rang through the streets of Paris now softly lull you towards deeper relaxation. The French Revolution, with its ideals of freedom and equality, its moments of hope and its periods of darkness, reshaped not just France but the entire world. Its legacy continues to influence our understanding of democracy, human rights, and the power of collective action. As you drift closer to sleep, reflect on the courage of those who dared to imagine a different world, the complexities of human nature revealed in times of great change, and the enduring quest for justice and equality that continues to this day. Let the weight of history settle gently around you like a warm, comforting blanket. Allow the rhythms of the past to soothe your mind, guiding you towards peaceful slumber. As your breathing deepens and your thoughts grow quieter, know that the story of the French Revolution, like all great historical events, reminds us of our shared humanity and the eternal hope for a better tomorrow. As the echoes of the French Revolution fade into history, we turn our attention to a figure who would rise from its ashes and reshape the map of Europe. In the year 1769, on the island of Corsica, a child was born who would one day be known as Napoleon Bonaparte. His story begins in a time of great change and uncertainty. Napoleon Bonaparte, born on August 15, 1769, in Ajaccio, Corsica, was a pivotal figure in European history. His life and legacy continue to fascinate historians and the general public alike. Let us delve into the story of this remarkable military leader and statesman. Napoleon was born into a family of minor nobility on the island of Corsica, just a year after France had acquired it from the Republic of Genoa. His parents, Carlo and Letizia Bonaparte, were of Corsican Italian descent. As a young boy, Napoleon spoke mostly Corsican and struggled with French, a language he would later master. In 1779, at the age of 9, Napoleon was sent to the mainland of France to attend military school. He first studied at Brienne-le-Château, where he excelled in mathematics and showed a keen interest in history. His academic prowess earned him a place at the prestigious École Militaire in Paris, where he completed his training as an artillery officer. Napoleon graduated from the École Militaire in 1785 at the age of 16 and was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the French army. His early military career coincided with the outbreak of the French Revolution in 1789. Initially, Napoleon supported the revolutionary cause, which aligned with his own republican ideals. The young officer's first significant military success came in 1793 during the siege of Toulon. Napoleon, then a captain, devised a strategy that led to the capture of the city from British forces. This victory earned him promotion to the rank of brigadier general at the remarkably young age of 24. In 1795, Napoleon further distinguished himself by suppressing a royalist insurrection in Paris. This action brought him to the attention of the Directory, the five-man executive body that governed France at the time. The following year, he was given command of the army of Italy, marking the beginning of his meteoric rise to power. Napoleon's Italian campaign of 1796–1797 was a resounding success. He defeated larger Austrian and Sardinian armies through a combination of innovative tactics, rapid maneuvers, and inspiring leadership. These victories not only expanded French control, but also cemented Napoleon's reputation as a brilliant military strategist. In 1798, Napoleon embarked on an ambitious expedition to Egypt. While the campaign ultimately failed to achieve its strategic objectives, it had far-reaching cultural impacts. The discovery of the Rosetta Stone during this expedition later led to the deciphering of Egyptian hieroglyphics, opening up a new field of archaeological study. Returning to France in 1799, Napoleon found the Directory in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, he participated in the coup of 18 Brumaire, which effectively ended the French Revolution and established the French consulate. Napoleon became first consul, consolidating his political power. As first consul, Napoleon implemented wide-ranging reforms that modernized French society and institutions. He established the Napoleonic Code, a comprehensive civil law code that remains influential in many legal systems today. He also reformed the educational system, established the Bank of France, and signed the Concordat of 1801 with the Catholic Church, settling many religious disputes. In 1804, Napoleon crowned himself Emperor of the French, marking the beginning of the First French Empire. This period saw France become the dominant power in continental Europe through a series of military victories against various coalitions of European nations. The height of Napoleon's power came after the Battle of Austerlitz in 1805, often referred to as the Battle of the Three Emperors. In this engagement, Napoleon decisively defeated the combined forces of Austria and Russia, solidifying French hegemony in Europe. Napoleon's empire continued to expand, reaching its greatest extent in 1812. At this time, he controlled directly or indirectly most of Western Europe and parts of Central Europe. However, this vast empire proved difficult to maintain, and cracks began to appear in Napoleon's seemingly invincible facade. The turning point came with Napoleon's disastrous invasion of Russia in 1812. Despite initial successes, including the capture of Moscow, the French army was ultimately forced to retreat. Harsh winter conditions, coupled with Russian scorched-earth tactics, decimated Napoleon's Grande Armée. Following this setback, a coalition of European powers, including Russia, Prussia, Austria, and Britain, united against Napoleon. Despite some initial victories, Napoleon was eventually forced to abdicate in 1814 and was exiled to the island of Elba in the Mediterranean. However, Napoleon's story was far from over. In 1815, he escaped from Elba and returned to France, where he was welcomed by much of the population and the army. This period, known as the 100 Days, saw Napoleon briefly regain power and attempt to restore his empire. The final chapter of Napoleon's military career came at the Battle of Waterloo on June 18, 1815. Despite initial successes, Napoleon's forces were ultimately defeated by the combined armies of Britain and Prussia, led by the Duke of Wellington and Gebhard von Blücher. Following this decisive defeat, Napoleon abdicated for the second and final time. He was exiled to the remote island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic, where he spent the remaining years of his life. During this period, he dictated his memoirs, which helped shape the Napoleonic legend that persists to this day. Napoleon Bonaparte died on May 5, 1821, at the age of 51. The official cause of death was stomach cancer, although some historians have suggested he may have been poisoned. His body was initially buried on St. Helena but was later exhumed and returned to France in 1840, where it was interred at Les Invalides in Paris. Napoleon's legacy is complex and multifaceted. He is remembered as a military genius who revolutionized warfare and as a statesman whose reforms laid the foundations of modern French society. His Napoleonic Code influenced legal systems around the world, and his reorganization of education and administration left lasting impacts. At the same time, Napoleon's conquests caused immense suffering and loss of life across Europe. His actions reshaped the political landscape of the continent, indirectly contributing to the rise of nationalism and the eventual unification of countries like Germany and Italy. In the realm of culture, Napoleon's life and exploits have inspired countless works of art, literature, and music. His image as the archetypal romantic hero, the man who rose from obscurity to rule an empire through sheer talent and will, continues to captivate the imagination. Historians continue to debate Napoleon's place in history. Was he a liberator who spread the ideals of the French Revolution, or a tyrant who subjugated Europe to satisfy his own ambition? The answer, perhaps, lies somewhere in between these extremes. What is undeniable is Napoleon's enduring influence on European and world history. His military campaigns redrew the map of Europe and sparked movements that would shape the continent for generations to come. His legal and administrative reforms modernized France and influenced systems of governance far beyond its borders. As we reflect on the life of Napoleon Bonaparte, we are reminded of the complex interplay between individual ambition and historical forces. His story serves as a testament to the potential for a single person to alter the course of history, for better or worse. In the end, Napoleon's life reads like a grand epic, filled with triumph and tragedy, glory and hubris. It is a story that continues to fascinate us, offering insights into leadership, power, and the nature of human ambition. As we drift off to sleep, let us ponder the legacy of this extraordinary figure who, for a time, held the fate of Europe in his hands. As the echoes of Napoleon's legacy fade into history, we turn our attention to another transformative period that would reshape the world in ways even the great emperor could not have imagined. The rhythmic clanging of hammers and the hiss of steam engines begin to fill the air, heralding the dawn of a new era. The Industrial Revolution, a period of profound technological and societal change, began in Britain in the mid-18th century. This transformation would reshape the world, altering not only how goods were produced, but also how people lived, worked, and interacted with their environment. In the quiet countryside of England, the gentle rhythms of rural life were about to be disrupted by the thunderous roar of progress. Picture the rolling hills and verdant fields, dotted with small villages where life had remained largely unchanged for centuries. The air was filled with the scents of earth and grass, punctuated by the distant sounds of livestock and the gentle creaking of wooden looms in cottage industries. It was in this pastoral setting that the seeds of industrial change began to take root. The year was 1760, and a series of innovations in textile production were about to spark a revolution. Imagine the clickety-clack of the flying shuttle, invented by John Kay in 1733, speeding up the weaving process in small workshops across the country. This simple yet ingenious device allowed a single weaver to produce wider fabrics, setting the stage for further mechanization. As you relax and let your mind drift, envision James Hargreaves in his small cottage in Stanhill, Lancashire. In 1764, he invented the spinning jenny, a machine that could spin multiple spools of thread simultaneously. Picture the wooden frame with its rows of spindles, turning quietly but steadily, producing thread at a rate that would have seemed magical to earlier generations. The air in these early workshops was filled with the soft whirring of new machines and the subtle scent of cotton and wool fibers. Workers, their hands moving with practiced precision, tended to these novel devices, their lives already beginning to shift away from the traditional rhythms of agricultural labor. As the years passed, the pace of innovation quickened. In 1769, Richard Arkwright patented the water frame, a spinning machine that could produce stronger threads than the spinning jenny. Imagine the sound of rushing water powering these new machines, the steady flow of the river harnessed to drive the gears and pulleys of progress. The textile industry was just the beginning. As you continue to relax, let your thoughts flow like the rivers that powered these early mills. Picture the landscape slowly changing, with factories beginning to rise alongside streams and rivers, their brick chimneys reaching towards the sky. In 1712, long before these textile innovations, Thomas Newcomen had invented the atmospheric steam engine to pump water out of mines. But it was James Watt who, in 1769, patented an improved version that would become the powerhouse of the Industrial Revolution. Visualize the massive iron cylinders and pistons, feel the rhythmic vibrations as steam power began to transform not just manufacturing, but transportation and agriculture as well. The sound of steam engines soon joined the symphony of industrial progress. Their deep, resonant chugging became the heartbeat of the new age, a constant reminder of the changes sweeping across the land. The air, once filled only with natural scents, now carried the sharp tang of coal smoke and the metallic notes of industry. As the 18th century gave way to the 19th, the pace of change accelerated. In 1804, Richard Trevithick built the first steam-powered locomotive. Imagine the wonder and perhaps a touch of fear as people witnessed these iron horses thundering along newly laid tracks, belching smoke and steam. The rhythmic clatter of wheels on rails became a new melody in the industrial symphony, a sound that would soon echo across continents. The revolution in manufacturing and transportation was accompanied by a revolution in iron production. In the late 18th century, new techniques for producing iron using coke instead of charcoal led to a massive increase in iron output. Picture the fiery glow of blast furnaces lighting up the night sky, the intense heat and the acrid smell of molten metal as workers toiled to produce the raw materials that would build the modern world. As you continue to relax, let your mind wander to the growing industrial cities. Manchester, Birmingham, and Leeds in England, Pittsburgh and Chicago in the United States, all were transformed by the influx of workers seeking employment in the new factories. Visualize the narrow streets, the rows of hastily built terraced houses, the constant bustle of people and goods. The air in these cities was thick with coal smoke, a constant reminder of the price of progress. Yet amidst the grime and noise, there was also a sense of excitement, of a world changing at a pace never before seen in human history. New opportunities arose, fortunes were made and lost, and social structures that had endured for centuries began to shift and change. The Industrial Revolution was not just about machines and factories. It was a profound shift in how people lived and worked. Traditional skills passed down through generations were suddenly obsolete. The rhythm of life, once dictated by the seasons and the sun, was now set by the factory whistle and the ticking clock. As you drift deeper into relaxation, consider the mixed legacy of this transformative period. The Industrial Revolution brought unprecedented economic growth and material prosperity. It laid the foundations for modern medicine, sanitation, and education. Yet it also led to exploitation, pollution, and a widening gap between rich and poor. In the textile mills of Manchester and the steel factories of Pittsburgh, workers toiled long hours in often dangerous conditions. Children as young as 5 or 6 worked alongside adults, their small hands maneuvering between fast-moving machine parts. The contrast between the wealth generated by industry and the poverty of many workers led to social unrest and the birth of new political movements. Yet even as some suffered, others found new opportunities. The Industrial Revolution created a growing middle class of skilled workers, managers, and entrepreneurs. It opened up new avenues for social mobility, allowing some to rise from humble beginnings to positions of wealth and influence. As the 19th century progressed, the impact of the Industrial Revolution spread beyond Europe and North America. Japan, following the Meiji Restoration of 1868, embarked on a rapid program of industrialization. Picture the contrast between traditional Japanese architecture and culture and the new factories and railways that began to appear across the landscape. The tools and techniques developed during the Industrial Revolution also played a role in European imperialism. Steam-powered ships and railways allowed for faster transportation of goods and troops, facilitating the expansion of colonial empires. The demand for raw materials to feed the factories of Europe and North America led to increased exploitation of resources in Africa, Asia, and South America. As you continue to relax, let your thoughts drift to the broader implications of this period. The Industrial Revolution marked the beginning of an era of accelerating change that continues to this day. It set in motion trends that would lead to our modern world of global trade, rapid technological innovation, and environmental challenges. The legacy of the Industrial Revolution is all around us. The computer or phone you might be using to listen to this, the electric lights in your room, the very concept of mass production, all have their roots in the innovations of this transformative period. As we near the end of our exploration of the Industrial Revolution, take a moment to reflect on the journey we've taken. From the quiet English countryside to the bustling industrial cities, from the first mechanical looms to steam-powered locomotives, we've traced the outlines of a period that fundamentally altered the course of human history. Let the weight of history settle gently upon you, not as a burden, but as a soothing reminder of the constant flow of time and change. As you breathe deeply and relax, imagine the sounds of the Industrial Revolution fading away, the clanking of machinery, the hiss of steam, the bustle of factory towns, all giving way to a peaceful silence. In this quiet moment, consider how the echoes of the Industrial Revolution continue to shape our world. Its legacy is complex, a mixture of progress and problems, of incredible achievements and sobering challenges. Yet understanding this period helps us to better comprehend our own time, with its rapid technological changes and global interconnections. As you drift closer to sleep, let the story of the Industrial Revolution remind you of the incredible capacity for change and adaptation that lies within humanity. Like the people who lived through this transformative era, we too face a world of constant change. Their resilience and ingenuity in the face of unprecedented shifts can serve as an inspiration to us all. Allow your thoughts to grow quiet now, like a factory winding down at the end of a long day. Let the tension in your body release, imagining it flowing away like steam from a cooling engine. The Industrial Revolution has passed, but its lessons and its impact continue to shape our world, a gentle reminder of the ongoing story of human progress and innovation. As the echoes of the Industrial Revolution fade into the mists of time, we turn our attention to a man whose ideas would revolutionize our understanding of life itself. In the quiet English countryside of the 19th century, a curious mind was about to embark on a journey of discovery that would change the world forever. In the quiet English countryside of the early 19th century, a young boy named Charles Darwin was born into a world on the cusp of great scientific discovery. The year was 1809, and the tranquil town of Shrewsbury, nestled along the banks of the River Severn, welcomed this future naturalist on February 12th. The Darwin family home, a large Georgian house called the Mount, stood proudly overlooking the river, its red brick facade a testament to the family's prosperity and status. Charles was born into a family of freethinkers and intellectuals. His father, Robert Darwin, was a successful physician, while his paternal grandfather, Erasmus Darwin, had been a renowned physician, botanist, and poet. The air in the Darwin household was thick with curiosity and intellectual discourse, setting the stage for young Charles's inquisitive mind to flourish. As a child, Charles spent countless hours exploring the lush gardens surrounding his home. The gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze, the soft chirping of birds, and the subtle fragrances of blooming flowers all contributed to his growing fascination with the natural world. He would often collect specimens, insects, plants, and rocks, carefully examining each one with the keen eye of a budding naturalist. Darwin's formal education began at the Shrewsbury School, where the classical curriculum did little to spark his interest. The sound of Latin conjugations and Greek declensions filled the classrooms, but young Charles found his mind wandering to the world outside. He preferred to spend his time in nature, observing and collecting, much to the dismay of his teachers who saw little promise in the boy's unconventional interests. In 1825, at the age of 16, Darwin was sent to study medicine at the University of Edinburgh. The cold, damp air of the Scottish capital was a far cry from the gentle climate of Shrewsbury. The sound of waves crashing against the rocky shores and the cries of seagulls overhead became the backdrop to his studies. However, Darwin found himself unable to stomach the graphic nature of surgery in an era before anesthesia. The sight of blood and the cries of patients undergoing operations without pain relief left him feeling faint and queasy. Recognizing that medicine was not his calling, Darwin's father suggested he study to become a clergyman. In 1828, he enrolled at Christ's College, Cambridge. The tranquil atmosphere of the college, with its ancient stone buildings and manicured lawns, provided a more agreeable environment for the young naturalist. It was here that Darwin's passion for natural history truly began to take shape. Under the mentorship of John Stevens Henslow, a botany professor, Darwin's interest in the natural sciences blossomed. The sound of Henslow's lectures, filled with detailed descriptions of plant morphology and classification, captivated Darwin. He spent hours in the university's botanical gardens, the earthy scent of damp soil and fragrant flowers filling his nostrils as he meticulously studied various plant species. As Darwin's time at Cambridge drew to a close, an opportunity arose that would change the course of his life. Henslow recommended Darwin for the position of naturalist aboard the HMS Beagle, a survey ship preparing for a voyage around the world. The prospect of exploring distant lands and observing exotic flora and fauna filled Darwin with excitement and trepidation. On December 27, 1831, the HMS Beagle set sail from Plymouth Sound. The creaking of the ship's timbers, the flapping of canvas sails, and the rhythmic splash of waves against the hull became Darwin's constant companions. For 5 years, he would traverse the globe, making observations that would later form the foundation of his revolutionary theory of evolution by natural selection. The Beagle's journey took Darwin to South America, where the lush rainforests of Brazil overwhelmed his senses. The cacophony of exotic bird calls, the humid air heavy with the scent of decaying vegetation, and the vibrant colors of unfamiliar plants and animals all left an indelible impression on the young naturalist. In the pampas of Argentina, he unearthed fossilized remains of extinct giant mammals, sparking questions about the relationship between past and present species. As the ship sailed along the coast of South America, Darwin experienced his first earthquake in Chile. The ground beneath his feet trembled and shook, a visceral reminder of the Earth's dynamic nature. This event, coupled with his observations of marine fossils high in the Andes Mountains, began to shape his understanding of geological processes and the vast timescales involved in the Earth's history. The Galapagos Islands, a remote archipelago off the coast of Ecuador, proved to be a pivotal stop on Darwin's journey. Here, he encountered a unique assemblage of plants and animals found nowhere else on Earth. The distinctive beaks of the island's finches, each adapted to a specific food source, would later play a crucial role in the development of his theory of natural selection. As you continue to relax and let your mind drift with the gentle waves of Darwin's journey, imagine the warm sun on your face and the salty sea breeze in your hair. Feel the gentle rocking of the ship as it carries you across vast oceans, each day bringing new discoveries and insights. Upon his return to England in 1836, Darwin began the painstaking process of organizing and analyzing the vast collection of specimens and observations he had amassed during his voyage. The quiet of his study, filled with the soft scratching of pen on paper and the occasional rustle of specimen boxes, became his new world. Here, surrounded by the tangible evidence of his travels, Darwin began to formulate his ideas on the origin and diversity of species. In 1839, Darwin married his cousin, Emma Wedgwood. The couple settled into a comfortable life at Down House in Kent, where Charles would spend the rest of his days. The peaceful countryside, with its rolling hills and ancient woodlands, provided the perfect environment for Darwin to continue his scientific pursuits. The gentle ticking of the clock in his study marked the passing of days as he meticulously worked on his theories. As you sink deeper into relaxation, envision Darwin in his garden at Down House. The soft earth beneath his feet, the buzz of insects in the air, and the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze all contribute to the tranquil atmosphere. Here, Darwin conducted numerous experiments, from studying earthworms to breeding pigeons, each observation adding another piece to the puzzle of his emerging theory. For over 2 decades, Darwin refined his ideas on evolution and natural selection. The weight of his revolutionary concept, which challenged the prevailing beliefs about the immutability of species, weighed heavily on his mind. The internal struggle between his scientific conclusions and the potential societal and religious implications of his theory created a palpable tension in his life. Finally, in 1859, spurred by the knowledge that Alfred Russel Wallace had independently arrived at similar conclusions, Darwin published On the Origin of Species. The book, which explained the mechanism of evolution through natural selection, sent shockwaves through the scientific community and beyond. The soft thud of the book being placed on desks and lecterns across the world marked the beginning of a new era in biological understanding. As Darwin's ideas gained acceptance and sparked heated debates, he continued his work with unwavering dedication. His subsequent publications, including The Descent of Man and The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals, further expanded on his theories and their implications for understanding human evolution and behavior. In his later years, Darwin's health began to decline. The once vigorous explorer now found solace in the quiet routines of Down House. The gentle creaking of his favorite armchair, the soft rustling of pages as he read, and the distant songs of garden birds became the soundtrack of his twilight years. As you continue to relax, let the story of Charles Darwin remind you of the power of curiosity and perseverance. His life's work, born from careful observation and bold thinking, changed our understanding of the natural world and our place within it. Allow the gentle flow of his journey to carry you towards peaceful sleep, each breath bringing you closer to rest. Charles Darwin passed away on April 19, 1882, leaving behind a legacy that would continue to shape scientific thought for generations to come. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine the quiet dignity of Darwin's final resting place in Westminster Abbey, where he lies among other great thinkers and innovators of British history. The soft echoes of footsteps on stone floors and the muted whispers of visitors paying their respects create a serene atmosphere of reverence and reflection. Let the story of Charles Darwin settle gently in your mind, a testament to the power of observation, the importance of questioning established beliefs, and the profound impact that one person's ideas can have on the world. As you breathe deeply and sink further into relaxation, allow the weight of sleep to embrace you, carrying you into peaceful dreams filled with the wonders of the natural world that so captivated Darwin throughout his remarkable life. As we conclude our exploration of the Ming Dynasty, we find ourselves at another transition point in our journey through history. Let us take a moment to reflect on the ebb and flow of time, the rise and fall of empires, and the constant change that shapes our world. Now, we shall gently shift our focus to a new era, carrying with us the lessons of the past as we move forward in our historical narrative. In the mid-19th century, a great conflict was brewing in the United States of America. The American Civil War, a defining moment in the nation's history, would test the very foundations of the young republic. It began on April 12, 1861, when Confederate forces fired upon Fort Sumter in South Carolina. The air was thick with tension as the first shots echoed across the harbor, signaling the start of a war that would last 4 long years. The roots of this conflict stretched back decades, with tensions growing between the northern and southern states over issues of states' rights, economic differences, and most critically, the institution of slavery. The North, increasingly industrialized and urbanized, had largely moved away from slave labor. In contrast, the South's economy remained heavily dependent on agriculture, particularly cotton production, which relied on enslaved workers. As you listen to this story, imagine the rolling fields of the South, where cotton plantations stretched as far as the eye could see. The air was heavy with the scent of magnolia blossoms and the earthy aroma of freshly tilled soil. In the distance, you might have heard the rhythmic sound of work songs drifting across the fields, a haunting reminder of the human cost of this economic system. The election of Abraham Lincoln in 1860 proved to be the catalyst that pushed the nation towards war. Lincoln, a Republican, was viewed by many Southerners as a threat to their way of life. Though he had pledged not to interfere with slavery where it already existed, his party's opposition to the expansion of slavery into new territories was seen as the first step towards its eventual abolition. In the months following Lincoln's election, 11 Southern states seceded from the Union, forming the Confederate States of America. Jefferson Davis, a former U.S. Senator from Mississippi, was chosen as the Confederacy's president. The air in the South was electric with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. In town squares and on plantation porches, heated discussions could be heard as people debated the wisdom of secession and the prospects of war. As you relax and let this story wash over you, picture the scene in Washington, D.C. on March 4, 1861. The day was overcast with a chill in the air as Abraham Lincoln took the oath of office. His inaugural address was a plea for unity, ending with the poignant appeal, "We are not enemies but friends, we must not be enemies." Despite his words, the die had been cast and war was now inevitable. The early years of the war saw a series of Confederate victories. The first Battle of Bull Run, or Manassas as it was known in the South, shattered northern illusions of a quick and easy victory. Imagine the chaos of that day, the thunder of cannon fire, the acrid smell of gunpowder, and the cries of men as they faced the realities of modern warfare for the first time. As you continue to relax, let your mind drift to the fields of Antietam in September 1862. The air was crisp with the first hints of autumn as the two armies clashed in what would become the bloodiest single day in American history. Over 22,000 men were killed, wounded, or went missing in the space of a few hours. The small creek that ran through the battlefield ran red with blood, a grim testament to the cost of the conflict. The Battle of Antietam, while tactically inconclusive, proved to be a strategic turning point. It gave President Lincoln the victory he needed to issue the Emancipation Proclamation, transforming the nature of the conflict. No longer was the war just about preserving the Union, it had become a crusade to end slavery. As the war progressed, its toll on both sides became increasingly apparent. In the North, cities were filled with the wounded, hospitals overflowing with men bearing the scars of battle. In the South, the blockade imposed by the Union Navy began to bite, with shortages of food and other essentials becoming commonplace. Imagine the quiet streets of Richmond, the Confederate capital, on a warm summer evening in 1863. The air was heavy with humidity and the scent of jasmine, but beneath the seeming tranquility, there was an undercurrent of tension. News had just arrived of a great battle fought in a small Pennsylvania town called Gettysburg, where the tide of war had turned decisively against the South. The Battle of Gettysburg, fought over 3 sweltering days in July, was a crucial moment in the conflict. On the final day, nearly 15,000 men under the command of Confederate General George Pickett charged across an open field towards the Union lines. The sound of their approach must have been terrifying, thousands of feet pounding the earth, punctuated by the staccato of gunfire and the deep boom of artillery. As you continue to relax and let the story flow over you, picture the scene at Gettysburg in the aftermath of the battle. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the sickly sweet odor of death. Thousands of bodies lay where they had fallen, a grim harvest on the once peaceful Pennsylvania fields. It was here, a few months later, that President Lincoln would deliver his famous Gettysburg Address, rededicating the nation to the principles of human equality espoused by the Declaration of Independence. The war ground on, with General Ulysses S. Grant taking command of all Union armies in 1864. Grant's strategy was one of attrition, knowing that the North's superior resources would eventually wear down the Confederacy. The fighting in Virginia that summer was particularly brutal, with battles like the Wilderness and Cold Harbor resulting in staggering casualties. As the leaves began to turn in the autumn of 1864, General William Tecumseh Sherman began his famous March to the Sea. His army cut a swath of destruction through Georgia, from Atlanta to Savannah. The smoke from burning plantations and factories filled the air, a visible representation of the Confederacy's fading hopes. Meanwhile, in the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia, Union General Philip Sheridan waged a scorched earth campaign. The valley, once known as the Confederacy's breadbasket, was systematically stripped of anything that could support the Southern war effort. The once verdant fields were left barren, the autumn air filled with the smoke of burning barns and mills. As winter set in, the siege of Petersburg, Virginia, continued. Confederate forces under General Robert E. Lee were slowly being strangled by Grant's encircling army. In the trenches, men on both sides huddled around small fires, trying to ward off the bitter cold. The sound of pickaxes could be heard as soldiers dug deeper, seeking protection from enemy fire and the biting wind. As you drift deeper into relaxation, imagine the scene in Richmond in the early spring of 1865. The city, once the proud capital of the Confederacy, was now a shadow of its former self. Food was scarce, and inflation had rendered Confederate currency nearly worthless. The streets were filled with the wounded and the destitute, a stark contrast to the optimism that had reigned 4 years earlier. On April 2, 1865, Lee's lines around Petersburg finally broke. The Confederate government fled Richmond, setting fire to warehouses and bridges as they left to prevent them from falling into Union hands. The next day, Union troops entered the city. The air was thick with smoke and the sound of celebration as newly freed slaves welcomed their liberators. Lee's army, reduced to a fraction of its former strength, retreated westward. Union forces pursued relentlessly, finally surrounding the Confederates near the small Virginia town of Appomattox Courthouse. On April 9, in the parlor of a small farmhouse, Lee surrendered to Grant, effectively ending the Civil War. The terms of surrender were generous, with Grant allowing the Confederate soldiers to keep their horses and sidearms. As Lee rode back to his troops, Union soldiers began to cheer. Grant quickly silenced them, saying, "The war is over. The rebels are our countrymen again." The magnanimity of this moment would set the tone for the challenging process of reconciliation that lay ahead. As the news of Lee's surrender spread, celebrations erupted across the North. In Washington, D.C., crowds gathered in front of the White House calling for President Lincoln to speak. Lincoln, ever mindful of the need for reconciliation, asked the band to play Dixie, saying, "As we have captured the rebel army, we have also captured their tune." However, the joy of victory was short-lived. On April 14, just 5 days after Lee's surrender, Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth at Ford's Theater in Washington. The nation was plunged into mourning, and the process of reconstruction, already daunting, became even more challenging without Lincoln's steady hand to guide it. As you continue to relax, reflect on the enormous cost of this conflict. Over 600,000 American soldiers lost their lives, more than in all other American wars combined up to that point. Countless others were wounded, many bearing the scars of battle for the rest of their lives. The war touched every aspect of American society, reshaping the nation's economy, politics, and social fabric. The end of the Civil War marked the beginning of a new chapter in American history. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments to the Constitution abolished slavery, guaranteed equal protection under the law, and granted voting rights to African American men. However, the struggle for true equality was far from over, and many of the issues at the heart of the Civil War would continue to resonate in American society for generations to come. As you drift towards sleep, let the story of the Civil War remind you of the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring strength of a nation tested by its greatest crisis. Like the dawn that followed those dark years of conflict, may you find peace and renewal in your rest. As the echoes of the American Civil War fade into history, we turn our gaze to a different era, one of rapid change and cultural transformation. The Victorian age dawns, bringing with it new ideas, inventions, and societal shifts that would shape the modern world. Let us explore this fascinating period of human progress and refinement. The Victorian era, a period of profound change and contradiction in British history, began in 1837 with the ascension of Queen Victoria to the throne. As we explore this fascinating time, let the gentle rhythm of history lull you into a state of calm relaxation. Picture the streets of London in the early days of Victoria's reign. The air is thick with coal smoke, the cobblestones echo with the clip-clop of horse-drawn carriages. Gas lamps cast a warm glow on the fog-shrouded streets, their light barely penetrating the infamous London pea soupers. Victoria, just 18 years old when she became queen, brought a youthful energy to the monarchy. Her marriage to Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha in 1840 marked the beginning of a new era of stability and family values. Imagine the royal couple, arm in arm, strolling through the lush gardens of Buckingham Palace, the scent of roses and freshly cut grass filling the air. As you breathe deeply and sink further into comfort, let's explore the rapid changes that characterized this era. The Industrial Revolution, already underway, accelerated during Victoria's reign. The rhythmic chugging of steam engines and the clatter of looms in textile mills became the soundtrack of progress. Cities expanded at an unprecedented rate, their boundaries pushing outward like ripples in a pond. The population of London more than doubled during Victoria's reign, reaching over 6 million by the turn of the century. As you relax, picture the bustling streets, the mix of grand architecture and cramped tenements, the contrast between wealth and poverty that defined urban life. The railways, a symbol of Victorian innovation, crisscrossed the country like arteries pumping life into the furthest reaches of the empire. The gentle rocking of a train carriage, the soft whoosh of steam, the passing landscape blurring into a soothing palette of greens and browns, let these images carry you towards peaceful slumber. In the realm of science and technology, the Victorian era was a time of remarkable discovery. Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, published in 1859, sent shockwaves through society, challenging long-held beliefs about the nature of life itself. As you rest, consider how ideas can shape the world, flowing like water, gradually eroding old certainties and carving new paths of understanding. The Great Exhibition of 1851, housed in the magnificent Crystal Palace, showcased Britain's industrial and imperial might. Imagine walking through the vast glass structure, sunlight streaming through its crystal panes, illuminating displays from across the globe. The air hums with excitement and the murmur of countless languages, a testament to Britain's place at the center of a vast empire. As night falls in our Victorian journey, let's turn to the literary world that flourished during this time. The works of Charles Dickens painted vivid pictures of urban life, both its vibrancy and its hardships. Allow the gentle cadence of Dickens' prose to wash over you, his characters as familiar as old friends. The Bronte sisters, writing from their parsonage on the windswept moors of Yorkshire, created passionate tales of love and longing. As you drift closer to sleep, picture the wild beauty of the moors, the heather swaying in the breeze, the cry of a distant curlew echoing across the empty landscape. In the realm of art, the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood sought to bring a new authenticity to painting. Their vivid colors and attention to natural detail created dreamlike images that still captivate us today. Visualize Ophelia floating in her flower-strewn stream, or the Lady of Shalott in her tower, their stories frozen in time on canvas. The Victorian era was also a time of social reform. Campaigners like Florence Nightingale revolutionized healthcare, while others fought for improved working conditions and women's rights. As you relax, reflect on how small acts of compassion and courage can ripple outward, changing lives and shaping societies. In the later years of Victoria's reign, new technologies began to emerge that would shape the century to come. The telephone, invented by Alexander Graham Bell in 1876, began to shrink distances and connect people in ways never before possible. The soft ring of an early telephone, the crackle of a voice carried by wire, let these sounds of progress gently lull you. The first flickering images of early cinema appeared in the 1890s, hinting at the visual revolution to come. Imagine sitting in a darkened room, watching in wonder as static photographs sprang to life, moving across the screen like magic. As the sun sets on our Victorian journey, let's consider the legacy of this remarkable era. It was a time of contrasts, of great wealth and grinding poverty, of rigid morality and social upheaval, of confident empire and creeping doubt. Yet it was also a time of great creativity, of scientific advancement, and of expanding horizons. Queen Victoria's death in 1901 marked the end of an era, but the world she left behind was vastly different from the one she had inherited 64 years earlier. As you drift towards sleep, reflect on how the past shapes the present, how each generation builds on the achievements and learns from the mistakes of those who came before. Let the weight of history settle gently around you, like a warm, comforting blanket. Feel the steady march of time slowing, becoming as calm and regular as your own breathing. The gas lamps of Victorian London dim, the sounds of horses and carriages fade away, leaving you in a peaceful, timeless space. As you sink deeper into relaxation, know that the story of the Victorian era, like all of history, is a reminder of our shared human journey. It speaks of resilience in the face of change, of the power of ideas to shape the world, and of the enduring human spirit that drives us forward. Allow your thoughts to drift like leaves on a gentle stream, carried by the currents of time. The echoes of the Victorian age, its inventions, its art, its social changes continue to resonate in our world today. But for now, let all of that fade into the background, leaving only a sense of calm and continuity. As your breathing becomes slower and more regular, imagine the ticking of a Victorian pocket watch, its steady rhythm a lullaby from another time. With each tick, feel yourself moving closer to the edge of sleep, your body becoming heavier, your mind quieter. In these final moments before you drift off, know that the story of the past will still be here when you wake, ready to inspire and inform. But for now, let go of all thoughts, all worries, all awareness of time itself. Allow yourself to float in the peaceful darkness, cradled by the gentle flow of history. Sleep now and dream of a world both familiar and strange, where gas lamps flicker in the fog and the distant whistle of a steam train echoes across the night. Good night and sweet dreams. As the Victorian era faded into history, a new century dawned, bringing with it unprecedented technological advancements. Among these innovations, one would forever change the course of human transportation and exploration. In Dayton, Ohio, two brothers were about to embark on a journey that would take humanity to new heights, quite literally. In the quiet town of Dayton, Ohio, as the 19th century gave way to the 20th, two brothers were about to change the course of human history. Wilbur and Orville Wright, born 4 years apart, grew up in a home that valued curiosity and innovation. Their father, Milton Wright, a bishop in the Church of the United Brethren in Christ, encouraged his children to read widely and think critically. The Wright family home on 7 Hawthorne Street was a modest 2-story structure, its wooden siding weathered by the Midwestern seasons. Inside, the air was often filled with the sounds of tinkering and the rustle of paper as the brothers pored over books and sketches. The scent of machine oil and wood shavings permeated their workshop, a testament to their endless experiments and creations. As young boys, Wilbur and Orville were inseparable. They shared a fascination with a toy helicopter their father had brought home, a simple device made of paper, bamboo, and cork with a rubber band to twirl its rotor. The brothers would spend hours watching it flutter and spin, their minds whirring with possibilities. This small toy, powered by nothing more than elastic potential energy, planted the seed of aviation in their minds. In 1889, while still in their early 20s, the Wright brothers opened a bicycle shop. The rhythmic clicking of bicycle wheels and the gentle hiss of air pumps filled their days. This practical experience with mechanics and balance would later prove invaluable in their pursuit of flight. They learned to work with tubes and wires, to understand the importance of weight distribution and the principles of steering. As you relax and let your mind drift, imagine the Wright brothers in their shop, surrounded by the tools of their trade. The smell of rubber tires and metal filings, the soft clink of wrenches against frames, the murmur of customers discussing the latest innovations in cycling. All these sensory experiences were shaping the brothers' understanding of motion and control, lessons they would later apply to the challenge of flight. The turn of the century brought with it a surge of interest in the possibility of human flight. The Wright brothers, now in their 30s, began to seriously pursue this dream. They wrote to the Smithsonian Institution, requesting all available information on aeronautical experiments. Night after night, they would sit by lamplight, poring over the works of Otto Lilienthal, the German glider enthusiast, and Samuel Langley, the American astronomer and physicist. In 1900, the brothers traveled to Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, a remote village on the Outer Banks known for its steady winds and soft, sandy terrain. The air was thick with salt spray, and the constant whisper of the ocean provided a soothing backdrop to their work. Here, away from the distractions of city life, they could focus entirely on their experiments. Picture the scene: 2 men dressed in suits and ties despite the informal setting, walking along the windswept dunes. The sun beats down on them as they study the flight of seagulls, noting how the birds adjust their wings to maintain balance in the gusty conditions. The brothers realized that control was the key to successful flight, a principle that had eluded many of their predecessors. Over the next 3 years, the Wright brothers made repeated trips to Kitty Hawk, each time refining their designs. They built gliders, testing them in the strong coastal winds, learning from each success and failure. The sound of canvas flapping in the wind, the creak of wooden frames under stress, and the soft thud of landings in the sand became the soundtrack of their endeavors. As you continue to relax, let your mind's eye see the Wright brothers camp at Kitty Hawk. A simple wooden shed serves as their workshop and living quarters. Inside, the walls are covered with sketches and calculations. The air is filled with the scent of pine from the lumber they use, mixed with the ever-present tang of sea salt. At night, by the light of oil lamps, they discuss the day's observations and plan the next day's tests. In 1903, after countless setbacks and revisions, the Wright brothers were ready to attempt powered flight. They had designed and built their own engine, a lightweight aluminum block with 4 cylinders. The propellers were carefully crafted based on their understanding of aerodynamics, shaped to provide the maximum thrust. On the morning of December 17, 1903, the air was cold and crisp. A strong wind blew across the dunes, rustling the sea oats and carrying the distant cries of seabirds. The brothers' flying machine, which they called the Flyer, sat on a wooden launch rail, its canvas wings gleaming in the pale winter sunlight. Orville Wright lay prone on the lower wing, his hands gripping the controls. The engine sputtered to life, its harsh mechanical rhythm a stark contrast to the natural sounds of the beach. With Wilbur steadying the wing, the Flyer began to move down the rail, gathering speed, and then, in a moment that would change the world, it lifted off the ground. For 12 seconds, the Flyer remained airborne, covering a distance of 120 feet. It was a short flight by modern standards, but a monumental leap for humanity. The brothers made 3 more flights that day, each one longer than the last. By the end of the day, Wilbur had managed to stay aloft for 59 seconds, covering a distance of 852 feet. As night falls in your mind's eye, see the Wright brothers in their camp, exhausted but exhilarated. The weight of their achievement hasn't yet sunk in. They send a telegram to their father. Success 4 flights Thursday morning, all against 21-mile wind, started from level with engine power alone, average speed through air 31 miles, longest 57 seconds, inform press, home Christmas. The world was slow to recognize the significance of the Wright brothers' achievement. For 2 years, they continued to refine their designs, making longer and more controlled flights. In 1905, they developed the Wright Flyer III, which could stay in the air for up to 39 minutes and make turns and circles. As you drift deeper into relaxation, consider the patience and perseverance of the Wright brothers. Their success was not an overnight sensation, but the result of years of methodical work and careful observation. They faced skepticism and setbacks, but never lost sight of their goal. In 1908, the Wright brothers finally gained widespread recognition. Wilbur traveled to France to demonstrate their flying machine, while Orville conducted flight tests for the U.S. Army in Virginia. The sight of a man-made machine soaring through the air captured the world's imagination. The age of aviation had truly begun. The Wright brothers' legacy extends far beyond their initial flights. Their work laid the foundation for modern aviation, influencing everything from military strategy to global commerce and communication. Today, as you board an airplane for a transcontinental flight, you're benefiting from the groundwork laid by 2 bicycle mechanics from Dayton, Ohio. As you continue to relax, let the story of the Wright brothers remind you of the power of dreams and determination. Their journey from a small bicycle shop to the skis above Kitty Hawk is a testament to human ingenuity and perseverance. Like the gentle lift that carried the Flyer into the air, let these thoughts elevate your mind towards peaceful slumber. Imagine the soft whisper of wind over canvas wings, the rhythmic pulse of a simple engine, the exhilaration of that first moment of flight. Let these sensations carry you as you drift off to sleep, soaring through your own dreams on the wings of history. As your breathing becomes slow and steady, picture the endless expanse of sky that the Wright brothers opened up for humanity. The blue vastness, dotted with clouds stretching from horizon to horizon. This is the legacy of Wilbur and Orville Wright, a world made smaller, yet infinitely more expansive. Allow the pioneering spirit of the Wright brothers to inspire your own journey into the realm of dreams. Like their careful, methodical approach to solving the problem of flight, let your mind gently work through any lingering thoughts or concerns, knowing that solutions often come when we least expect them. As you sink deeper into relaxation, remember that every great achievement begins with a single step, or in this case, a single flight. The Wright brothers' story reminds us that persistence and patience can overcome seemingly insurmountable challenges. Let this thought comfort you as you face your own obstacles, knowing that with determination, you too can soar. As the Wright brothers' dreams of flight took wing, the world stood on the brink of a new era. Across the Atlantic, tensions were brewing that would soon plunge humanity into its first truly global conflict. In the summer of 1914, the echoes of gunshots in Sarajevo would ripple across continents, drawing nations into the maelstrom of World War I. In the summer of 1914, Europe stood on the brink of a conflict that would reshape the world. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria-Hungary in Sarajevo on June 28 set in motion a series of events that would plunge the continent into war. As tensions mounted, the air in Europe's capitals was thick with anticipation and fear. On August 1, 1914, Germany declared war on Russia, and the dominoes began to fall. The sound of mobilization orders being read aloud in town squares across Europe echoed through the streets. Young men, filled with a mixture of patriotic fervor and trepidation, said goodbye to their loved ones and marched off to war, the rhythmic sound of their boots on cobblestone streets a somber reminder of the conflict to come. As autumn approached, the Western Front began to take shape. The smell of damp earth and gunpowder filled the air as soldiers dug trenches that would soon stretch from the English Channel to the Swiss border. The once peaceful fields of France and Belgium were transformed into a muddy, scarred landscape, crisscrossed with barbed wire and dotted with shell craters. In the trenches, soldiers faced unimaginable hardships. The constant threat of enemy fire was compounded by the harsh conditions of trench life. The air was thick with the scent of unwashed bodies, rotting food, and the acrid smell of cordite. The sound of artillery fire in the distance was a constant reminder of the danger that lurked just beyond the parapet. As you lie here, letting the weight of sleep gently settle upon you, imagine the quiet moments in those trenches. The soft whisper of soldiers writing letters home by candlelight, the gentle rustle of paper, a stark contrast to the occasional distant boom of artillery. Let the rhythm of your breath mirror the slow, steady passage of time in those muddy dugouts. The war at sea brought its own set of challenges. The Battle of Jutland in 1916 saw the clash of the British and German fleets in the North Sea. Picture the gray, choppy waters, the low clouds hanging heavy in the sky. The air was filled with the scent of salt and smoke as massive dreadnoughts exchanged fire, their huge guns creating a thunderous cacophony that echoed across the waves. On the Eastern Front, vast armies clashed across the plains of Eastern Europe. The Russian Empire, despite its size, struggled against the more technologically advanced German forces. Imagine the endless steppes, the wind whispering through fields of wheat, soon to be trampled under the boots of advancing and retreating armies. As the war ground on, new technologies changed the face of combat. In 1915, at Ypres, the world witnessed the first large-scale use of poison gas. The sight of a strange, greenish-yellow cloud drifting across no man's land struck terror into the hearts of soldiers on both sides. The acrid smell and choking effects of the gas added a new, horrifying dimension to the conflict. In 1916, the Battle of Verdun began, a struggle that would last for most of the year and claim hundreds of thousands of lives. The once verdant hills around the French fortress city were reduced to a barren, crater-pocked wasteland. The constant artillery bombardment created a deafening roar that could be heard for miles, the ground itself seeming to tremble with each impact. As you relax deeper, let the weight of this history settle gently in your mind. Feel the tension in your body release, much like the world longed for release from the grip of war. Allow your thoughts to drift, like leaves on a gentle stream, through the currents of time. The year 1917 brought significant changes to the war. The United States, after years of neutrality, entered the conflict on the side of the Allies. The sound of American troops singing as they marched through the streets of Paris brought a renewed sense of hope to the war-weary French. Meanwhile, in Russia, the strains of war led to revolution, and the Tsarist regime collapsed, changing the eastern theater of the war dramatically. As the war entered its final year, both sides were exhausted. The German spring offensive of 1918 was their last desperate attempt to win the war before American forces could arrive in strength. For a time, it seemed they might succeed, but the Allies held firm. The tide began to turn, and soon the Allies were advancing on all fronts. Imagine the mix of emotions as news of the German collapse began to spread. The air in the Allied trenches buzzed with excitement, tempered by the weariness of 4 long years of war. In Berlin, the mood was somber as the reality of defeat set in. The sound of revolution was in the air as the old order crumbled. Finally, on November 11, 1918, at 11 a.m., the guns fell silent. The armistice was signed in a railway carriage in the forest of Campigny. As the news spread, a strange quiet fell over the battlefields. After years of constant noise, the silence was almost deafening. In cities across Europe and America, bells rang out and crowds celebrated in the streets. As you drift closer to sleep, think of that moment of peace, the relief that washed over millions as the war finally ended. Let that sense of relief flow through your body, relaxing each muscle, easing away the tensions of your day. The war had lasted 4 years, 3 months, and 14 days. It had claimed the lives of over 9 million soldiers and 10 million civilians. The world would never be the same. The old empires of Europe, the German, Austro-Hungarian, Ottoman, and Russian, had collapsed. New nations were born, and the seeds of future conflicts were sown. In the years that followed, memorials were erected in towns and cities across the world. The somber stone monuments stood as silent sentinels, reminders of the sacrifice and loss. In Flanders fields, red poppies bloomed among the graves, a poignant symbol of remembrance. As you rest here, let the story of World War I settle in your mind. It's a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit, the courage of ordinary people in extraordinary times, and the profound impact of global events on individual lives. Let these thoughts gently guide you towards peaceful sleep, like a boat drifting on calm waters. Remember, as you sink deeper into relaxation, that history is a tapestry of human experiences. Each thread, each life contributes to the larger picture. Your own experiences, your own story is part of this ongoing narrative. As you breathe deeply and slowly, feel yourself becoming part of this flow of time, drifting peacefully towards sleep. In the quiet of your room, as you lie here on the threshold of sleep, imagine the relief felt by millions as the war finally ended. Let that sense of peace wash over you, carrying away the stresses and worries of your day. Allow yourself to sink into a deep, restful sleep, safe in the knowledge that you are part of the ongoing story of humanity, a story that continues even as you rest. As the echoes of the Great War faded into history, a new era dawned, bringing with it a spirit of exuberance and cultural transformation. The world was ready to embrace change, to dance away the memories of conflict and hardship. And so, we turn our attention to a time of jazz, flappers, and unprecedented social shifts. As we continue our journey through history, we find ourselves in the vibrant era known as the Roaring Twenties. This decade, spanning from 1920 to 1929, was a time of significant social, economic, and cultural change in the United States and beyond. Let's explore this fascinating period in a gentle, soothing manner. The 1920s began in the aftermath of World War I and the devastating influenza pandemic of 1918. As the world recovered from these global crises, a new sense of optimism and energy emerged, particularly in America. The economy was booming, and technological advancements were rapidly changing everyday life. One of the most iconic aspects of the Roaring Twenties was the rise of jazz music. This new genre, with its syncopated rhythms and improvisational style, became the soundtrack of the era. Jazz clubs sprouted up in cities like New York, Chicago, and New Orleans, filling the night air with melodious tunes. Picture yourself in a dimly lit speakeasy, the soft glow of table lamps illuminating the faces of patrons. The gentle tinkling of piano keys mingles with the mellow tones of a saxophone, creating a warm, enveloping atmosphere. This was the essence of the jazz age, a time when music became a form of rebellion and self-expression. The 1920s also saw significant changes in fashion. Women's clothing became more relaxed and less restrictive. The iconic flapper style emerged, characterized by short hair, knee-length dresses, and long necklaces. Men's fashion, too, evolved with the popularity of suits with wider lapels and the introduction of more casual wear. Imagine a fashionable couple strolling down a city street. The woman's beaded dress catches the light as she walks, her bobbed hair swaying gently. Her companion sports a well-tailored suit and a fedora tilted at a jaunty angle. These visual cues instantly transport us to this bygone era. The automobile industry experienced tremendous growth during this period. Cars became more affordable and accessible to the average American family. This newfound mobility changed the way people lived, worked, and socialized. The freedom of the open road became a symbol of the American dream. Close your eyes and envision a shiny Model T Ford rolling down a tree-lined street. The soft purr of its engine and the gentle crunch of tires on gravel create a soothing rhythm. This was the sound of progress and possibility that defined the decade. The 1920s also marked a significant shift in the role of women in society. The 19th Amendment, ratified in 1920, granted women the right to vote in the United States. This political empowerment coincided with changing social norms that allowed women more freedom in their personal and professional lives. Women began entering the workforce in greater numbers, taking on roles previously reserved for men. They became teachers, nurses, and office workers. Some even ventured into traditionally male-dominated fields like aviation, with pioneers like Amelia Earhart capturing the public's imagination. The world of entertainment underwent a revolution during the Roaring Twenties. Silent films gave way to talkies, and movie theaters became popular destinations for people of all ages. Stars like Charlie Chaplin and Mary Pickford became household names, their images adorning magazine covers and billboards across the country. Imagine sitting in a plush velvet seat in a grand movie palace. The lights dim and the silver screen flickers to life. The gentle whir of the projector creates a soothing white noise as you're transported into a world of romance, adventure, or comedy. This was the magic of early cinema. Literature, too, flourished during this period. Authors like F. Scott Fitzgerald, Ernest Hemingway, and Langston Hughes produced works that captured the spirit of the age. Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby, published in 1925, has become synonymous with the excesses and disillusionment of the era. Picture yourself in a cozy library, the soft glow of a reading lamp illuminating the pages of a leather-bound book. The scent of old paper and ink fills the air as you lose yourself in the lyrical prose of these literary giants. Their words paint vivid pictures of a world both familiar and foreign. The 1920s was also a time of great scientific and technological advancement. Albert Einstein received the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1921 for his groundbreaking work on the photoelectric effect. His theories of relativity were reshaping our understanding of the universe. In the realm of medicine, the decade saw the discovery of penicillin by Alexander Fleming in 1928, though its full potential as an antibiotic wouldn't be realized until the following decade. These scientific breakthroughs were laying the groundwork for future innovations that would transform human life. The Roaring Twenties was not without its challenges, however. The enforcement of prohibition, which banned the production, importation, and sale of alcoholic beverages, led to the rise of organized crime and speakeasies. This period of attempted temperance had far-reaching social and political consequences. Despite these issues, the overall mood of the 1920s was one of optimism and progress. The economy was booming, with the stock market reaching unprecedented heights. This prosperity allowed for increased consumer spending, fueling further economic growth. New household appliances like refrigerators, washing machines, and vacuum cleaners were making domestic life easier for many Americans. The spread of electricity to rural areas was transforming life outside of cities. Radio became a popular form of entertainment, bringing news, music, and stories into homes across the nation. Imagine a family gathered around a large wooden radio cabinet in their living room. The warm glow of vacuum tubes illuminates their faces as they listen intently to a broadcast. The crackle of static between stations creates a gentle, almost hypnotic sound. This was how many Americans experienced the wider world from the comfort of their homes. The art world, too, was experiencing a renaissance. The Art Deco movement, with its sleek lines and geometric patterns, influenced everything from architecture to jewelry design. Skyscrapers like the Chrysler Building in New York City became towering symbols of this new aesthetic. In Europe, artistic movements like Surrealism and Dadaism were challenging traditional notions of art and reality. Artists like Salvador Dali and René Magritte were creating dreamlike landscapes that continue to captivate viewers to this day. As the decade drew to a close, few could have predicted the economic turmoil that lay ahead. The stock market crash of October 1929 would mark the end of the Roaring Twenties and the beginning of the Great Depression. But for a brief shining moment, the world had experienced a period of unprecedented growth, creativity, and cultural change. The legacy of the Roaring Twenties continues to fascinate us today. Its music, fashion, and art still influence modern culture. The spirit of innovation and optimism that characterized the era serves as a reminder of humanity's resilience and capacity for progress. As we drift off to sleep, let's carry with us the gentle echoes of jazz melodies, the soft rustle of beaded dresses, and the quiet purr of a Model T engine. These soothing sounds of the past can lull us into peaceful slumber, where we might dream of the glittering world of the Roaring Twenties. As the echoes of the Roaring Twenties fade into history, we find ourselves on the precipice of a new era. The jubilant sounds of jazz and the clinking of champagne glasses give way to a somber silence. In the distance, storm clouds gather on the horizon, foreshadowing the challenges that lie ahead. Let us now turn our attention to a period that would test the resilience of millions. The Great Depression, a period of severe economic downturn that began in 1929 and lasted until the late 1930s, was one of the most challenging times in modern history. This global phenomenon had far-reaching consequences that affected millions of people across the world, particularly in the United States. The origins of the Great Depression can be traced back to the aftermath of World War I. The 1920s, often referred to as the Roaring Twenties, was a time of prosperity and economic growth in the United States. However, this period of abundance was built on unstable foundations, with speculation in the stock market reaching dangerous levels. On October 24, 1929, a day that would become known as Black Thursday, the stock market experienced a significant downturn. Panic selling ensued, leading to a catastrophic crash on October 29, known as Black Tuesday. This event marked the beginning of the Great Depression. As stock prices plummeted, many investors lost their life savings. Banks, which had invested heavily in the stock market, began to fail. This led to a domino effect, causing more banks to collapse as people rushed to withdraw their money. By 1933, nearly half of America's banks had failed. The economic impact of the stock market crash was devastating. Businesses closed, unemployment soared, and millions of Americans found themselves without work or savings. By 1933, the unemployment rate in the United States had reached a staggering 25%, with some cities experiencing rates as high as 50%. The effects of the Great Depression were not limited to the United States. The interconnected nature of the global economy meant that the economic downturn spread to other countries. International trade declined sharply, and many nations struggled with high unemployment and economic instability. In rural areas, farmers faced additional challenges. A severe drought in the Great Plains region, coupled with poor farming practices, led to the Dust Bowl. Massive dust storms destroyed crops and forced many farmers to abandon their land. This environmental disaster exacerbated the economic hardships of the Great Depression. The human toll of the Great Depression was immense. Families struggled to put food on the table, and many people lost their homes. Shantytowns, nicknamed Hoovervilles after President Herbert Hoover, sprang up across the country as homeless individuals and families sought shelter. President Hoover's initial response to the crisis was limited, as he believed in a hands-off approach to government intervention in the economy. This approach proved ineffective, and public dissatisfaction grew. In 1932, Franklin D. Roosevelt was elected president, promising a New Deal to address the economic crisis. Roosevelt's New Deal programs aimed to provide relief, recovery, and reform. The government implemented various initiatives to create jobs, stabilize the banking system, and provide social security. Programs like the Civilian Conservation Corps and the Works Progress Administration employed millions of Americans in public works projects. The Tennessee Valley Authority was established to generate electricity and control flooding in the Tennessee River Valley. This project not only provided jobs, but also brought electricity to rural areas, improving living conditions for many Americans. The Social Security Act of 1935 created a system of old-age pensions and unemployment insurance, providing a safety net for vulnerable Americans. The National Labor Relations Act, also known as the Wagner Act, protected workers' rights to unionize and engage in collective bargaining. While these programs provided relief to many Americans, the economy remained fragile throughout the 1930s. It wasn't until the United States entered World War II in 1941 that the country fully emerged from the Great Depression. The war effort required massive industrial production, creating jobs and stimulating economic growth. The Great Depression left an indelible mark on American society and culture. It shaped a generation's attitudes towards money, work, and government. Many who lived through this period developed a frugal mindset that stayed with them for the rest of their lives. The economic hardships of the Great Depression also influenced art and literature. Writers like John Steinbeck captured the struggles of ordinary Americans in novels such as The Grapes of Wrath. Photographers like Dorothea Lange documented the harsh realities of life during this period, creating iconic images that still resonate today. The Great Depression also had long-lasting effects on economic policy and the role of government. The New Deal programs expanded the federal government's involvement in the economy and social welfare, setting precedents that continue to influence policy debates to this day. Internationally, the economic instability of the 1930s contributed to political upheaval in many countries. In Germany, the economic crisis helped fuel the rise of the Nazi Party, led by Adolf Hitler. This ultimately set the stage for World War II, which would reshape the global order. The lessons learned from the Great Depression influenced post-war economic policies. The Bretton Woods Conference in 1944 established a new international monetary system, creating institutions like the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank to promote global economic stability. In the decades following the Great Depression, economists and policymakers have continued to study this period, seeking to understand its causes and prevent similar crises in the future. The Great Recession of 2008-2009, while not as severe, drew comparisons to the Great Depression and reignited debates about economic policy and regulation. As we reflect on the Great Depression, it's important to remember the resilience and strength shown by those who lived through it. Their experiences serve as a reminder of the importance of economic stability, social safety nets, and the potential for both human suffering and triumph in the face of adversity. As the echoes of the Great Depression faded into history, a new and even more ominous storm was gathering on the horizon. Across the Atlantic in Europe, tensions were rising, and the world was about to be plunged into another global conflict that would reshape the course of human history. World War II, a global conflict that reshaped the world, began in 1939 and lasted until 1945. As we delve into this pivotal moment in history, let the gentle rhythm of these words guide you towards peaceful rest. In the late 1930s, tensions were rising across Europe. The air was thick with uncertainty, like a heavy fog settling over the continent. On September 1, 1939, Germany invaded Poland, marking the official start of World War II. The sound of marching boots and rumbling tanks shattered the uneasy peace that had prevailed since the end of the First World War. As you lie comfortably, imagine the streets of London during the Blitz. The distant wail of air raid sirens pierces the night, a haunting melody that became all too familiar to the city's residents. Families huddled in underground shelters, their breath visible in the cool, damp air. The soft glow of candlelight flickered on the walls, casting long shadows that danced like memories of more peaceful times. Across the English Channel, the beaches of Normandy awaited their moment in history. On June 6, 1944, known as D-Day, Allied forces launched the largest seaborne invasion in history. Picture the gray waves lapping against the shores, the distant hum of aircraft engines growing louder as dawn broke. The air was filled with a mix of salt spray and the acrid scent of gunpowder. As you sink deeper into relaxation, let your mind drift to the Pacific theater of the war. Imagine the lush, tropical islands, their beauty masking the intense conflicts that raged across their shores and jungles. The rustling of palm fronds in the warm breeze seemed to whisper stories of battles fought and lives forever changed. In laboratories and secret facilities across the world, scientists raced to develop new technologies that would shape the course of the war and the future of humanity. The Manhattan Project, shrouded in secrecy, worked tirelessly to harness the power of the atom. The quiet hum of equipment and the scratch of pencils on paper belied the earth-shattering implications of their work. As the war progressed, the home front became an integral part of the war effort. In factories across America, the rhythmic sounds of machinery filled the air as workers, many of them women entering the workforce for the first time, produced the tools and weapons needed for victory. The scent of oil and metal mingled with determination and hope. Let your thoughts gently turn to the personal stories of those who lived through these tumultuous times. Letters from the front lines, carefully unfolded and read by candlelight, carried words of love, fear, and longing. Families gathered around radios, their faces illuminated by its soft glow, listening intently for news from distant battlefields. As you breathe deeply and allow yourself to relax further, consider the diplomatic efforts that ran parallel to the military campaigns. In ornate conference rooms and secluded meeting places, leaders of nations debated the future of the world. The scratch of pens signing treaties and agreements echoed through history, shaping the post-war world order. The war's end approached with a series of pivotal events. In Europe, the fall of Berlin in May 1945 marked the defeat of Nazi Germany. Imagine the mix of jubilation and sorrow that filled the streets as people emerged from years of conflict, the air thick with both celebration and the dust of rebuilding. In the Pacific, the war concluded with the use of atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945, events that would forever change the nature of global conflict. The world held its breath, coming to terms with the dawn of the nuclear age. As World War II came to a close, the world began the long process of healing and reconstruction. The gentle sound of hammers and saws replaced the thunder of bombs as cities were rebuilt. Gardens were replanted, their fresh, earthy scent a promise of renewal and hope. The post-war era saw the emergence of new global institutions aimed at preventing future conflicts. The United Nations was established, its founding charter a testament to the collective desire for peace and cooperation. The soft rustle of papers and the quiet conversations in its halls carried the weight of nations working towards a common goal. As you drift closer to sleep, reflect on the lasting impact of World War II. It reshaped borders, redefined international relations, and ushered in technological advancements that would transform society. The echoes of this conflict can still be felt today, a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring quest for peace. Let the weight of history gently settle around you, like a warm, comforting blanket. Allow your mind to find peace in the knowledge that even in the darkest of times, hope and humanity can prevail. As you breathe slowly and deeply, imagine the soft, steady rhythm of time moving forward, healing wounds and building bridges. In the quiet of this moment, as you lie here on the cusp of sleep, let the lessons of World War II remind us of the importance of understanding, compassion, and cooperation. May the sacrifices of those who lived through these times inspire us to work towards a more peaceful world. As your consciousness begins to drift, picture a world emerging from the shadows of conflict into the light of a new day. The soft glow of dawn breaking over a peaceful landscape, symbolizing the eternal hope for a brighter future. Let this image be the last thing you see as you gently slip into a deep, restful sleep. As we conclude our exploration of ancient Mesopotamian trade routes, we find ourselves at a natural crossroads in our historical journey. Let us now turn our attention to a different era and location, where new civilizations and empires would rise and fall. Our next topic will delve into the intricacies of medieval European feudalism, a system that shaped society for centuries. In the summer of 1929, on June 12th, a baby girl named Anneliese Marie Frank was born in Frankfurt, Germany. The air was warm and filled with the scent of blooming linden trees, their sweet fragrance drifting through the open windows of the hospital. Anne, as she would come to be known, was the second daughter of Otto and Edith Frank, joining her older sister Margit in a loving Jewish family. The Frankfurt of Anne's earliest years was a bustling city, its streets echoing with the sounds of trams, automobiles, and the chatter of people going about their daily lives. The Frank family lived in a spacious apartment, surrounded by books and artwork, a reflection of their cultured and educated background. Little Anne, with her curious brown eyes and mischievous smile, was a lively child, always eager to explore and learn. However, the world around the Franks was changing rapidly. The economic depression that gripped Germany in the early 1930s brought with it a rising tide of anti-Semitism. The once familiar streets of Frankfurt began to feel hostile, with Nazi propaganda appearing on walls and in newspapers. Otto Frank, a perceptive and pragmatic man, saw the writing on the wall. In 1933, when Anne was just 4 years old, he made the difficult decision to move the family to Amsterdam in the Netherlands. Picture the Frank family boarding a train, their suitcases packed with cherished possessions and uncertain hopes. The rhythmic clacking of the train wheels marked the beginning of a new chapter in their lives. Amsterdam welcomed them with its picturesque canals, narrow brick houses, and a sense of safety that Germany could no longer provide. In Amsterdam, Anne quickly adapted to her new surroundings. She learned Dutch, made new friends, and attended a Montessori school where her outgoing personality and quick wit made her popular among her classmates. The Frank family settled into a comfortable apartment on Merwedeplein, in a quiet neighborhood where the sound of bicycle bells and children's laughter filled the air. Anne's childhood in Amsterdam was, for a time, relatively carefree. She loved to read and write, often entertaining her friends and family with stories she had created. Her father, Otto, would later recall how Anne's eyes would light up when she received a new book, her fingers eagerly turning the pages as she immersed herself in new worlds and ideas. But the shadow of war loomed ever closer. In May 1940, the peaceful life the Franks had built in Amsterdam was shattered when Nazi Germany invaded the Netherlands. The occupation brought with it a series of increasingly restrictive measures against the Jewish population. Anne, now in her early teens, watched as the world she knew began to shrink around her. Imagine the tension in the air, the hushed conversations between adults, the gradual disappearance of Jewish classmates from school. Anne, with her keen sense of observation, noticed these changes acutely. Yet she remained resilient, finding joy in small things: a sunny day, a kind gesture from a friend, a new entry in her diary. Ah, the diary. On June 12, 1942, Anne's 13th birthday, she received a gift that would become her most treasured possession and her legacy to the world. It was a simple autograph book, bound in red and white checkered cloth, with a small lock on the front. Anne immediately decided to use it as a diary, pouring her thoughts, fears, and dreams onto its pages. In her first entry, Anne wrote, "I hope." Little did she know how prophetic these words would become, or how her diary would touch millions of hearts across the world. Just a month after receiving her diary, Anne's life changed dramatically. On July 6, 1942, the Frank family went into hiding. Otto had been preparing a secret annex in the building where he worked, anticipating the need for a safe haven. Along with the Franks, 4 other Jewish individuals joined them in hiding: Herman and August Van Pels, their son Peter, and Fritz Pfeffer. Try to imagine the tension of that moment: the quiet footsteps on the stairs, the soft closing of the bookcase that concealed the entrance to the annex, the held breath as they listened for any sound that might betray their presence. The world outside continued its normal rhythm, unaware of the 8 lives now hidden within those walls. The secret annex became Anne's world for the next 2 years. It was a cramped space with blacked-out windows and the constant need for silence during working hours. The air was often stuffy, filled with the mingled scents of cooking, unwashed bodies, and fear. Yet within these confines, Anne's spirit continued to flourish. In her diary, which she addressed as Kitty, Anne poured out her heart. She wrote about the daily routines of life in hiding, the tensions between the inhabitants of the annex, her blossoming feelings for Peter Van Pels, and her dreams for the future. But more than that, she reflected on human nature, on the war raging outside, and on her own personal growth. Anne's writing revealed a maturity beyond her years. She grappled with questions of identity, morality, and the fundamental goodness of humanity. In one poignant entry she wrote, "I keep my ideals because in spite of everything I still believe that people are really good at heart." These words, written in the shadow of unimaginable evil, stand as a testament to Anne's indomitable spirit. As the months in hiding stretched on, Anne's writing became more sophisticated. She revised and edited her earlier entries, hoping to publish a book about her experiences after the war. She called this project Het Terhuis, or The Secret Annex. Anne's ambition to become a writer was clear, and her talent was undeniable. But life in the annex was far from easy. The constant fear of discovery wore on everyone's nerves. Food became increasingly scarce as the war progressed, and the inhabitants of the annex often went to bed hungry. The sound of air raids became a terrifying lullaby, the whistle of bombs a reminder of the fragility of their safety. Despite these hardships, there were moments of joy and normalcy. Anne wrote about celebrating holidays, about the small gifts exchanged between the inhabitants of the annex, about the radio broadcasts that brought news of the war's progress. She dreamed of returning to school, of becoming a journalist or a famous writer, of falling in love. But Anne's dreams were not to be realized. On August 4, 1944, after 25 months in hiding, the secret annex was discovered. Someone whose identity remains unknown to this day had betrayed them to the Nazi authorities. Try to imagine the terror of that moment: the sound of heavy boots on the stairs, the shouts of armed men, the realization that their worst fears had come true. Anne, along with the other inhabitants of the annex, was arrested and sent to the Westerbork transit camp. From there, they were deported to Auschwitz-Birkenau. In the chaos of the arrival at Auschwitz, Anne was separated from her father, but remained with her mother and sister. The horrors of the concentration camp, the constant hunger, the brutal work, the ever-present specter of death, must have seemed a world away from the relative safety of the annex. In late October or early November 1944, Anne and Margit were transferred to Bergen-Belsen concentration camp in Germany. Conditions there were, if possible, even worse than at Auschwitz. Overcrowding, malnutrition, and a typhus epidemic ravaged the camp population. In February 1945, just months before the war's end, Anne and Margit succumbed to typhus. Anne was just 15 years old. Of the 8 people who had hidden in the secret annex, only Otto Frank survived the war. Upon his return to Amsterdam, Miep Gijs, one of the Dutch citizens who had helped hide the Franks, gave Otto Anne's diary, which she had rescued from the annex after the arrest. Otto, grief-stricken at the loss of his family, found solace in Anne's words. Recognizing the power and importance of Anne's diary, Otto decided to fulfill his daughter's wish to become a published author. In 1947, Het Terhuis, or The Diary of a Young Girl, was published in Dutch. The book was soon translated into many languages and became a worldwide phenomenon. Anne's diary offered a unique perspective on the Holocaust, that of a young girl coming of age in extraordinary circumstances. Her vivid descriptions, keen observations, and indomitable spirit touched readers around the world. The diary became not just a historical document, but a powerful reminder of the human cost of war and prejudice. In the years since its publication, Anne's diary has been translated into more than 70 languages and has sold millions of copies. It has been adapted into plays, films, and television productions. The Anne Frank House in Amsterdam, which includes the secret annex, has become a museum visited by over 1 million people each year. But perhaps the most enduring legacy of Anne Frank is the way her words continue to inspire hope and challenge prejudice. Her belief in the fundamental goodness of humanity, even in the face of unimaginable evil, serves as a powerful reminder of the resilience of the human spirit. As you reflect on Anne's story, let her words wash over you like a gentle wave. How wonderful it is that nobody need wait a single moment before starting to improve the world. These words, written by a young girl in hiding, continue to resonate today, challenging us to stand up against injustice and to nurture the good in ourselves and others. As you drift towards sleep, think of Anne's courage, her hope, her unwavering belief in the power of words. Let her story remind you of the preciousness of freedom, of the importance of standing up for what is right, and of the enduring strength of the human spirit. May Anne's legacy inspire your dreams and guide you towards a more compassionate tomorrow. Close your eyes now and picture a world where Anne's hopes for peace and understanding have been realized. Let the gentle whisper of her words lull you into a peaceful sleep, carrying with you the important lessons of her short but impactful life. Good night, and may your dreams be filled with the hope and resilience that Anne Frank so beautifully embodied. As the echoes of Anne Frank's story fade into the gentle mists of time, we turn our attention to another era of profound change and global tension. The world stage was about to be reshaped by a conflict that would span decades, touching lives across continents and ideologies. In the aftermath of World War II, a new global conflict emerged, not fought with bullets and bombs, but with ideologies and influence. The Cold War, a period of geopolitical tension between the United States and the Soviet Union, began in the mid-1940s and would last for nearly half a century. As we explore this era, let the steady rhythm of history gently guide you towards relaxation. The seeds of the Cold War were sown in the final days of World War II. As the dust settled over war-torn Europe, two superpowers emerged from the ashes, the United States and the Soviet Union. These former allies now found themselves at odds, their competing visions for the future of the world setting the stage for decades of tension. Picture the streets of Berlin in 1945, a city divided not just by physical barriers, but by invisible lines of ideology. The air was thick with uncertainty, the remnants of conflict still visible in the rubble-strewn streets. In the West, the influence of capitalism and democracy took hold, while in the East, communism spread its roots under Soviet control. The Iron Curtain, a term coined by Winston Churchill, descended across Europe, separating the Soviet-controlled East from the democratic West. This wasn't a physical barrier at first, but an ideological one, as impenetrable as any wall. Imagine the families torn apart, the communities divided, as this invisible boundary reshaped the continent. In 1947, the Truman Doctrine was announced, establishing America's policy of containment against Soviet expansion. The Marshall Plan soon followed, offering economic support to Western European countries. These initiatives were like gentle rain nurturing the seeds of democracy, while in the East, the Soviet Union tightened its grip on its satellite states. As you listen, allow the ebb and flow of these historical currents to lull you into a state of calm. Let the weight of world events settle softly around you, like a warm, comforting blanket. The arms race between the two superpowers escalated, each side stockpiling nuclear weapons in a dangerous dance of deterrence. The threat of mutually assured destruction hung over the world like a dark cloud, yet it paradoxically prevented direct conflict between the US and USSR. In 1949, the world watched as the Soviet Union successfully tested its first atomic bomb. The monopoly on nuclear weapons was broken, and a new era of tension began. Imagine the quiet unease that settled over both nations, like a soft but persistent fog, as the balance of power shifted. The 1950s brought new dimensions to the Cold War. The Korean War, beginning in 1950, became a proxy conflict between the superpowers. The division of Korea along the 38th parallel mirrored the larger global divide, a microcosm of the Cold War itself. As we delve deeper into this period, let the steady flow of events wash over you. Allow any tension in your body to release, much like the world longed for release from the grip of Cold War anxiety. In 1957, the space race began with the Soviet launch of Sputnik 1, the first artificial satellite to orbit the Earth. The soft beeping of this small metal sphere, barely audible from the ground, signaled the dawn of a new era. The United States responded by creating NASA, and the race to the stars became another battleground in the Cold War. Picture the night sky of 1957, vast and filled with stars. Now imagine the wonder and perhaps a tinge of fear as people gazed up, knowing that for the first time, a human-made object circled above. Let this image of the boundless cosmos bring a sense of peace and perspective to your thoughts as you drift towards sleep. The 1960s brought the Cold War to new heights of tension. In 1961, the Berlin Wall was constructed, a physical manifestation of the Iron Curtain. Imagine the sound of bricks being laid, the scrape of mortar on trowels, as families watched their city being divided before their eyes. The Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962 brought the world to the brink of nuclear war. For 13 days in October, the United States and Soviet Union engaged in a tense standoff over Soviet nuclear missiles in Cuba. As you reflect on this moment, let the resolution of this crisis remind you that even in our darkest hours, diplomacy and reason can prevail. Throughout the 1960s and 1970s, the Vietnam War became another proxy conflict in the larger Cold War. The dense jungles of Southeast Asia became a battleground for competing ideologies, with tragic consequences for the people caught in the middle. As we move through the decades of the Cold War, allow the steady progression of events to create a soothing rhythm in your mind. Like the gentle ticking of a clock, let each moment in history mark the passage of time, guiding you towards deeper relaxation. The 1970s saw a period of détente, or easing of hostility, between the superpowers. Arms limitation talks led to the Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty, SALT, in 1972. Imagine the quiet rooms where diplomats worked tirelessly, their pens scratching on paper as they drafted agreements aimed at making the world a little safer. In 1979, the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan marked the end of détente and the beginning of a new phase in the Cold War. The conflict in this rugged, mountainous country would last for a decade, further straining superpower relations. As the 1980s dawned, a new arms race began. President Ronald Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative, nicknamed Star Wars, proposed a space-based defense system against nuclear missiles. The idea of lasers and satellites protecting the Earth might have seemed like science fiction, yet it was a serious aspect of Cold War strategy. Throughout this period, let the ebb and flow of tension and relaxation in global politics mirror the relaxation spreading through your body. As nations sought balance and stability, allow yourself to find your own sense of balance and peace. The late 1980s brought dramatic changes. Mikhail Gorbachev's policies of glasnost, openness, and perestroika restructuring began to transform the Soviet Union. The winds of change swept through Eastern Europe as people long held behind the Iron Curtain began to demand freedom. In 1989, the world watched in awe as the Berlin Wall, that stark symbol of division, came tumbling down. Imagine the sound of hammers chipping away at concrete, the cheers of people reunited after decades of separation. Let this powerful image of unity and hope settle in your mind as you drift closer to sleep. The fall of the Berlin Wall set off a chain reaction across Eastern Europe. One by one, communist governments fell, replaced by democratic systems. The map of Europe was redrawn as nations long under Soviet influence charted their own courses. In 1991, the Cold War came to an end with the dissolution of the Soviet Union. The world that had been divided into two competing camps for nearly half a century was suddenly transformed. New nations emerged from the former Soviet republics, each facing the challenges and opportunities of independence. As we conclude our journey through the Cold War, reflect on the resilience of the human spirit. Through decades of tension and fear, people on both sides of the Iron Curtain lived their lives, raised families, and hoped for peace. Let this testament to human endurance bring you comfort and serenity. Allow the weight of history to settle gently around you like a soft, warm blanket. As you breathe deeply, imagine the relief felt around the world as the Cold War ended. Let that sense of relief wash over you, releasing any remaining tension in your body. The story of the Cold War reminds us that even the most entrenched conflicts can find resolution. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you the hope that in our own lives and in our world today, understanding and cooperation can prevail over division and fear. Let the lessons of this era, the importance of diplomacy, the power of peaceful protest, the strength found in unity, guide your thoughts towards tranquil dreams. As your mind settles and your body relaxes, know that like the Cold War, any tensions or worries you carry will also find their resolution. As you sink deeper into relaxation, envision a world coming together, bridges being built where walls once stood. Let this image of harmony be the last thought you carry into your dreams, a soothing reminder of the peace we all seek, both in our world and within ourselves. As the tensions of the Cold War gradually thawed, humanity's gaze turned upward to the vast expanse of space. A new era of exploration and scientific advancement was dawning, one that would capture the imagination of millions and push the boundaries of human achievement to unprecedented heights. The space race, a pivotal chapter in human history, unfolded during the Cold War era, primarily between the United States and the Soviet Union. This competition for supremacy in space exploration began in the mid-1950s and lasted until the early 1970s. Let us delve into the events that shaped this remarkable period of scientific advancement and geopolitical rivalry. The origins of the space race can be traced back to the aftermath of World War II. Both the United States and the Soviet Union recognized the potential of rocket technology, not only for military applications but also for space exploration. In 1955, both nations announced their intentions to launch artificial satellites into Earth's orbit. The Soviet Union achieved a significant milestone on October 4, 1957, when they successfully launched Sputnik 1, the world's first artificial satellite. This basketball-sized object, weighing about 83 kilograms, orbited the Earth for 3 months, emitting radio signals that could be detected on the ground. The launch of Sputnik 1 caught the United States off guard and sparked concerns about falling behind in technological capabilities. In response to the Soviet achievement, the United States accelerated its own space program. On January 31, 1958, the Americans launched their first satellite, Explorer 1. This success led to the creation of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, better known as NASA, in July of the same year. The space race intensified as both nations sought to achieve new milestones. On April 12, 1961, the Soviet Union once again took the lead when cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin became the first human to orbit the Earth. Gagarin's historic flight lasted 108 minutes, during which he completed one full orbit around our planet. The United States quickly followed suit. On May 5, 1961, astronaut Alan Shepard became the first American in space, though his flight was suborbital. Later that month, President John F. Kennedy announced an ambitious goal: to land a man on the moon and return him safely to Earth before the end of the decade. This declaration galvanized the American space program. NASA initiated the Mercury program, which aimed to put a human in orbit around the Earth. On February 20, 1962, John Glenn became the first American to orbit the Earth, completing 3 orbits during his nearly 5-hour flight. As the 1960s progressed, both nations continued to push the boundaries of space exploration. The Soviet Union achieved another first on June 16, 1963, when cosmonaut Valentina Tereshkova became the first woman in space. She spent nearly 3 days in orbit, completing 48 orbits around the Earth. The United States, meanwhile, moved forward with its Gemini program, which focused on developing the technologies and techniques necessary for long-duration spaceflight and lunar missions. The Gemini missions, conducted between 1965 and 1966, included achievements such as the first American spacewalk and the first rendezvous between 2 spacecraft in orbit. While the Americans were making progress, the Soviet Union continued to set records. On March 18, 1965, cosmonaut Alexei Leonov conducted the first spacewalk in history, spending about 12 minutes outside his Voskhod 2 spacecraft. This achievement further demonstrated the Soviet Union's capabilities in space exploration. As the decade wore on, both nations turned their attention to lunar exploration. The Soviet Union launched its Luna program, which included a series of unmanned missions to the moon. In 1966, Luna 9 became the first spacecraft to achieve a soft landing on the lunar surface, while Luna 10 became the first artificial satellite to orbit the moon. The United States, however, was gaining momentum with its Apollo program. After the tragic Apollo 1 fire in 1967, which claimed the lives of 3 astronauts during a ground test, NASA redoubled its efforts. The subsequent Apollo missions made steady progress towards the goal of a lunar landing. On December 21, 1968, Apollo 8 became the first crewed mission to orbit the moon. This historic flight captured the world's imagination, particularly when the astronauts read from the book of Genesis during a Christmas Eve broadcast as they circled the lunar surface. The culmination of the space race came on July 20, 1969, when Apollo 11 astronauts Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin became the first humans to set foot on the moon. As Armstrong descended the ladder of the lunar module, he uttered the now famous words, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind." This achievement effectively ended the space race, with the United States claiming victory. However, both nations continued their space exploration efforts. The Soviet Union focused on long-duration missions to space stations, launching the world's first space station, Salyut 1, in 1971. The United States, having achieved its lunar landing goal, shifted its focus as well. NASA conducted additional Apollo missions, including Apollo 13's dramatic successful failure in 1970, when the crew safely returned to Earth after an onboard explosion. The final Apollo mission, Apollo 17, took place in December 1972, marking the last time humans have set foot on the moon. In the years that followed, both nations began to explore possibilities for cooperation in space. This culmination occurred in July 1975 with the Apollo-Soyuz test project, a joint mission that saw an American Apollo spacecraft dock with a Soviet Soyuz spacecraft in orbit. This symbolic handshake in space marked the end of the space race era and the beginning of a new age of international collaboration in space exploration. The space race left an indelible mark on human history, driving unprecedented advancements in technology, science, and engineering. It captured the world's imagination and demonstrated the remarkable achievements possible when nations commit to ambitious goals. The legacy of this era continues to influence space exploration today as we look towards new frontiers such as Mars and beyond. As we reflect on the space race, we can appreciate the dedication, ingenuity, and courage of the scientists, engineers, and astronauts who made these achievements possible. Their efforts expanded our understanding of the universe and our place within it, inspiring generations to look up at the stars and dream of new possibilities. In the decades since the space race, space exploration has evolved. International cooperation has become the norm, with projects like the International Space Station bringing together nations that were once rivals. Private companies have also entered the field, bringing new innovations and approaches to spaceflight. Yet the spirit of exploration and the desire to push the boundaries of human achievement remain as strong as ever. As we continue to explore the cosmos, we carry with us the lessons and inspirations of the space race, a testament to human ingenuity and the enduring quest for knowledge and understanding in the vast expanse of space. As the echoes of the space race fade into the quiet of history, we turn our attention to another pivotal moment that shaped the 20th century. In the heart of America, a movement was stirring, one that would challenge the very foundations of society and redefine the meaning of equality and justice for generations to come. In the mid-20th century, America witnessed a profound struggle for equality and justice known as the Civil Rights Movement. This transformative period began in the 1950s, as African Americans and their allies sought to dismantle the systemic racism that had long plagued the nation. The movement's roots stretched back to the aftermath of the Civil War and the unfulfilled promises of Reconstruction. Picture a warm September day in 1957 in Little Rock, Arkansas. The air is thick with tension as 9 African American students, known as the Little Rock Nine, prepare to integrate Central High School. The sound of angry protesters fills the air, their shouts echoing off the school's imposing facade. Yet the students' courage remains unshaken, their footsteps steady as they approach the school entrance, flanked by federal troops. This scene was just one of many pivotal moments in the long journey towards civil rights. The movement gained momentum in December 1955 in Montgomery, Alabama. There, a seamstress named Rosa Parks refused to give up her bus seat to a white passenger. Her quiet act of defiance sparked a 381-day bus boycott, led by a young minister named Martin Luther King Jr. Imagine the streets of Montgomery during those 13 months. The usual rumble of buses is noticeably absent. Instead, you hear the steady rhythm of footsteps as thousands of African Americans walk to work, to school, to church. The air is filled with a mix of determination and hope as a community united in peaceful protest. As you breathe deeply and relax, let your mind drift to the spring of 1963. In Birmingham, Alabama, the movement faces one of its greatest challenges. The city is known as one of the most segregated in America, its streets echoing with the legacy of discrimination. Dr. King and other leaders organized nonviolent protests, including sit-ins at lunch counters and marches through the city center. The response from authorities is brutal. Fire hoses blast protesters with water so powerful it can strip bark from trees. Police dogs snarl and snap at peaceful demonstrators. The images of this violence shock the nation and the world, turning public opinion in favor of the civil rights cause. As summer approaches, the movement gains even more momentum. On a sweltering August day in 1963, more than 200,000 people gather in Washington, D.C. for the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. The air is electric with anticipation as Dr. King steps up to the podium in front of the Lincoln Memorial. His voice, strong and resonant, carries across the crowd and into history as he delivers his famous "I Have a Dream" speech. The words paint a vision of a future America where people are judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. As you listen to the echo of his words in your mind, feel the weight of this moment in history. The following year, 1964, brings a significant legislative victory with the passage of the Civil Rights Act. This landmark law prohibits discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. It outlaws segregation in public places and bans employment discrimination. Yet the struggle continues. In March 1965, civil rights leaders organize a march from Selma to Montgomery, Alabama, to advocate for voting rights. On March 7, known as Bloody Sunday, state troopers violently attack the peaceful marchers on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. The brutality, broadcast on national television, galvanizes public support for the Voting Rights Act, signed into law later that year. As you continue to relax, let your thoughts drift to the countless individuals who contributed to the movement. Some names are well known, like Medgar Evers, Malcolm X, and John Lewis. Others remain unsung heroes, their names lost to history, but their courage and sacrifice no less significant. Picture the freedom riders, both black and white, who boarded buses to challenge segregation in interstate travel. Imagine the quiet determination of the students who integrated schools across the South, facing daily harassment with dignity and resolve. Think of the volunteers who risked their lives to register African American voters in Mississippi during the Freedom Summer of 1964. The civil rights movement was not without its tragedies. The assassination of Medgar Evers in 1963, the bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham that killed 4 young girls, and the murders of civil rights workers in Mississippi all served as stark reminders of the violent resistance to change. Yet through it all, the movement persevered. Its strength lay not just in its leaders, but in the countless ordinary people who stood up for justice. They were the maids and porters, the teachers and preachers, the students and workers who refused to accept the status quo. As the 1960s progressed, the movement expanded its focus. The struggle for economic justice became more prominent, as did the fight against poverty for all Americans, regardless of race. Dr. King and others began to speak out against the Vietnam War, linking the struggle for civil rights at home with the need for peace abroad. In April 1968, the movement faced one of its darkest moments with the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in Memphis, Tennessee. The nation mourned and many cities erupted in riots. Yet even in this moment of profound loss, the ideals of the movement endured. As you continue to relax and drift towards sleep, consider the lasting impact of the civil rights movement. Its legacy can be seen in the increased diversity in American institutions, in the legal protections against discrimination, and in the ongoing struggles for equality and justice that continue to this day. The movement reminds us that change is possible, even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. It teaches us about the power of nonviolent resistance, the importance of perseverance, and the strength that comes from unity in the pursuit of a just cause. As you breathe deeply, let the story of the civil rights movement settle gently in your mind. Let it be a reminder of the courage of those who came before us, and an inspiration for the work that still lies ahead. Allow the echoes of their voices, their footsteps, and their dreams to guide you towards peaceful sleep. In the quiet of the night, imagine a world where the dreams of equality and justice have been fully realized. Let this vision of hope and harmony be the last thought in your mind as you drift off to sleep, carrying with you the enduring spirit of the civil rights movement. As the echoes of the civil rights movement fade into history, we turn our attention to another pivotal moment that shaped the 20th century. In the lush jungles and rice paddies of Southeast Asia, a conflict was brewing that would challenge a nation's resolve and forever change the course of American foreign policy. The Vietnam War, a conflict that spanned nearly 2 decades, began in the mid-1950s and lasted until 1975. This complex and controversial war would leave an indelible mark on American history and reshape the political landscape of Southeast Asia. As we delve into this narrative, allow the gentle rhythm of my voice to guide you towards a state of relaxation and tranquility. In the lush, tropical landscapes of Vietnam, where dense jungles met winding rivers, the seeds of conflict were sown long before American involvement. The air was thick with humidity, carrying the sense of rich soil and exotic flora. It was in this verdant setting that a struggle for independence from French colonial rule had been unfolding since the end of World War II. By 1954, the French had withdrawn from Vietnam following their defeat at the Battle of Dien Bien Phu. The Geneva Accords temporarily divided the country at the 17th parallel, with Ho Chi Minh's communist forces controlling the north and a non-communist state in the south. This division was meant to be temporary, with elections planned to reunify the country. However, these elections never took place, setting the stage for a prolonged conflict. As you listen, imagine the gentle rustle of leaves in the Vietnamese countryside, the soft murmur of conversations in village markets, and the distant calls of tropical birds. Let these peaceful sounds wash over you, easing any tension you might be holding in your body. The United States, deeply entrenched in Cold War politics, viewed the situation in Vietnam through the lens of containing communism. In the early 1960s, President John F. Kennedy increased American military advisors in South Vietnam, supporting the government of Ngo Dinh Diem against the communist-backed Viet Cong guerrillas. Picture the bustling streets of Saigon, now Ho Chi Minh City, in the early 1960s. The air filled with the aroma of pho simmering in street-side kitchens, the honking of scooters weaving through traffic, and the chatter of locals going about their daily lives, unaware of the looming conflict that would soon engulf their nation. The Gulf of Tonkin incident in August 1964 marked a significant escalation in American involvement. Following reported attacks on U.S. ships by North Vietnamese forces, Congress passed the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, giving President Lyndon B. Johnson broad authority to conduct military operations in Southeast Asia without a formal declaration of war. As you continue to relax, let your mind drift with the ebb and flow of historical events. There's no need to memorize dates or details. Simply allow the narrative to wash over you like gentle waves on a distant shore. In March 1965, the first U.S. combat troops arrived in Vietnam. The lush landscapes of Vietnam soon became battlegrounds, with dense jungles and sprawling rice paddies serving as the backdrop for intense combat. The humid air was often filled with the scent of gunpowder and the distant rumble of artillery. The war saw the implementation of new military strategies and technologies. Helicopters, crucial for mobility in the challenging terrain, became a symbol of the conflict. Their rhythmic chopping sounds echoed through valleys and over treetops, a constant reminder of the ongoing struggle. As the conflict intensified, so did opposition to the war back in the United States. Anti-war protests became increasingly common, with large demonstrations taking place in cities across the country. The gentle strumming of guitars at peace rallies and the harmonious voices singing protest songs became the soundtrack of a generation questioning the war's purpose and morality. Take a deep, calming breath as we continue our journey through this complex period of history. Feel the weight of your body sinking deeper into your bed, allowing any tension to melt away with each exhalation. The Tet Offensive in January 1968 marked a turning point in the war. Although a military failure for the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong, the surprise attacks on urban areas across South Vietnam, including Saigon, shocked the American public and eroded support for the war effort. Imagine the streets of Hue, the old imperial capital, where ancient pagodas and modern buildings stood side by side. The city's tranquil beauty, with its perfume river flowing gently through its heart, contrasted sharply with the intense fighting that unfolded during the Tet Offensive. As public opinion shifted, the U.S. government began to seek a way out of the conflict. President Richard Nixon introduced the policy of Vietnamization, gradually withdrawing American troops while increasing support for South Vietnamese forces. The Paris Peace Accords, signed in January 1973, officially ended direct U.S. military involvement in Vietnam. Picture the ornate conference rooms in Paris where diplomats from all sides gathered to negotiate. The air was thick with tension, but also with hope for an end to the long-running conflict. Outside, the elegant Parisian streets continued their timeless rhythms, a world away from the jungles and rice paddies of Vietnam. However, fighting between North and South Vietnamese forces continued. In April 1975, North Vietnamese troops captured Saigon, effectively ending the war and leading to the reunification of Vietnam under communist rule. The iconic image of a North Vietnamese tank crashing through the gates of the presidential palace in Saigon symbolized the war's end and the beginning of a new era for Vietnam. As our narrative on the Vietnam War comes to a close, let the weight of history gently settle in your mind. The complexities of this conflict, like the intricate patterns of a Vietnamese tapestry, remind us of the multifaceted nature of human experience and the enduring quest for peace. Allow your thoughts to drift peacefully, like leaves floating on the surface of a calm river. The Vietnam War, with its profound impact on both American and Vietnamese societies, offers us lessons in resilience, the costs of conflict, and the enduring human spirit. As you continue to relax, envision the lush landscapes of Vietnam today, the serene rice terraces of Sapa, stepping down mountainsides like a giant staircase, the ethereal beauty of Ha Long Bay, where limestone islands rise majestically from emerald waters. These timeless scenes of natural beauty stand in stark contrast to the turbulent years of war, a testament to the country's ability to heal and rebuild. Let the gentle rhythm of my voice guide you towards deeper relaxation. The story of the Vietnam War, like all historical narratives, is a reminder of our shared human journey. It speaks to the complexities of international relations, the personal costs of conflict, and the long path towards reconciliation and understanding. As you drift closer to sleep, know that the lessons of history continue to shape our world. The echoes of the past inform our present and guide our future. But for now, allow all thoughts of conflict to fade away, replaced by a sense of peace and tranquility. Your journey through the annals of history continues, but your mind and body are free to rest. Let the weight of sleep gently envelop you, knowing that the story of humanity, with all its triumphs and challenges, continues to unfold. Sweet dreams, and may your sleep be deep and restorative. As the echoes of the Vietnam War fade into history, we turn our gaze to another momentous event that reshaped the world. In the heart of Europe, a symbol of division was about to crumble, marking the end of an era and the dawn of a new age of hope and unity. As we continue our journey through history, let us turn our attention to a pivotal moment that marked the end of an era, the fall of the Berlin Wall. This concrete barrier, which had divided a city and symbolized the Cold War for nearly 3 decades, came tumbling down in a night that changed the course of history. The Berlin Wall was erected in August 1961, separating East and West Berlin. Its construction was a desperate attempt by the German Democratic Republic, or East Germany, to stem the flow of defections to the West. The wall stood as a physical manifestation of the Iron Curtain, cutting through the heart of Berlin, dividing families, friends, and a nation. Imagine the city of Berlin in those days. The wall, stretching for about 155 kilometers or 96 miles, was not just a simple structure. It was a complex system of concrete walls, barbed wire fences, guard towers, and a wide area known as the Death Strip. This heavily guarded no-man's land was designed to prevent escapes, often at the cost of human lives. As you drift deeper into relaxation, picture the streets of Berlin on both sides of the wall. In the west, vibrant with color, neon lights, and the bustle of a free market economy. In the east, more subdued, with state-controlled shops and the watchful eyes of the Stasi, the secret police, ever present. The sound of boots on cobblestone streets, the distant rumble of Soviet-made vehicles, and the whispered conversations of those dreaming of freedom. These were the ambient noises of a divided Berlin. The wall cast long shadows, both literal and metaphorical, over the lives of Berliners on both sides. But as the 1980s progressed, winds of change began to blow across Eastern Europe. In Poland, the Solidarity movement gained strength. In Hungary, the government began dismantling its border fence with Austria. And in the Soviet Union itself, Mikhail Gorbachev introduced policies of glasnost, openness, and perestroika, restructuring. These changes reverberated through East Germany. Citizens began to demand reforms, freedom of travel, and ultimately, reunification with West Germany. The pressure built slowly at first, then with increasing intensity. On the evening of November 9, 1989, a series of miscommunications led to a momentous announcement. Günter Schabowski, a spokesman for the East German Politburo, declared at a press conference that East Germans would be allowed to cross the border. When asked when this would take effect, he mistakenly replied, "Immediately, without delay." As you listen, imagine the wave of excitement that swept through East Berlin as this news spread. People began to gather at the border crossings, their hearts pounding with anticipation and disbelief. The guards, uncertain of how to respond to the growing crowds and lacking clear orders, eventually opened the gates. The sound of cheers filled the air as East Berliners streamed across the border. West Berliners greeted them with open arms, tears of joy, and bottles of champagne. The night was filled with the sound of laughter, singing, and the rhythmic thud of hammers and chisels as people began to chip away at the wall. Visualize the scene at the Brandenburg Gate, once a symbol of division, now becoming a focal point of celebration. East and West Germans climbed atop the wall, dancing and embracing. The air was thick with emotion, relief, joy, and the heady sense of history in the making. As dawn broke on November 10, the realization of what had occurred began to sink in. Families long separated by the wall were reunited. East Germans marveled at the sights and sounds of West Berlin, many seeing it for the first time. The streets were filled with Trabants, the iconic East German cars, their drivers exploring the western part of the city. In the days and weeks that followed, the demolition of the Berlin Wall began in earnest. The sound of heavy machinery mixed with the continuing celebrations. People from around the world came to Berlin to witness this historic moment and to take home a piece of the wall as a souvenir. The fall of the Berlin Wall set in motion a series of events that would reshape Europe and the world. Germany was officially reunified on October 3, 1990, less than a year after the wall fell. The collapse of communist regimes across Eastern Europe followed in quick succession. As you continue to relax, consider the profound impact of this event. The fall of the Berlin Wall represented more than just the reunification of a city or a country. It symbolized the end of the Cold War, the triumph of freedom over oppression, and the power of peaceful revolution. The story of the Berlin Wall reminds us that even the most seemingly permanent structures can crumble in the face of human determination and the desire for freedom. It stands as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the capacity for change. In the years since 1989, Berlin has transformed itself. The scars of division have largely healed, though traces remain as reminders of the past. The East Side Gallery, a long stretch of the wall covered in murals by artists from around the world, stands as a colorful monument to freedom and unity. As you drift closer to sleep, let the story of the Berlin Wall's fall wash over you. Feel the weight of history, the joy of reunification, the hope for a brighter future. Let these thoughts gently guide you towards peaceful slumber. Imagine the cool night air in Berlin, the soft glow of streetlights, the distant sound of celebration fading as the city settles into a new reality. Let the peacefulness of a united city envelop you, carrying you towards rest. The fall of the Berlin Wall teaches us that change, even monumental change, is possible. As you relax, reflect on the barriers in your own life, real or imagined, and how they might be overcome. Let the spirit of unity and hope that filled Berlin on that November night in 1989 fill your thoughts. As we conclude this chapter of history, remember that every ending is also a beginning. The fall of the Berlin Wall marked the end of an era, but also the start of a new one. Similarly, as you approach sleep, you're ending your day and preparing for the new possibilities that tomorrow will bring. Let the gentle tide of history carry you towards peaceful dreams. Breathe deeply, feeling the tension leave your body with each exhale. As you sink deeper into relaxation, know that like the citizens of Berlin, you too have the strength to face whatever challenges tomorrow may bring. And now, as we transition to our next historical journey, allow yourself to drift, suspended in the calm waters of sleep. The story of the Berlin Wall's fall fades gently into the background, a soft reminder of the power of human spirit and the ever-turning wheels of history. As the Berlin Wall crumbled, symbolizing the end of an era, another revolution was quietly taking shape. In the laboratories and garages of innovators across the world, the seeds of a digital transformation were being sown. This new age would redefine how we communicate, work, and live, ushering in an era of unprecedented connectivity and technological advancement. In the latter half of the 20th century, a quiet revolution began that would reshape the world in ways previously unimaginable. The digital revolution, also known as the Third Industrial Revolution, marked the shift from mechanical and analog electronic technology to digital electronics. This transformation would touch every aspect of human life, from how we communicate to how we work, learn, and entertain ourselves. The seeds of this revolution were planted in the 1940s and 1950s with the development of the first electronic computers. These early machines, massive in size and limited in capability, filled entire rooms and required teams of specialists to operate. The ENIAC, completed in 1945, was one of the first general-purpose electronic computers. It weighed over 27 tons and occupied a large room, its vacuum tubes glowing warmly as it performed calculations. As you relax and let your mind drift, imagine the hum of these early computers, the clickety-clack of punch cards being fed into readers, and the whir of cooling fans working tirelessly to keep the delicate electronics from overheating. The air in these computer rooms was often thick with the scent of ozone and warm electronics, a unique aroma that would become familiar to generations of computer scientists and engineers. The 1960s saw significant advancements in computer technology. The invention of the integrated circuit in 1958 by Jack Kilby and Robert Noyce paved the way for smaller, more powerful computers. These microchips, tiny wafers of silicon etched with intricate patterns of transistors, would become the building blocks of the digital age. Picture the delicate work of creating these chips, the clean rooms where technicians in protective suits carefully manipulated microscopic components, their movements precise and deliberate. As the 1970s dawned, the pace of innovation accelerated. The development of the microprocessor by Intel in 1971 marked a turning point. These computers on a chip made it possible to create smaller, more affordable computers. The dream of personal computing began to take shape, with visionaries like Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak working in garages to build machines that would bring computing power to the masses. Let your thoughts gently follow the evolution of these machines. From room-sized behemoths to sleek desktop computers, each iteration brought new possibilities. The soft glow of cathode ray tube monitors, the gentle clatter of keyboards, and the whir of floppy disk drives became the ambient soundtrack of offices and homes around the world. The 1980s saw the personal computer revolution truly take off. IBM introduced its PC in 1981, setting a standard that would dominate the industry for years to come. Microsoft's MS-DOS and later Windows operating systems made computers more accessible to non-technical users. Apple's Macintosh, introduced in 1984 with its graphical user interface, showed that computers could be not just tools, but friendly, intuitive devices for creativity and communication. As you continue to relax, envision the excitement of unboxing a new computer in the 1980s. The crisp smell of new electronics, the satisfying click of connecting cables, and the anticipation of exploring new digital frontiers. These machines opened up worlds of possibility, from word processing and spreadsheets to early computer games that fired the imagination. The 1990s brought perhaps the most transformative development of the digital revolution, the World Wide Web. Created by Tim Berners-Lee in 1989, the web turned the internet from a tool used primarily by academics and government researchers into a global network accessible to anyone with a computer and a modem. The distinctive sound of dial-up modems connecting to the internet became a familiar signal of the digital age, a series of beeps and static that heralded entry into the online world. Picture yourself in a quiet room, the soft blue glow of a computer monitor illuminating your face as you explore this new digital landscape. The gentle tapping of keys, the click of a mouse, and the rustle of pages turning in a book beside you as you navigate this strange new world. The web opened up vast libraries of information, connected people across vast distances, and laid the groundwork for the social media platforms that would reshape human interaction in the coming decades. As the millennium turned, the pace of digital innovation only increased. Mobile phones, once bulky devices used solely for voice calls, evolved into smartphones, powerful computers that fit in the palm of your hand. The launch of the iPhone in 2007 marked another watershed moment, ushering in the era of mobile computing and putting the power of the internet at our fingertips wherever we go. Let your mind drift to the feeling of holding one of these devices. The smooth glass screen, warm to the touch, reflecting the world around you. The gentle vibration of notifications, the soft ping of incoming messages, all connecting you to a vast network of information and communication that spans the globe. The digital revolution has transformed every aspect of our lives. In education, students now have access to vast online libraries and interactive learning tools. In healthcare, digital technologies enable more accurate diagnoses and treatments. In entertainment, streaming services bring a world of content to our living rooms, while video games create immersive digital worlds that captivate millions. As you continue to relax, consider how the digital revolution has changed the very nature of work. The rise of telecommuting and remote work has freed many from the confines of traditional offices. Picture a home office bathed in soft, natural light, the gentle hum of a laptop the only sound breaking the peaceful silence. The boundaries between work and home life have blurred, bringing both new freedoms and new challenges. The digital revolution has also raised important questions about privacy, security, and the nature of human interaction in an increasingly connected world. As we entrust more of our lives to digital systems, we must grapple with the implications of this new reality. Yet even as we face these challenges, the potential for positive change remains immense. Artificial intelligence and machine learning promise to revolutionize fields from medicine to environmental protection. The Internet of Things connects our homes, cars, and cities in ways that can improve efficiency and quality of life. Virtual and augmented reality technologies offer new ways to experience and interact with the world around us. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine the possibilities that lie ahead. Picture a world where technology seamlessly integrates with our daily lives, enhancing our abilities and freeing us to focus on what truly matters. The soft glow of smart devices adjusting to our needs, the gentle hum of machines working in harmony with nature to solve global challenges. The digital revolution is an ongoing process, constantly evolving and reshaping our world. From the room-sized computers of the 1940s to the powerful devices we carry in our pockets today, it has been a journey of incredible innovation and transformation. As you rest, let the story of this revolution remind you of the boundless potential of human creativity and the endless possibilities that lie ahead in our digital future. Allow the gentle flow of progress to carry your thoughts, like data streaming through fiber optic cables, towards peaceful slumber. Let the hum of innovation be a lullaby, soothing you into restful dreams of a world connected, empowered, and transformed by the digital age. As the digital age continues to shape our world, we turn our gaze back in time to the cradle of Western civilization. Over 2,000 years ago, in the sun-drenched lands of ancient Greece, a city-state emerged that would leave an indelible mark on human history. Let us now explore the story of ancient Athens, where democracy was born and philosophy flourished. In the golden age of ancient Greece, nestled between the gentle slopes of Mount Hymettus and the shimmering waters of the Aegean Sea, lay the city-state of Athens. Founded, according to legend, by the goddess Athena herself, this remarkable polis would become the cradle of Western civilization, nurturing the seeds of democracy, philosophy, and the arts. As we journey back through time to the 5th century BCE, imagine the warm Mediterranean sun casting long shadows across the bustling agora, the heart of Athenian civic life. The air is filled with the mingled scents of olive oil, freshly baked bread, and the salty tang of the sea. The rhythmic chipping of stonemasons chisels echoes from the Acropolis, where the magnificent Parthenon is taking shape, its gleaming marble columns reaching towards the azure sky. Athens at this time was emerging from a period of tyranny under the rule of Pisistratus and his sons. The reforms of Solon and Cleisthenes had laid the groundwork for a new system of governance, one that would place power in the hands of the citizens themselves. This radical idea, democratia, or rule by the people, would forever change the course of human history. Picture yourself walking through the narrow, winding streets of ancient Athens. The city is alive with the sounds of commerce and conversation. In the agora, citizens gather to debate the issues of the day, their voices rising and falling like the waves of the nearby sea. Philosophers like Socrates engage in lively discussions with their students, challenging conventional wisdom and encouraging critical thinking. As you breathe deeply, let the gentle rhythms of this ancient city wash over you. Feel the warmth of the sun on your skin, hear the distant laughter of children playing, and allow your mind to drift peacefully through the streets of Athens. The Athenian democracy was a direct democracy, where male citizens over the age of 18 could participate in the decision-making process of the city-state. The ecclesia or assembly met regularly on the Phoenix Hill, where important matters of state were debated and voted upon. Imagine the sight of thousands of citizens gathered on this rocky outcrop, their voices carrying across the city as they shaped the future of their polis. Yet it's important to note that this democracy was not without its limitations. Women, slaves, and foreigners were excluded from political participation. Despite these restrictions, the Athenian experiment in democracy would have a profound and lasting impact on the development of political systems throughout history. As night falls over the ancient city, envision the soft glow of oil lamps illuminating the windows of modest homes and grand temples alike. The air grows cooler, carrying with it the scent of jasmine and the distant murmur of the sea. Let these peaceful images settle in your mind as we continue our journey through time. Athens was not only a center of political innovation, but also a hub of intellectual and artistic achievement. The city was home to some of the greatest minds of the ancient world. Philosophers like Plato and Aristotle walked these streets, their teachings shaping Western thought for millennia to come. In the theater of Dionysus, nestled on the southern slope of the Acropolis, the works of playwrights such as Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides were performed, exploring the depths of human nature and the complexities of the human condition. As you rest comfortably, imagine the soft whisper of papyrus scrolls being unrolled in the quiet corners of the city. Here, in the flickering light of oil lamps, historians like Herodotus and Thucydides recorded the events of their time, laying the foundations for the study of history as we know it today. The Athenians were also great patrons of the arts. Under the leadership of Pericles, the city embarked on an ambitious building program that would leave an indelible mark on the landscape. The Acropolis, crowned by the Parthenon, stood as a testament to Athenian power and cultural achievement. As you picture this ancient citadel, let your mind wander through its colonnades and sanctuaries, marveling at the intricate friezes and majestic statues that adorned these sacred spaces. In the workshops and studios scattered throughout the city, skilled artisans crafted exquisite pottery, delicate jewelry, and lifelike sculptures. The distinctive black and red figure vases produced in Athens were prized throughout the Mediterranean world, their surfaces adorned with scenes from mythology and daily life. As we continue our peaceful journey through ancient Athens, let the gentle sounds of the city lull you further into relaxation. Hear the soft clinking of bronze coins in the marketplace, the distant bleating of goats on the hillsides, and the rhythmic lapping of waves against the shores of Piraeus, Athens' bustling port. The Athenians were not only innovators in politics and the arts, but also in science and mathematics. In the Lyceum and the Academy, students gathered to study geometry, astronomy, and natural philosophy. The teachings of these ancient scholars would form the basis of scientific inquiry for centuries to come. As you drift deeper into tranquility, envision the olive groves that surrounded the city, their silver-green leaves shimmering in the breeze. These sacred trees, gift of the goddess Athena, provided the lifeblood of the Athenian economy. The golden oil pressed from their fruit was used for cooking, lighting, and religious rituals, its importance reflected in the countless amphorae that made their way to distant shores. Yet, like all great civilizations, Athens faced its share of challenges. The city-state was often at odds with its powerful neighbor, Sparta, leading to the devastating Peloponnesian War. This conflict, which lasted for nearly 3 decades, would ultimately bring an end to Athens' golden age. As we near the end of our journey through ancient Athens, let the weight of history settle gently upon you. Feel the connection to those who walked these streets thousands of years ago, their hopes, dreams, and achievements echoing through time. Allow the timeless wisdom of the ancient Athenians to wash over you, bringing a sense of peace and perspective to your own thoughts. In the quiet of the night, as the stars wheel overhead just as they did in centuries past, reflect on the enduring legacy of this remarkable city. From the birth of democracy to the flourishing of philosophy, art, and science, Athens has left an indelible mark on human civilization. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you the gentle whispers of ancient wisdom, the timeless beauty of classical art, and the eternal quest for knowledge that define this cradle of Western civilization. Let the story of ancient Athens remind you of the potential for greatness that lies within every human society and within each of us as individuals. As your breathing deepens and your body relaxes, allow the peaceful images of this ancient city to guide you towards restful sleep, where perhaps you might dream of walking among the philosophers in the Agora or standing in awe before the majestic Parthenon. And so, as the night deepens and the modern world fades away, may the whispers of ancient Athens lull you into a peaceful slumber, filled with dreams of wisdom, beauty, and the timeless pursuit of human excellence. Good night and sweet dreams. As the echoes of ancient Athens fade into the mists of time, we turn our attention to another beacon of knowledge that illuminated the ancient world. In the bustling port city of Alexandria, on the shores of the Mediterranean, a great center of learning was about to emerge. In the ancient city of Alexandria on the shores of the Mediterranean stood one of the most remarkable institutions of the ancient world, the Great Library of Alexandria. Founded in the early 3rd century BCE under the reign of Ptolemy I Soter, this library was more than just a collection of books. It was a testament to human curiosity and the pursuit of knowledge. As we delve into the story of this magnificent institution, imagine the bustling port city of Alexandria. The air is filled with the scent of salt from the sea, mingling with the aroma of exotic spices brought by merchants from distant lands. The sound of waves lapping against the shore provides a constant, soothing backdrop to the city's daily life. The Library of Alexandria was part of a larger research institution called the Mausoleum, which was dedicated to the Muses, the 9 goddesses of the arts in Greek mythology. The Mausoleum was a center of learning that included lecture halls, meeting rooms, and even a zoo, but it was the library that would become its crowning jewel. Picture the grand entrance to the library with its imposing columns and intricate stonework. As you pass through the doors, you enter a world of knowledge. The air inside is cooler, a welcome respite from the Mediterranean heat. The scent of papyrus and parchment fills your nostrils, a fragrance of wisdom accumulated over centuries. The shelves of the library stretched as far as the eye could see, holding scrolls from every corner of the known world. It's said that at its peak, the library contained between 40,000 and 400,000 papyrus scrolls. Each scroll was carefully stored in pigeonholes or on shelves, with small tags hanging from the ends to identify their contents. The librarians of Alexandria were not merely caretakers of books, they were scholars in their own right. They developed the first library catalog, dividing works into subjects and creating bibliographies. This system would influence the organization of knowledge for centuries to come. One of the most famous librarians was Eratosthenes of Cyrene, who served as the chief librarian in the 3rd century BCE. Eratosthenes was a polymath, a scholar of many disciplines. He made significant contributions to mathematics, geography, and astronomy. It was Eratosthenes who calculated the circumference of the Earth with remarkable accuracy, using nothing more than shadows, geometry, and the power of deduction. Imagine Eratosthenes at work in the library, surrounded by scrolls containing the accumulated knowledge of the ancient world. The soft rustling of papyrus, the scratch of reed pens on parchment, and the murmur of scholars in deep discussion create a gentle symphony of learning. The Library of Alexandria was more than just a storehouse of knowledge. It was an active center of research and scholarship. The Ptolemaic kings who ruled Egypt after Alexander the Great were patrons of learning, and they spared no expense in acquiring texts for the library. They even had a policy of confiscating books from ships that docked in Alexandria, having them copied, and then returning the copies to the ships while keeping the originals for the library. This zealous pursuit of knowledge led to the creation of a truly cosmopolitan collection. Works in Greek, Egyptian, Hebrew, and many other languages found their way onto the shelves of the library. Scholars came from all over the Mediterranean world to study in Alexandria, contributing to a vibrant intellectual community. As you breathe deeply and relax, envision the scholars of Alexandria at work. In one corner, a mathematician pores over geometrical proofs. In another, a historian compares accounts of ancient battles. A poet recites verses in a quiet alcove, while a natural philosopher examines specimens brought from distant lands. The library was not just a place for the preservation of old knowledge, but also for the creation of new ideas. It was here that Euclid wrote his Elements, the foundational text of geometry that would be studied for more than 2 millennia. Archimedes, the brilliant inventor and mathematician, studied here before returning to his native Syracuse. The Library of Alexandria represented the pinnacle of scholarship in the ancient world, but its glory was not to last forever. The precise details of its decline and destruction are lost to history, shrouded in myth and conflicting accounts. Some blame Julius Caesar's fire in 48 BCE, which spread from the harbor to the library. Others point to later conflicts and neglect as the cause of its gradual decline. As you drift deeper into relaxation, consider the ebb and flow of knowledge throughout history. The Library of Alexandria rose to prominence, flourished for centuries, and then faded away. Yet the ideas it nurtured continued to influence the world long after the last scroll turned to dust. In the centuries that followed, other great centers of learning would rise. The House of Wisdom in Baghdad, the libraries of Cordoba during the Islamic Golden Age, and the great universities of medieval Europe all carried forward the torch of knowledge that had burned so brightly in Alexandria. The story of the Library of Alexandria reminds us of the enduring human quest for understanding. It speaks to our collective desire to gather knowledge, to preserve it and to build upon it. As you rest, let the gentle waves of the Mediterranean in your mind's eye wash away your cares, just as they once lapped at the shores of ancient Alexandria. Though the Library of Alexandria is long gone, its spirit lives on in every book, in every library, and in every pursuit of knowledge. It lives on in the quiet moments of discovery, in the excitement of learning something new, and in the peaceful contemplation of ideas. As your thoughts become calmer and your body more relaxed, imagine walking through the halls of the ancient library one last time. Feel the cool stone beneath your feet, hear the distant murmur of scholars in discussion, smell the familiar scent of papyrus and ink. Let these sensations carry you gently towards sleep, towards dreams perhaps filled with ancient wisdom and forgotten lore. The Library of Alexandria may have been lost to time, but the hunger for knowledge that it represented remains a part of our shared human heritage. As you drift off to sleep, know that you are part of this grand tradition, this endless quest for understanding that has driven humanity forward for millennia. Let the story of the Library of Alexandria be a lullaby for your mind, a gentle reminder of the vastness of human knowledge and the timelessness of our quest to understand the world around us. As your consciousness ebbs like the tides of the Mediterranean, allow yourself to float on an ocean of accumulated wisdom, safe in the harbor of sleep. And so, as we conclude our journey through the halls of the great Library of Alexandria, may you find yourself drifting peacefully into slumber, cradled by the gentle waves of history and human achievement. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with the wonders of ancient Alexandria and the timeless pursuit of knowledge. As the echoes of Alexandria's great library fade into history, we turn our gaze eastward to a land where honor and tradition forged a warrior class unlike any other. In the misty islands of Japan, a new chapter in our historical journey unfolds, one of discipline, loyalty, and the way of the sword. In the land of the rising sun, a warrior class emerged that would shape the history and culture of Japan for centuries to come. The samurai, whose very name evokes images of honor, discipline, and martial prowess, first rose to prominence in the late 8th century. As we delve into their story, let the gentle whisper of katana blades and the rustle of silk kimonos lull you into a peaceful state of mind. The origins of the samurai can be traced back to the Heian period, which lasted from 794 to 1185 CE. During this time, the emperor's court in Kyoto was the center of Japanese politics and culture. The air in the imperial capital was filled with the delicate scent of cherry blossoms and the soft melodies of court music. But beyond the refined walls of the palace, a new class of warriors was taking shape. These early samurai were initially employed by wealthy landowners and aristocrats to protect their properties and interests. Imagine the sight of these first warriors, clad in simple armor, their long bows at the ready, patrolling the misty rice fields and dense forests of rural Japan. The sound of their horses' hooves echoed through the valleys, a reminder of the changing times. As you breathe deeply and allow yourself to relax, picture the gradual transformation of these provincial warriors into a powerful military class. The samurai's rise to prominence was closely tied to the weakening of imperial authority and the increasing influence of provincial warlords known as daimyo. These local leaders relied on the samurai for protection and to expand their territories. By the late 12th century, the samurai had become the dominant political and military force in Japan. The Genpei War, which raged from 1180 to 1185, marked a turning point in Japanese history. This conflict between the Minamoto and Taira clans showcased the might of the samurai and their growing importance in the country's power structure. As you sink deeper into comfort, envision the legendary Battle of Dan Noyura in 1185. The calm waters of the Shimonoseki Strait were disturbed by the clash of hundreds of warships. The air was filled with the twang of bowstrings and the clash of steel. This decisive battle, won by the Minamoto clan, led to the establishment of the first shogunate, a military government that would rule Japan for centuries to come. The ascendancy of the samurai ushered in a new era in Japanese history known as the Kamakura period. During this time, the warrior class further refined their skills and developed a distinct code of ethics known as Bushido, or the way of the warrior. This code emphasized loyalty, honor, and self-discipline, values that would come to define the samurai ethos. Let your mind wander to a quiet dojo in medieval Japan. The polished wooden floors reflect the soft light of paper lanterns. A master swordsman moves with fluid grace, demonstrating the art of aijutsu, the lightning-fast draw of the katana. His students watch in respectful silence, their minds focused on perfecting their craft. This dedication to martial arts was a cornerstone of samurai culture. As the centuries passed, the role of the samurai evolved. During the peaceful Edo period, which lasted from 1603 to 1868, many samurai became bureaucrats and administrators. They turned their disciplined minds to matters of governance and culture. The scratching of brush pens on paper replaced the clash of swords, as samurai engaged in poetry, calligraphy, and other refined arts. Picture a samurai's residence in Edo, modern-day Tokyo. The simple yet elegant architecture reflects the warrior's values of austerity and beauty. In the garden, carefully raked gravel represents flowing water, while artfully pruned bonsai trees symbolize the balance between nature and human intervention. This aesthetic sensibility, deeply influenced by Zen Buddhism, became an integral part of samurai culture. As you continue to relax, let your thoughts drift to the final years of the samurai era. The arrival of Commodore Perry's black ships in 1853 heralded the end of Japan's long isolation. The country was forced to confront the technological superiority of the Western powers, leading to rapid modernization and significant social changes. The Meiji Restoration of 1868 marked the official end of the samurai class. The emperor was restored to power, and Japan embarked on a path of rapid westernization. Many samurai found themselves adrift in this new world, their traditional roles obsolete. Some adapted to the changing times, becoming entrepreneurs or politicians, while others clung to the old ways, leading to conflicts like the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877. Yet even as their political and social influence waned, the spirit of the samurai continued to shape Japanese culture. The values of honor, loyalty, and self-discipline remained deeply ingrained in the national psyche. The martial arts practiced by the samurai evolved into modern forms like kendo and judo, preserving the physical and spiritual aspects of the warrior tradition. As we near the end of our journey through the history of the samurai, let the echoes of their legacy wash over you. The clatter of geta sandals on cobblestone streets, the whisper of silk kimonos in a gentle breeze, the melodic tone of a shakuhachi flute floating on the air, these sensory memories of feudal Japan linger, a testament to the enduring influence of the samurai. In the modern world, the image of the samurai continues to captivate imaginations around the globe. From literature and film to martial arts and philosophy, the ideals of the warrior class resonate with people seeking discipline, honor, and purpose in their lives. As you drift closer to sleep, consider how the samurai's pursuit of perfection in both art and combat reflects the human desire for balance and excellence. Allow your mind to create a final image, a lone samurai standing atop a misty mountain at dawn. His katana gleams in the first light of day, a symbol of both deadly precision and artistic beauty. The warrior's posture is one of alertness and serenity, embodying the harmony of strength and peace that define the samurai ideal. As you breathe deeply and sink further into relaxation, let the story of the samurai remind you of the power of dedication and the importance of living by a code of honor. Their legacy teaches us that true strength lies not just in physical prowess, but in the cultivation of character and the pursuit of wisdom. May the quiet strength of the samurai guide you towards peaceful dreams. As you close your eyes, imagine the soft rustle of a silk banner in the breeze, carrying with it the whispered wisdom of centuries of warrior poets. Let the tranquil spirit of old Japan envelop you, ushering you gently into the realm of sleep. As the echoes of the samurai's code of honor fade into history, we turn our gaze to another ancient civilization that flourished in the Americas. Nestled high in the Andes Mountains, a remarkable empire was about to emerge, one that would leave an indelible mark on the world. Let the gentle winds of time carry you to the birth of the Inca Empire, where golden cities awaited discovery amidst the clouds. In the heart of South America, nestled high in the Andes Mountains, a remarkable civilization flourished for centuries. The Inca Empire, known to its people as Tawantinsuyu, or the Four Regions, emerged around 1400 CE and would become one of the largest and most sophisticated pre-Columbian empires in the Americas. The story of the Inca is one of ingenuity, ambition, and ultimately tragic transformation. The origins of the Inca can be traced to the region around Cusco, a city that would become the heart of their vast empire. Legend tells of the first Inca ruler, Manco Capac, and his sister wife Mama Oclo, who emerged from the waters of Lake Titicaca, sent by the sun god Inti to bring civilization to the Andean peoples. While this mythical tale speaks to the divine right of Inca rule, archaeologists believe the Inca culture developed gradually over centuries, building upon the achievements of earlier Andean civilizations. Imagine, if you will, the crisp, thin air of the high Andes, where even breathing requires effort. The landscape is a patchwork of steep, terraced mountainsides, lush valleys, and snow-capped peaks stretching as far as the eye can see. In this challenging environment, the Inca not only survived but thrived, developing innovative agricultural techniques that allowed them to cultivate crops at altitudes where few plants naturally grow. The sound of rushing water was ever present in Inca cities, as sophisticated aqueducts and canals brought fresh mountain water to the terraced fields and urban centers. The gentle murmur of these waterways mixed with the soft footfalls of sandaled feet on stone streets, creating a soothing rhythm that echoed through the valleys. The Inca Empire reached its zenith under the rule of Pachacuti, who came to power around 1438 CE. Pachacuti, whose name means he who shakes the earth, lived up to his moniker by dramatically expanding Inca territory and influence. Under his leadership and that of his successors, the empire grew to encompass much of western South America, stretching from present-day Ecuador to Chile. The Inca were master builders, and their architectural achievements continue to astound us to this day. Perhaps their most famous creation is the citadel of Machu Picchu, perched high in the mountains above the Urubamba River Valley. Picture the mist rolling through the peaks, slowly revealing the precisely cut stone structures that seem to grow organically from the mountainside. The soft, damp air carries the scent of orchids and bromeliads that cling to the steep slopes surrounding the city. Machu Picchu exemplifies the Incas' incredible masonry skills. Massive stone blocks were cut with such precision that they fit together without mortar, creating structures that have withstood centuries of earthquakes and erosion. The gentle sound of wind whistling through these perfectly aligned stones creates an almost musical quality, a whispered testament to the skill of the ancient builders. The Inca Empire was connected by an extensive network of roads, known as the Quhapacñan, or Royal Road. This vast system stretched for over 39,000 kilometers, linking the far reaches of the empire to the capital at Cusco. Imagine the rhythmic footsteps of chasquis, the elite runners who carried messages and small goods across these roads, their steady pace a metronome marking the pulse of the empire. The Inca developed a unique system of record-keeping called quipu, consisting of knotted cords that could record numerical and other information. The soft rustle of these cords in the hands of a trained quipucamioc, or quipu maker, was the sound of the empire's knowledge being preserved and shared. Inca society was highly stratified, with the Sapa Inca, or emperor, at its apex. Considered a living god, the Sapa Inca's every need was attended to by an extensive court. The soft whisper of fine come-by cloth, woven from vicuña wool, would have been heard as courtiers moved through the halls of the royal palaces. The Inca worshipped a pantheon of gods, with Inti, the sun god, chief among them. The most important religious ceremony was the Inti Raymi, or Festival of the Sun, held at the winter solstice. Imagine the sound of panpipes and drums echoing through Cusco's main square, the air heavy with the scent of burning offerings and the chanting of priests as they beseeched Inti to return and bring warmth back to the earth. Despite their impressive achievements, the Inca Empire was relatively short-lived. In 1532, Spanish conquistadors led by Francisco Pizarro arrived in Inca territory. The empire, weakened by a recent civil war and ravaged by smallpox brought by earlier European contact, was ill-prepared for the invasion. In a fateful encounter at Cajamarca, Pizarro's small force managed to capture the Inca Emperor Atahualpa through a combination of cunning and superior weaponry. The sound of steel swords clashing and the thunderous report of arquebuses must have seemed otherworldly to the Inca, who had never encountered such technology. Atahualpa offered to fill a room with gold and twice over with silver in exchange for his freedom. The soft clink of precious metals being gathered from across the empire filled the air as the Inca scrambled to meet this enormous ransom. Despite fulfilling his promise, Atahualpa was executed by the Spanish in 1533, marking the effective end of the Inca Empire as a unified political entity. The fall of the Inca Empire was a profound tragedy, resulting in the loss of countless lives and the destruction of a unique civilization. Yet the legacy of the Inca lives on in the archaeological wonders they left behind, in the Quechua language still spoken by millions, and in the agricultural techniques and foods they developed that continue to nourish people around the world. As you reflect on the rise and fall of the Inca Empire, let the steady rhythm of your breath mirror the timeless flow of history. The story of the Inca reminds us of the impermanence of even the mightiest civilizations, yet also of the enduring nature of human achievement and cultural legacy. Allow your mind to wander through the mist-shrouded peaks of the Andes, to feel the cool, smooth surface of precisely cut stone beneath your fingertips, to hear the distant echo of panpipes carried on the mountain breeze. As you drift closer to sleep, Imagine the golden light of the sun god Inti washing over you, bringing warmth and comfort. The Inca believed in the concept of Aini, or reciprocity, the idea that by giving, we receive. As you give yourself over to rest, know that in return, your body and mind will be renewed. Let the weight of your body sink deeper into your bed, feeling as grounded and secure as the foundation stones of Machu Picchu. With each breath, picture the mist rolling away, revealing not the bustling citadels of the Inca, but the calm, quiet landscape of your own dreams. Allow the ingenuity and spirit of the Inca to inspire your own journey into the realm of sleep, where new worlds and possibilities await. As the echoes of the Inca Empire fade into the mists of time, we turn our gaze to another ancient civilization that flourished in the lush jungles of Central America. The Maya, with their towering pyramids and intricate calendar systems, await us in the next chapter of our historical journey. In the lush tropical rainforests of Central America, a remarkable civilization emerged and flourished for over 3,000 years. The Maya, with their towering pyramids, intricate writing system, and profound understanding of astronomy, left an indelible mark on human history. Let us journey back in time to explore the rise, achievements, and eventual decline of this fascinating culture. The story of the Maya begins around 2000 BCE in what is now southeastern Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and parts of Honduras and El Salvador. Picture a vast expanse of dense jungle, the air thick with humidity and alive with the calls of exotic birds and the rustling of leaves. It was in this lush environment that the early Maya began to settle and develop their unique culture. As you relax and let your mind wander through the mists of time, imagine the first Maya villages emerging from the forest floor. Simple thatched huts clustered together, surrounded by carefully tended fields of maize, beans, and squash. The sound of stone tools chipping away at rock and wood fills the air as the early Maya craft their first monuments and carve their initial glyphs. Over the centuries, these humble beginnings would evolve into one of the most sophisticated civilizations of the ancient world. By around 250 CE, the Maya had entered what archaeologists call the Classic Period, a time of unprecedented growth and cultural achievement. Close your eyes and picture the great Maya cities rising from the jungle canopy, their white limestone pyramids and palaces gleaming in the tropical sun. In cities like Tikal, Palenque, and Capan, Maya kings ruled over complex societies of artists, scribes, merchants, and farmers. The air would have been filled with the sounds of bustling marketplaces, the chanting of priests, and the rhythmic beat of drums during elaborate ceremonies. As you drift deeper into relaxation, let the imagined sights and sounds of these ancient cities wash over you. One of the Maya's most remarkable achievements was their writing system, a complex arrangement of glyphs that could represent both sounds and complete words. Imagine a Maya scribe, his fingers stained with ink, carefully etching these intricate symbols onto the smooth surface of a codex made from tree bark. Each glyph tells a story, recording the deeds of kings, the movements of the stars, and the sacred rituals that governed Maya life. The Maya were also accomplished mathematicians and astronomers. They developed a vigesimal, or base 20 number system that included the concept of zero, a mathematical innovation that wouldn't appear in Europe until much later. Their understanding of celestial movements was so precise that they could predict eclipses and track the movements of Venus with remarkable accuracy. As you continue to relax, picture a Maya astronomer standing atop a towering pyramid, his eyes fixed on the night sky. The stars above shimmer like diamonds scattered across a velvet cloth, each one carefully observed and recorded. The gentle breeze carries the sweet scent of copal incense, used in rituals to communicate with the gods. The Maya belief system was complex and deeply intertwined with their daily lives. They saw the world as a multi-layered universe, with the mortal realm sandwiched between the heavens and the underworld. Gods and supernatural beings influenced every aspect of life, from the growth of crops to the outcome of wars. Rituals, including bloodletting by the nobility, were performed to maintain the cosmic order and ensure the favor of the gods. Let your mind drift to the great ball courts found in every major Maya city. These long, narrow spaces were more than just arenas for sport. They were stages for ritualized reenactments of the cosmic struggle between the forces of life and death. The sound of a heavy rubber ball echoes off the stone walls as players, adorned with elaborate protective gear, use their hips to keep it in play. The stakes are high, as the losing team's captain may face sacrifice to the gods. The Maya civilization reached its peak during the late Classic period, around 600 to 900 CE. Imagine vast networks of trade routes crisscrossing the Maya world, carrying goods like jade, obsidian, cacao, and brilliantly colored quetzal feathers. Cities grew larger and more populous, their skylines dominated by ever-taller pyramids and more elaborate palaces. But even as Maya civilization reached its zenith, the seeds of its decline were being sown. As you continue to relax, picture the once thriving cities slowly emptying, their grand plazas growing quiet and their temples beginning to crumble. The reasons for this decline remain a subject of debate among historians and archaeologists, but likely included a combination of factors such as environmental degradation, overpopulation, warfare, and severe drought. By around 900 CE, many of the great classic Maya cities had been abandoned, their once bustling streets reclaimed by the encroaching jungle. Yet the Maya people and aspects of their culture endured. In the northern Yucatan Peninsula, cities like Chichen Itza and Mayapan continued to thrive for centuries, blending Maya traditions with influences from central Mexico. As the mists of sleep begin to envelop you, consider the legacy of the Maya civilization. Their achievements in mathematics, astronomy, architecture, and art continue to astound us today. The Maya calendar, with its interlocking cycles of days, has captured the imagination of people around the world, and millions of Maya people continue to live in Central America, many maintaining traditions and languages that stretch back to ancient times. Let the story of the Maya remind us of the cyclical nature of civilizations, the enduring power of human creativity, and the deep connections between people and their environment. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine the jungle slowly reclaiming the great Maya cities, vines and roots embracing stone monuments in a gentle, green embrace. The whispers of the ancient Maya merge with the rustling leaves and distant bird calls, a soothing lullaby from the depths of history. Allow the weight of time to settle gently upon you, much like the layers of earth that covered the Maya ruins for centuries. Let your thoughts become as quiet as those long-abandoned plazas, your mind as still as the surface of a ceno, those sacred sinkholes that dot the Yucatan landscape. The rise and fall of the Maya civilization reminds us that all things change, yet something always endures. As you teeter on the edge of sleep, picture a modern Maya descendant standing before an ancient stela, its carvings softened by time but still visible. In this moment, past and present merge, a continuous thread of human experience stretching across millennia. Let this image of continuity and change guide you into peaceful slumber, where perhaps you'll dream of pyramid-topped cities emerging from misty jungles, of stargazers tracking Venus across the night sky, and of the timeless rhythms of a civilization that continues to captivate our imagination. As the echoes of Maya civilization fade into the mists of time, we turn our gaze eastward, across vast oceans and continents, to another ancient wonder that has stood the test of time. In the northern reaches of China, a monumental structure began to take shape, winding its way across mountains and valleys like a great stone dragon. In the vast expanse of northern China, a monumental structure winds its way across mountains, deserts, and grasslands. The Great Wall of China, an enduring symbol of human ingenuity and perseverance, stands as a testament to the rich history of one of the world's oldest civilizations. As we explore this architectural marvel, let the gentle rhythm of its story guide you towards peaceful relaxation. The origins of the Great Wall date back to the 7th century BCE, during the tumultuous spring and autumn period. At this time, China was divided into numerous warring states, each seeking to protect its borders from invasion. The air was filled with tension, the sound of hooves and the clash of weapons echoing across the land. Imagine the first primitive walls rising from the earth, built of rammed earth and local materials, standing as silent sentinels against the harsh winds of the steppes. As centuries passed, these early fortifications gradually evolved. During the Warring States period, from 475 to 221 BCE, individual states constructed their own walls. The air was thick with dust as countless laborers toiled under the scorching sun, their hands calloused from handling rough stones and tamping earth. The gentle sound of picks striking rock and the low murmur of voices filled the air as these ancient builders slowly shaped the landscape. It was not until the reign of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor to unify China in 221 BCE, that the concept of a great wall truly took shape. Qin ordered the connection and fortification of the existing walls to create a unified defense system against the nomadic Xingu tribes from the north. Close your eyes and picture the vast construction sites stretching as far as the eye could see, with countless workers moving like ants across the rugged terrain. The Qin dynasty wall was primarily built of rammed earth, gravel, and wood. As you breathe deeply, imagine the earthy scent of freshly packed soil, the rough texture of wooden supports, and the fine dust settling on everything in sight. The wall snaked its way through valleys and over hills, following the natural contours of the land like a great dragon. After the fall of the Qin dynasty, subsequent rulers continued to repair, rebuild, and extend the wall. The Han dynasty, which ruled from 206 BCE to 220 CE, made significant extensions, pushing the wall's western reaches into the Gobi Desert. Picture the stark contrast between the imposing stone structure and the endless sea of sand, the wall standing as a lifeline for travelers and traders along the Silk Road. As you continue to relax, let your mind wander to the Ming dynasty, which ruled from 1368 to 1644 CE. It was during this period that the Great Wall took on much of its current form. The Ming rulers embarked on a massive construction project, rebuilding and expanding the wall using bricks and stones. The sound of hammers striking chisels filled the air as skilled stonemasons carefully shaped each block. Imagine standing atop the wall during the Ming dynasty, feeling the cool mountain breeze on your face as you gaze out over the rugged landscape. Watchtowers dotted the wall at regular intervals, their solid forms rising from the stone like sentinels. In these towers, soldiers kept vigilant watch, their eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of approaching danger. The wall served not only as a military defense, but also as a means of border control, regulation of trade, and imposition of duties on goods transported along the Silk Road. As merchants and their caravans approached the wall, the air would fill with a cacophony of sounds, the bleating of goats, the snorting of camels, the jingling of bells, and the babble of voices speaking a dozen different languages. Yet for all its grandeur, life along the Great Wall was often harsh and unforgiving. Soldiers stationed at remote outposts faced long periods of isolation, extreme weather conditions, and the constant threat of attack. As you sink deeper into relaxation, picture the flickering light of a soldier's campfire, casting long shadows on the stone walls as the wind whispers tales of loneliness and duty. Despite the immense effort and resources poured into its construction, the Great Wall was not always effective in preventing invasions. The Mongols, led by Genghis Khan, managed to conquer China in the 13th century, proving that even the mightiest of walls could be overcome. Yet the wall endured, a silent witness to the ebb and flow of empires and dynasties. As centuries passed, the strategic importance of the Great Wall gradually diminished. With the fall of the Ming dynasty and the rise of the Qing in 1644, the wall's military significance waned. Slowly, sections of the once mighty structure began to crumble, reclaimed by the very nature it had once sought to tame. Vegetation took root in cracks between stones, and wind and rain worked tirelessly to erode the ancient fortifications. Today, the Great Wall of China stands as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, drawing millions of visitors each year. As you continue to drift towards sleep, imagine walking along its weathered stones, your footsteps echoing through centuries of history. Feel the texture of the ancient bricks beneath your fingers, worn smooth by countless hands before yours. The wall stretches for an estimated 13,171 miles, or 21,196 kilometers, winding its way across the varied landscape of northern China. From the lush, green hills near Beijing to the harsh, unforgiving deserts of the west, the Great Wall adapts to its environment, a testament to the ingenuity and determination of its builders. As we near the end of our journey along the Great Wall, let its enduring presence serve as a gentle reminder of the passage of time. Like the wall itself, we too are shaped by our experiences, standing resilient in the face of life's challenges. Allow the weight of history to settle comfortably around you, a protective blanket guiding you towards peaceful slumber. In the quiet of night, as you lie here listening, imagine the soft whisper of wind through the watchtowers, the distant call of a night bird, and the timeless silence of the stones. Let the Great Wall's legacy of perseverance and adaptability inspire your dreams, carrying you gently into restful sleep. As your breathing slows and your body relaxes, picture the wall bathed in the soft light of dawn, its long shadows stretching across the landscape. In this moment of tranquility, allow yourself to connect with the countless individuals who have stood in awe before this magnificent structure, their stories intertwining with the wall's own rich history. Remember, just as the Great Wall has weathered centuries of change, you too have the strength to face whatever challenges tomorrow may bring. For now, though, let go of all concerns and allow yourself to drift peacefully into sleep, cradled by the enduring spirit of one of humanity's greatest achievements. As the echoes of ancient China's grand achievement fade into the mists of time, we turn our gaze to another era of human ingenuity and cultural rebirth. In the heart of Italy, a new dawn was breaking, heralding a period of unprecedented artistic and intellectual growth that would shape the course of Western civilization for centuries to come. As we continue our journey through history, let us turn our attention to a period of remarkable cultural rebirth and intellectual awakening known as the Renaissance. This era, spanning roughly from the 14th to the 17th century, began in Italy and spread throughout Europe, transforming art, science, literature, and philosophy. The word Renaissance itself means rebirth in French, and indeed this period marked a renewed interest in the classical learning of ancient Greece and Rome. Picture the narrow, winding streets of Florence, Italy, in the late 14th century. The air is filled with the scent of leather and parchment from the workshops of artisans and scholars. The gentle sound of chisels on marble echoes from the studios of sculptors, while the scratch of quills on paper can be heard from the studies of humanist philosophers. One of the key figures who helped spark this cultural revolution was Francesco Petrarca, better known as Petrarch. Born in 1304, Petrarch was a scholar and poet who rediscovered many lost texts of classical antiquity. Imagine him hunched over an ancient manuscript in a dimly lit monastery library, his eyes widening with excitement as he uncovers forgotten wisdom from centuries past. His work helped rekindle interest in the classical world and laid the foundation for Renaissance humanism. As you relax and let your mind drift, envision the bustling streets of Florence in the early 15th century. The Medici family, wealthy bankers and patrons of the arts, are rising to prominence. Their patronage would help nurture some of the greatest artistic talents of the Renaissance. The air is thick with the dust of construction as new buildings rise, adorned with classical motifs and innovative architectural design. One of these buildings is the Florence Cathedral, with its magnificent dome designed by Filippo Brunelleschi. Completed in 1436, the dome still dominates the Florentine skyline today. Imagine the awe of the citizens as they watch this architectural marvel take shape, its perfect proportions and innovative engineering a testament to the new spirit of creativity and scientific inquiry that characterized the Renaissance. As you breathe deeply and feel the weight of relaxation settling over you, let's turn our attention to the world of art. In a workshop in Florence, a young apprentice named Leonardo da Vinci is beginning his training under the master Andrea del Verrocchio. The air is filled with the scent of pigments and oils, the soft sound of brushes on canvas creating a soothing rhythm. Leonardo would go on to become one of the most famous polymaths in history, embodying the Renaissance ideal of the universal man. His insatiable curiosity led him to study everything from anatomy to engineering, botany to optics. Picture him in his later years, his beard now white, sketching intricate designs for flying machines or dissecting cadavers to better understand human anatomy. As the Renaissance progressed, its influence spread beyond Italy. In the cool mists of England, a young William Shakespeare was beginning to write plays that would revolutionize literature. The sound of quills scratching on parchment and the murmur of actors rehearsing lines filled the air of London's theaters. Meanwhile, in the workshops of Germany, Johannes Gutenberg was perfecting his revolutionary printing press. The rhythmic clank of metal type being set and the whoosh of the press arm would soon transform the spread of knowledge across Europe. Books that once took months to copy by hand could now be reproduced quickly and cheaply, allowing ideas to circulate more freely than ever before. As you sink deeper into relaxation, let's journey to the Vatican in Rome. Here in the early 16th century, Michelangelo is lying on his back atop towering scaffolding, painting the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. The smell of fresh plaster and pigment fills the air, and the soft sound of his brush strokes echoes in the vast space. For 4 years, he would labor on this masterpiece, creating images of such power and beauty that they still inspire awe today. The Renaissance was not just a period of artistic achievement, but also one of scientific advancement. In Poland, Nicolaus Copernicus was developing his heliocentric model of the solar system, challenging centuries of established belief. Picture him in his study late at night, surrounded by astronomical charts and calculations, the soft glow of candlelight illuminating his revolutionary ideas. As the 16th century progressed, the spirit of the Renaissance spread to the New World. Explorers like Christopher Columbus and Amerigo Vespucci were mapping previously unknown lands, expanding European understanding of geography and sparking a new age of exploration. Imagine the creaking of ship timbers and the snap of sails in the wind as these brave adventurers set out into uncharted waters. Back in Europe, the Renaissance was entering its final phase. In the late 16th century, William Harvey was laying the groundwork for modern medicine with his studies on the circulation of blood. Picture him in his laboratory, carefully observing and documenting the workings of the human body, his quill scratching softly on paper as he records his groundbreaking observations. As the Renaissance gradually gave way to the Baroque period in the 17th century, its legacy continued to shape European culture and thought. The emphasis on humanism, the revival of classical learning, and the spirit of scientific inquiry would go on to influence the Enlightenment and beyond. As you drift peacefully towards sleep, let the echoes of the Renaissance resonate in your mind. The gentle scratch of Leonardo's pen as he sketches his inventions, the soft tap of Michelangelo's chisel on marble, the rustle of pages in one of Gutenberg's printed books. Let these sounds blend with the ambient noises around you, creating a soothing backdrop for your rest. Remember that like the great thinkers and artists of the Renaissance, you too have the capacity for creativity, curiosity, and growth. As you relax, imagine your mind as a blank canvas, ready to be filled with new ideas and inspirations when you wake. The Renaissance reminds us that periods of great change and innovation are possible, that human potential is boundless. As we conclude our exploration of the Renaissance, let its spirit of rebirth and renewal wash over you. Allow the weight of history to gently press you deeper into relaxation, each breath bringing you closer to peaceful slumber. The Renaissance was a time of awakening, but for now, let yourself drift off into restorative sleep, knowing that tomorrow brings new opportunities for your own personal Renaissance. As the echoes of the Renaissance fade into the mists of time, we turn our gaze eastward, where another empire was rising to prominence. In the lands where Europe meets Asia, a new power was emerging, one that would shape the course of history for centuries to come. The story of the Ottoman Empire begins in the late 13th century. In the late 13th century, as the Byzantine Empire's power waned, a new force emerged in Anatolia. The Ottoman Empire, founded by Osman I, would grow to become one of the most powerful and long-lasting empires in history. Let us journey through the rise, golden age, and eventual decline of this influential empire. Osman I, a Turkish tribal leader, established the Ottoman state around 1299 in northwestern Anatolia. The early Ottomans were skilled horsemen and warriors, expanding their territory through conquest and alliances. Imagine the sound of hooves thundering across the Anatolian plains, the glint of sunlight on curved sabers, and the billowing dust kicked up by advancing Ottoman forces. Under Osman's son, Orhan, the Ottomans crossed into Europe in 1354, establishing a foothold on the Gallipoli Peninsula. This marked the beginning of Ottoman expansion into the Balkans. Picture the narrow strait of the Dardanelles, its blue waters churning as Ottoman ships crossed from Asia to Europe, carrying soldiers and settlers to new lands. The empire reached a turning point in 1453 when Sultan Mehmed II, known as the Conqueror, captured Constantinople. The fall of this ancient city, which had stood as the capital of the Byzantine Empire for over 1,000 years, marked the end of the medieval Roman Empire and the birth of a new era. Imagine the scene as Mehmed II entered the conquered city. The air thick with smoke from siege fires, the crumbling walls of the once impregnable defenses, and the gleaming domes of Hagia Sophia rising above it all. The Sultan, barely 21 years old, walked through the streets of what would become his new capital, now known as Istanbul. Under Mehmed II and his successors, the Ottoman Empire entered its golden age. The empire expanded rapidly, conquering large swaths of territory in Eastern Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. By the 16th century, under Suleiman the Magnificent, the Ottoman Empire reached its zenith. Suleiman's reign was marked by great cultural and artistic achievements. The skyline of Istanbul was transformed by the construction of magnificent mosques, designed by the brilliant architect Mimar Sinan. Imagine the call to prayer echoing across the city from hundreds of minarets, the bustle of the Grand Bazaar with its myriad scents and sounds, and the opulence of the Topkapi Palace overlooking the shimmering waters of the Bosphorus. The Ottoman Empire was not just a military power, but also a center of science, art, and culture. Scholars in Ottoman madrasas made significant contributions to mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. Poets and calligraphers created works of timeless beauty, while artisans produced exquisite ceramics, textiles, and metalwork. Trade flourished under Ottoman rule. The empire controlled key trade routes between Europe and Asia, and Ottoman merchants traded in spices, silk, and other luxury goods. Picture the busy ports of Istanbul and Alexandria, where ships from Venice, Genoa, and other European cities unloaded their cargoes, while caravans from Persia and Central Asia brought exotic goods from the east. The Ottoman legal system, based on Islamic law but incorporating elements of customary law, was known for its relative tolerance of religious minorities. Jews expelled from Spain in 1492 found refuge in Ottoman lands, bringing with them valuable skills and knowledge. Christian communities in the Balkans and Anatolia were allowed to maintain their faith and customs under the millet system. However, the empire's vast size eventually became a challenge to govern effectively. By the 17th century, signs of decline began to appear. The once feared Janissary Corps, elite soldiers who had been the backbone of Ottoman military might, became a powerful and often disruptive political force. Corruption and inefficiency crept into the imperial administration. The system of land grants that had supported the Ottoman military began to break down, weakening the empire's ability to defend its frontiers. European powers, once intimidated by Ottoman strength, now began to surpass the empire technologically and economically. The 18th and 19th centuries saw a series of reforms aimed at modernizing the empire and halting its decline. The Tanzimat reforms of the mid-19th century sought to centralize administration, reform the military, and guarantee equal rights to all Ottoman subjects regardless of religion. However, these reforms often faced resistance from conservative elements within Ottoman society. Imagine the tension in the air as reformers and traditionalists debated the future of the empire in the halls of the Sublime Porte. The scent of strong Turkish coffee mingling with the smoke of water pipes, the rustle of silk robes, and the quiet murmur of intense discussions echoing through ornate chambers. Despite these efforts, the empire continued to lose territory. Greece gained independence in 1830, followed by other Balkan nations in the late 19th century. The empire's North African provinces slipped from its grasp, while European powers increasingly interfered in Ottoman affairs. The final blow came with World War I. The Ottoman Empire, allied with Germany and Austria-Hungary, found itself on the losing side of the conflict. The war effort strained the empire's already weakened resources to the breaking point. In the aftermath of the war, the Ottoman Empire was dismantled, its territories divided among the victorious Allied powers. In 1922, the last Ottoman Sultan, named Vi, was deposed. The following year, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk proclaimed the Republic of Turkey, bringing an end to over 600 years of Ottoman rule. The imperial palaces fell silent, the elaborate court ceremonies ceased, and the last echoes of the once mighty empire faded into history. As we reflect on the long and complex history of the Ottoman Empire, we're reminded of the rise and fall of great powers, the ebb and flow of human civilizations. From its humble beginnings as a small Turkish principality to its status as a world power and its eventual decline, the Ottoman Empire left an indelible mark on world history. Its legacy can still be seen today in the architecture, cuisine, and culture of the lands it once ruled. The intricate patterns of Ottoman art, the flavors of its cuisine, and the echoes of its music continue to influence and inspire people around the world. As you lie here, allowing the weight of sleep to gently settle upon you, let the story of the Ottoman Empire remind you of the transient nature of power and the enduring impact of cultural exchange. Like the empire itself, our daily concerns and struggles will pass, but the beauty we create and the connections we forge can outlast us, rippling through time. Breathe deeply now and imagine yourself standing on the shores of the Bosphorus, where Europe and Asia meet. Feel the gentle breeze carrying the scent of the sea and distant spice markets. Listen to the distant call to prayer mingling with the cry of seagulls. Let these sensations carry you towards peaceful slumber, drifting on the tides of history towards restful dreams. As the echoes of the Ottoman Empire fade into history, we find ourselves transported even further back in time. The sands of ancient Mesopotamia beckon, whispering tales of humanity's earliest civilizations. Between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, a story of innovation and discovery unfolds, inviting us to explore the cradle of civilization. Let the gentle flow of these ancient waters carry you towards peaceful dreams. Between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in what is now modern Iraq, the first true urban civilization emerged around 4000 BCE. The land was fertile, nourished by the seasonal flooding of the two great rivers that carved their paths through the arid landscape. This region, known as Mesopotamia, meaning land between the rivers, would become the cradle of civilization. As you settle in and breathe deeply, imagine the warm, dry air of ancient Mesopotamia, carrying the scent of sun-baked earth and the faint aroma of date palms. The rhythmic sound of water lapping against the riverbanks provides a soothing backdrop to our journey through time. The early Sumerians developed a complex society where the sounds of commerce filled the narrow streets of their mud-brick cities. The scent of freshly baked bread wafted through the air as scribes pressed reed styluses into soft clay tablets, creating the world's first written language cuneiform. Picture the bustling marketplaces of and Uruk, where merchants traded goods from distant lands. The air was filled with a cacophony of different languages, the clink of metal tools, and the bleating of livestock. These cities, with their imposing ziggurats reaching towards the heavens, were marvels of early urban planning. As you relax further, let your mind drift to the fertile fields surrounding these ancient cities. Here, farmers tended to crops of barley, wheat, and lentils. The steady flow of the rivers brought life-giving water to the crops, turning the once barren landscape into a verdant paradise. In the workshops of skilled artisans, the rhythmic tapping of hammers on metal and the gentle scraping of tools on stone created a soothing melody of human ingenuity. Copper, gold, and lapis lazuli were crafted into intricate jewelry and ceremonial objects, their beauty a testament to the artistic prowess of these early civilizations. The Sumerians' understanding of the world around them was deeply rooted in their polytheistic beliefs. Each city-state had its own patron deity, housed in a grand temple at the heart of the settlement. The air in these sacred spaces was heavy with the scent of incense, the flickering light of oil lamps casting dancing shadows on intricately carved walls. As night fell over the Mesopotamian plains, imagine the gentle glow of oil lamps illuminating the windows of homes and temples. The soft murmur of evening prayers and lullabies drifted on the cooling air, a comforting blanket of sound settling over the sleeping cities. By the time of Sargon of Akkad around 2340 BCE, the scattered city-states had been united into the world's first true empire. Sargon's reign marked a turning point in Mesopotamian history, as the region's influence began to spread far beyond the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates. Close your eyes and picture the grand palaces of Akkad, their walls adorned with vibrant murals depicting great battles and bountiful harvests. The sound of sandaled feet on smooth stone floors echoed through long corridors as courtiers and diplomats went about their daily business. In the centuries that followed, Mesopotamia saw the rise and fall of numerous empires. The Babylonians, under the rule of Hammurabi, created one of the world's first comprehensive legal codes. Imagine the imposing stone stele on which the Code of Hammurabi was carved, its surface cool to the touch, and its words promising justice and order to all who lived under its rule. The achievements of Mesopotamia extended far beyond their political systems. Their sexagesimal number system gave us the 60-minute hour and 360-degree circle we still use today. As you rest, consider how these ancient innovations continue to shape our modern world, a testament to the enduring legacy of human ingenuity. Mesopotamian astronomers gazed at the night sky, meticulously recording the movements of planets and stars on clay tablets. Their observations, spanning centuries, laid the foundation for our understanding of celestial mechanics. Picture yourself lying beneath that same star-studded sky, feeling a connection to those ancient stargazers across the millennia. The Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the earliest known works of literature, emerged from this rich cultural tapestry. This tale of friendship, loss, and the search for immortality resonated with audiences then as it does now, speaking to the universal human experiences that transcend time and culture. As trade routes expanded, Mesopotamian influence spread far and wide. Imagine caravans laden with precious goods, slowly making their way across vast deserts and rugged mountain passes. The steady rhythm of camel hooves on ancient roads becomes a soothing lullaby, carrying you deeper into relaxation. The development of irrigation systems transformed the landscape, turning once barren plains into lush agricultural centers. Picture the intricate network of canals and levees, the life-giving water flowing gently through them, nurturing crops and sustaining growing populations. In the workshops of Mesopotamian inventors, new technologies were constantly being developed. The potter's wheel revolutionized ceramic production, while the development of the sail allowed for more efficient river travel. The soft whir of the potter's wheel and the gentle flapping of sailcloth in the breeze become part of the ambient soundscape of innovation. As empires rose and fell, the cultural heartland of Mesopotamia remained a center of learning and innovation. Libraries, like the famous one in Nineveh, housed thousands of clay tablets containing the accumulated knowledge of generations. Imagine the cool, quiet atmosphere of these ancient archives, the air thick with the earthy scent of clay and the musty aroma of age-old knowledge. The Assyrian Empire, known for its military might, also fostered great advancements in art and architecture. The grand palaces of Nineveh and Nimrud stood as testaments to their power and cultural sophistication. Picture the imposing winged bull statues guarding the palace gates, their stone eyes seeming to watch over the empire for eternity. As you drift deeper into relaxation, let the gentle flow of the Tigris and Euphrates carry your thoughts. These rivers, which gave birth to civilization, continue their timeless journey just as they did thousands of years ago. Their steady rhythm becomes a soothing mantra, inviting you to sink further into peaceful rest. The legacy of Mesopotamia lives on in countless ways, from the words we use to the way we measure time. As you breathe deeply, feel the weight of history settling comfortably around you, a reminder of the enduring human spirit that connects us all across the ages. In the final moments of our journey through ancient Mesopotamia, imagine standing atop a ziggurat, gazing out over the vast expanse of the Fertile Crescent. The warm breeze carries the whispers of countless generations who lived, loved, and dreamed in this cradle of civilization. As you drift closer to sleep, let the story of Mesopotamia remind you of the cyclical nature of history. Civilizations rise and fall, but the fundamental aspects of human experience, our hopes, fears, and aspirations, remain constant. Allow this connection to the past to bring you a sense of peace and continuity. Now, as we conclude our exploration of ancient Mesopotamia, allow your mind to settle into a state of tranquil rest. Let the echoes of this ancient world fade gently into the background, leaving you with a deep sense of calm and connection to the vast tapestry of human history. Sleep now, and may your dreams be filled with the wonders of our shared past.